Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the 2026 Word Cup, presented by WGPO, the Word Game Players Organization, in partnership with the Collins Coalition. We're live from Williamsburg, Virginia, for another 7 great games of Scrabble. I'm Charles Reinke. You've probably seen me before, and I'm joined for the first 2 games of today by another person you've seen before. Probably doesn't need an introduction, but I'm giving an introduction anyway. David Eldar. David, how are you feeling?
Hey, Charles. It's a pleasure to be on board. I'm looking forward to co-commentating 2 games with you today.
Yeah, and I just said good morning to everybody, but for those who don't know or who have forgotten, David is actually in Australia, and it is quite late over there. It is 11 p.m. David, do you think you can stay up for 2 more games of Scrabble?
Yeah, I think I'll hold off my daily melatonin for an hour or 2. And yeah, I'll delay my bedtime a bit to get a bit of Scrabble action in. And I'm glad to be here to bring it to you. And also with someone that I've never actually played before, yourself, Charles. Looking forward to seeing us chat about the game coming today.
Yeah, I think it should be good. I think this field is so strong that we're almost guaranteed to have some good games with some good positions. We'll do one plug quickly here before we get started. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble, and that means you should be subscribing to Let's Play Scrabble. You should be clicking that like button that's somewhere below my head. Usually I point in the wrong spot, but you can find it down there. It's a thumbs up icon. Make sure you click that early and often. Actually, I think if you click it more than once, it undoes your click. So actually only click it once. But that way this live stream will surface to all the people of YouTube who we want to be watching Scrabble with us. So
you can click it an uneven amount of times.
Yeah, let's make sure you keep count of how many times you click it and make sure it's not an even number. Go ahead and do that. That will make sure that the YouTube algorithm knows exactly what's going on here, all the awesome stuff that's going to be coming to you all day. We do have 3 games of Collins in the morning before switching to the WoW Lexicon in the afternoon. Our first game today is between Matthew Bernardina and Ben Schonbrun. Matthew Bernardina may be a little bit of an unknown quantity for most of our viewers. He was taking a Scrabble hiatus around the time COVID started and just picked the game back up in 2026. So really not even an opportunity for him to be streamed. Whereas Ben Schonbrun is a very known quantity among regular viewers. David, can you tell us a little bit more about either of these players?
Well, I'll be able to tell less than you, but what I know about Matthew Bernardina is he's a very little known high-level expert from somewhere in America, not Canada, I think. And I remember I encountered him once, not knowing much about him, and I played against him. And I remember I was thrilled to play LOZELLS, which is right near the bottom of the dictionary. And I thought, well, this random opponent is going to be shocked and awed when I play this. But yeah, he didn't even blink. I remember he was playing some pretty fancy words himself. He seemed to really know what he's doing. We very rarely see him play tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm really looking forward to see what his game looks like today.
Yeah, that's definitely the impression I get from Matthew. I have not played him myself, but I have, quasi encountered him on the word study website aerolith.org, where he does the daily challenges, and certainly is wiping the floor with me, wiping the floor with most of the people who are taking part in those daily challenges. So definitely Matthew Bernardina, a little bit of an unknown quantity, unless you look at his Aerolith profile and then you're like, this guy knows the words. He knows stuff up to 9 letters, possibly past that. It's just extremely solid on the words, and I'm very excited to see him make what I believe to be his stream debut. Hopefully he's not too nervous. Matthew, if you're listening, we'll be gentle with you your first time.
Depending on how he plays. Yeah, actually, that's true as well. By the way, when I won't necessarily dox him, but since you've said it, yeah, when I connected who the player was with the online screen name, I was like, oh, it's that guy actually plays Scrabble. Yeah, that checks out because that guy knows a lot of words.
So I think we have players ready to go, so we can switch over to the board and get this game underway. It's Matthew Bernardina to go first. He is currently 4 wins, 2 losses, and a tie, just a little bit behind Ben Schonbrun, who's 5 wins and 2 losses. At the top of the Collins division is actually Nitz Chugti, standing alone at 6-1, proving that her recent success is not a fluke. Either that or it's an extremely extended fluke. So congrats to Nitz on that strong start. And looks like Matthew is drawing tiles and we're underway.
Cool. All right, let's see what he draws first. And Ben Schonbrun, as you said, is a pretty prolific American expert. I don't know anything individual about his game, but I know he consistently holds a 2,000 plus rating, which means he is a very, very good player. Now, for Matthew, his immediate rack is a pretty bad one. 3 A's, a U, a B. What are you thinking?
It looks like either he set this up intentionally or it just sort of appeared on his rack randomly, but he's got a Buna set up, which I think is a good way to get rid of the triplicate A's and the U, which you don't want to keep. Again, the B, a worse constant for bingoing than the M. So something like a Buna really just achieves all that you want to do with this rack.
Yeah, that looks pretty straightforward to me. I imagine once he determines that nothing else good is available, he's going to slap that down pretty quickly. And I'm trying to read Ben's rack here, but half the tiles are sideways and upside down.
Yeah, I think he's doing that to mess with the viewers and the commentators. I occasionally am a proponent of the Ben school of tile arrangement. I don't always put my tiles in the correct spots. So this is actually comfortable for me. I can translate it for you if you need it.
Are you thinking he should play Oxo or Coxib? Are the two things that are leaping out at me. I think Coxib is fairly natural play here, but I can see a strong reason for putting Oxo rather, making XU in the middle of the board, kind of strangling everything.
Yeah, Oxo does have some nice properties of limiting your opponent's responses. Downside of Oxo, it keeps 2 eyes together, which you really want to avoid doing. Also scores 5 fewer than Coxib, so I think Oxo a good idea, but Coxib just too compelling to turn down. And we see Ben making this play relatively quickly.
Yep, looks pretty straightforward to me. And little quiz for everybody in the chat. What is the extension for Coxib? Can you make a longer word that has Coxib in it? Please don't cheat. Drop it in the chat. Meanwhile, JAGG, I think, is going to come down, making JA. Again, this is all looking somewhat straightforward. You just want to get as many bad tiles off your rack here. I think Jig is available as well, making JA and GU, but he will want to get both G's off his rack. I think GAGG is going to come down. What do you think?
Yeah, I was liking JAGG, but this play also has some merit in that it scores 33 points. It's just nice to score that many points. Downside, of course, keeping C and G together in addition to 2 other consonants. Not a good leave for sure, but it is a little bit more closed. Putting Jag out in space, it takes a Y for Jag. It gets a little unpredictable. So I kind of understand this play from Matthew.
Yeah, that I actually just hadn't seen that altogether. That is definitely just a better all-around option for sure. I don't even think it's particularly close. Scores, 10 more points, etc. And it puts the decision back on Ben. Now, what do you think about playing EE, JOE, and AXE for 25, 30 points? Seems pretty good to me, actually. I don't want to open this board. I don't want to be the first guy to do something. Oh, wow, that came down fast. Ben clearly agrees with me.
Yeah, I think that's just 26 points. Keeping a relatively good leave for bingos underlapping or overlapping a Buna. I think making a shorter fishing play, like trying to play off OE, for example, just going to be too few points to be tenable. So might as well take the points here and play off your E's.
Yeah, totally agree. I think there's a bit of a cagey start here. No one's getting off to a very high scoring move. I think Matthew's going to be hamstrung again by a bunch of G's. He's drawing really poorly. Probably MAGG through the A. Man, these guys are... Oh, wait. Oh, good find. I missed that. That's even better. Cagmag, these guys are playing well and they're playing fast. So far, no mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely making our jobs a little bit harder as commentators with the fast state of their play. Can't dive too deeply into any individual play when they're making plays as fast. But I think Matthew, with this play, he's proving us right, basically, what we said at the start of the game with his exceptional word knowledge. Cagmag is way deep in the sevens if you studied that far. And he just pulls it out like nothing in a couple seconds. So great play by Matthew.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so now we're finally going to see Ben spend some time here on what's a very difficult decision, I think. He needs to get rid of an O, and a U, which are the 3 bad tiles on his rack, and he can't. So he's going to have to keep something bad behind, but we're on a really tight board, and on tight boards, you don't want to be the first guy to open it up. But I can't actually see anywhere that he can play without exposing something for his opponent. So how would you approach this? And do you see anything that can kind of meet the standards where we can get rid of some bad tiles and not give too much away here? This is just showing that Cagmag's a great find, by the way.
Yeah, Cagmag really limited Ben's options on this turn. Not, as you say, David, you really at least need to get rid of OU, preferably OOU. No way to get rid of OOU. And so you eventually, I think, come to the regrettable conclusion that you're going to have to do something that opens up space for 8-letter words for your opponent. Something just like Kauta, C-O-U-T-A, from the top C of Cagmag. I mean, it's only 14 points, but he's not doing a whole lot better on this board. Everything's so shut down already. And something like Caution, getting rid of 6 of your letters, I think it's just too aggro to be considered. You don't have an S. You're setting up an S with 4 S's unseen. Probably a little bit too aggressive, but I think a play from the C of Cagmag is what I would expect here.
That's funny that you should say that. So we're at our first discussion point, because before I was about to cut you off and say I want to play Caution here. I think playing Kauta, keeping ION, it's not doing it for me. I want to blast this open. If I'm going to open it, I want to fully commit. I think we can go ahead with it. Do you have a sim running, and is there any way to get some answers on this one?
Yeah, I could actually get the sim going and see what the engine thinks about both of those plays. We see Ben sort of grabbing the O and U together. I wonder if he's thinking about just playing off OU somewhere, like maybe the bottom G of Cagmag, and just set up a really standard lane for 7-letter words.
I think he's... Oh, sorry.
He's also keeping the C for 8s, possibly. Oh, he's going for this position. Okay.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. I think he's looking at GO and MU, and OU would be the most likely way to go here. I mean, it's just kind of a nothing-y play, which is what I really don't like about it. The thing I do like about it is it kind of feints an X setup for Gox. But the thing about that is I think your opponent's extremely likely to play there anyway. So, yeah, I really dislike this play. I think it'll probably sim okay. I just think I don't like the overlaps that it gives. And, yeah, I don't know. What do you think about it?
So, I don't like that new hotspot with the triple letter score. That is a little bit worrying, especially it's not an X setup. So, Matthew could have the X. The simulation actually likes this play, then it likes Caution, then it likes OU in the other spot. So maybe correctly identifying that Kauta doesn't quite do enough for you. It sort of splits the difference in a way that you don't really like. So at least the computer likes Ben's play here. It does have some downsides. And as you said, David, it's a little bit of a nothing play, just kind of hoping that something good materializes for you. It does take a 5-point lead, though, and that can't be discounted.
Yeah, good to get ahead. Okay, so I guess the situation is just, according to the computer, shaped in such a way that you just can't really do anything. So you just kind of have to do nothing. Are you seeing anything here on Matthew's rack?
Yeah, the new hotspot, the triple letter score, doesn't really help Matthew here. But he is probably thinking he might have to address that spot. He probably doesn't want it to stay open. I would be very tempted by a play of Chind here, CHYND, from the C of Cagmag. That just keeps nice letters, ERT. It's sort of at that point, you're kind of going for a bingo, which he hasn't really been able to do up to this point. He would finally be able to start keeping a bingo type leave. The downside of Chind is it doesn't really do anything about that triple letter score hotspot. If, for example, Ben is setting up his X, YEX is still possible. So I'd be thinking pretty hard about this turn. What do you think, David?
Yeah, so I didn't see Chind, but that looks really good to me as a straightforward equity play, and I think it's pretty straightforward if you're going to go in that direction. He's lining up Cherty, which would be, for example, CHERTY, which would be way worse than Chind. The other way you can go here is you can take away the hotspot somehow, maybe TYND and God or something entry and GOE, and then leave the board with absolutely no hotspots whatsoever. That being said, the way I'm looking at this, Chind, I don't know how to pronounce this word. I'm going to look up what it means.
I think it has a very weird definition.
What? Cut into chines? What's a chine? Okay, well, the dictionary is not telling me what a chine is, so maybe someone can tell us what that is. But I think keeping RET and 25 or 30 points or whatever is just too much to turn down here. And I think, oh yeah, he's found it. Wow, top quality.
Yeah, that's there's a few other options here. I think it was suggested in chat something like HYNDE, making GON and mud. That sort of creates a new lane for sevens when you're keeping RT. Maybe there's something to be said for that. But also from Matthew's POV, Ben may have just fished. Like, we know that his leave wasn't great, but Matthew's perspective is like maybe Ben was sitting on 5 great tiles and is going to imminently bingo in that spot, so wouldn't want to give up an easy lane for sevens. David, do you think that might be factoring into Matthew's thinking here?
I think it would take a bit of your time to think about and calculate, but the thing about this is the board is closed and Ben has played 2 vowels off. So the first thing I'm thinking when someone plays 2 vowels is there's more vowels where that came from. So I think a rack leave that consists of 3 vowels and 2 consonants, i.e. an unbalanced rack leave, is quite likely in this situation. And I think he probably doesn't have an S because he didn't use the Cagmags or Cocksibs or Jagas or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I think I'm not too worried about a fish here. He definitely has some decent 1-point tiles that could work towards a bingo, but nothing too scary. I think Cherty, which he put down, is a bizarre choice when Chind was available, keeping a much better leave and scoring the same, and yeah, is going to get massively punished for it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's just a miss of Chind. I'm sure Matthew knows that word, but it's also hard to find. It doesn't really have a vowel in it. It's just a weird ordering of letters. It's a word that doesn't come up very often. I think a similar idea with Cherty, but just, a little bit worse, and does get hit hard with aeration from Ben, who wastes no time playing it. So Ben taking a pretty nice sized lead here of 43 points. Meanwhile, Matthew's next draw, again, not enough vowels. We know there's vowels in the bag, but he's not getting enough of them, and just has the 1 E plus a Y. My first thought is got to play something through that O of aeration, but maybe that A of aeration also could give something up. It looks like Matthew has Volery set up through that O. David, what do you think about Volery? Something like that or something else?
I think Vardy looks a little better to me, keeping the vowel, keeping 1 vowel, 2 consonants, just keeping a more balanced leave. That definitely looks like an improvement to me. I thought that I saw he had Chind lined up on his rack. Maybe he had a different word lined up on his rack, HYNDE, and that's what he was looking at, and somehow in the process managed to miss that the same letters play from a C or something. It was a bit confusing to me. In any event, maybe someone in the chat can enlighten us. But yeah, to me, Vardy is sticking out here. I want to keep a more balanced rack, and I think I might even score a little bit more. Is that right?
Yeah, Vardy is actually one more point, 40 versus 39. And as you said, David, it keeps the L and the N together. That's kind of not exactly what you want, but it keeps your vowel. It blocks that huge hotspot. There's still the Z and the Q out for like Canat or anything involving the Z. We do see Matthew going for Vardy here, which is, I think, the right idea. It's got to be one of those two plays, and I think he's going for the one with the slightly better leave, keeping those lanes for sevens open next iteration.
Yeah, I think you'd be surprised. I was a bit allergic to LEN in general, or LN seems like a couple of letters that doesn't work very well together. But I've been surprised at sim results that suggest that it's really not as bad as it seems. And now we're seeing a challenge of Vardy, which, yeah, okay. I think Vardy is a legal thing, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta look this up now. Oh no, it says an opinion. Yeah, so it's like some super old word for a verdict. Maybe an etymologist can tell us something about that, but I'm guessing not.
Yeah, definitely. I think Ben's just thinking 40 points, doesn't immediately recognize the word, or there's some glimmer of doubt. It would be really nice to be able to challenge that word off the board, so he's just giving it 5 extra. The difference, though, of the 5 extra is it actually gives Matthew the lead here, 137 to 135. And Ben with 2 I's, a W, and a U, not going to be able to clear out all of that junk at once, but he is able to play Puted for 31, keeping WI, which is maybe the best case scenario for letters like that.
Yeah, Puted looks pretty straightforward to me. If you happen to come across it like Ben has, and he continues his flawless string of plays here, and now I think we're going to see from Matthew him somehow trying to get rid of his W, maybe with Hewn and HI, H-E-W-N, H-I. Springs to mind Win, W-H-I-N, if he wants to keep a vowel in a more bingo strong type of rack. And I think those are the 2 main options I'd be looking at. Is there something I've missed or something you can see?
Those are the things I would be thinking about here. With the S now, he's drawn the S. The possibility of hitting a 7 making keg megs is just getting more and more tempting. So I think he's definitely, at this point, I would personally be just angling to get a bingo down soon, which would probably involve playing Win, W-H-I-N. That takes an E in addition to an S. So it has a lot of possibilities for immediately hitting 7s. We actually see him going for more points here with Hewn. That is 13 more points just playing off the 1 vowel, but we can see from the unseen pool plenty of vowels left to draw. He's got to draw some at some point. So I think this is a good idea as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty into that, and I think now it's worth the extra 13 points personally. By the way, I have to ask you, are you pronouncing that kegmeg? Because I looked this word up, and apparently it's a verb, which means to chatter. But I'm pronouncing it kagmag. Do you have some inner knowledge that I don't about this word?
I think it's just my Midwestern pronunciation coming through. No ulterior motives here when I'm pronouncing that word.
I think for Ben, he's probably going to be looking off to play his 3 worst letters once again. That's going to be W-O-O. The question is, how's he going to do it? He can do woo and wed, again, making some pretty simple and basic words. And honestly, that looks as good as anything to me here. I'd be pretty happy to put that down, but maybe I've missed something. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's not a whole lot else happening on this board. That new spot next to Hewn is really the only quote-unquote scoring spot available to Ben currently. Playing Woo does have some downsides, obviously takes some hooks. It's a little bit aggressive, but I don't see too much else that he can be doing here. I guess
only other option, yeah, OO and DOY, is that the thing you were going to look at?
Yeah, there is that spot that it's not a very good scoring spot, but you do get some points out of that D and the Y separated by that double letter score. That also sets up
Yeah.
some hooks. Maybe not as crazy as Woo down in the bottom, but still a little bit aggressive. I guess one play available to Ben. I don't think I would do this. I think playing off all your good tiles is maybe not what you want to do, but something like a Weto to the right of Puted. That keeps OI, just not a good enough leave. You do score 25 points, but I think I would discard that one pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think you need to suck it up here and play Woo. And I think Ben will take his time, do that, and then Lurks and Woos will come down. And thanks to Elise in the chat explaining to me that Vardy is like a derivative version of Verdit, which I'm guessing is a derivative or the original word for verdict. So it's probably pronounced like Vardict. Anyway, thanks for the linguistics lesson.
Yeah, and we see, Matthew again somehow avoiding all the vowels in the bag. So Ben's going to be afraid doing something like Woo that it's going to be punished pretty hard. It will be punished somewhat, but it's not going to be as bad as he thinks. But he's taking a little bit of time on this one, which I think is fair given that most of his good plays have significant downsides.
Yeah, it's hard to pull the trigger when you're giving away a bingo that could almost immediately end the game, especially when there's two blanks out. But for me, he really does need to follow through here. And I said it would come back with Lurks, but I was actually wrong. The response will be Skull. And this game is going to continue to be neck and neck for the next two turns.
Yeah, I think the saving grace for Matthew is he has drawn another S, and so he's still got Keg Megs just sort of waiting for his tiles to materialize into a bingo. It does definitely seem like Matthew's going to, even though Matthew's got horrible letters, Ben also has bad letters. I feel like Matthew may be more likely to bingo first, which is going to be crucial in this game, given how tight it is and given the fact that once that Keg Meg spot goes away, there's not going to be a natural place to get a counter bingo.
Yeah, that's interesting. He's lining up WOE now to limit the amount of hooks that can precede his word. I like the idea here, but something tells me that this is probably just a little too paranoid and he just needs to commit to keeping his E and a better leave. And I think he's probably going to come to that conclusion as well. This is going to depend a bit on the type of player he is. Some players are more scared about opening triples and some players are more equity focused. So I think we're going to find out a bit about Ben's play style here and whether he's, what the conclusion of the simulations he's run on a computer in his private time is and the conclusions that he's come to based on those. Would you be tempted by WOE instead?
I would think about it. I would especially be looking at the pool and see there's still plenty of E's left for me to draw. And I'd be like, maybe I don't need to be precious about keeping the E that I currently have. And yeah, as you mentioned, WOE just takes a lot fewer hooks than WOO. And so it feels a lot safer. But yeah, just from a pure equity perspective, we actually see him going for something different entirely, something that we didn't discuss at all. And I think maybe a little bit of a downgrade here. He's going for Woot, just stopping the possibility of hooks, but also playing off his only consonant.
Yeah, for me, this is too paranoid, but it's actually going to work out great for him because it stopped the two main responses of Skull and Lurks or whatever. So it does have that benefit, and it's actually going to put a bit, I guess Matthew's been thinking of what to do on this board, but we haven't because we were assuming that Woo or Woe would come down. So I haven't seen anything. He's lining up Sulk. I think he's going to put it with Wed. I'm not seeing much for him here at all.
Yeah, one spot that we haven't talked about at all this game, and maybe it's becoming relevant now, is hooking the S in front of Joe for CO, however you pronounce that. Something like Lurks is an option here to open up, more space on the top of the board. You are stringing an L in the triple line, but keeping LS together and scoring some points, that might be an option here. I think I would prefer that over something like Sulk, which feels like it doesn't do quite enough. He looks like he's going for Sulk here.
I had totally forgotten about that spot. So that's some good board vision from you. I think Lurks is actually a bit too crazy. There are 2 blanks unseen. Woot, yeah, okay, that doesn't tell us much of anything. But with both blanks, I don't want to open up a potentially game-ending triple. The reason Lurks is a good play is because the other alternative Sulk is not exactly great. But you can see that, yeah, this was a pretty sharp decision in my opinion from Matthew, because if he did indeed play Lurks, he would have had a game-ending bingo landed right on his head with relative or whatever.
Yeah, so in this situation, it does work out for him. It was mentioned in chat that SEO is very hard to see. Like, I hadn't thought about it until I'm, looking at my computer engine, and David admitted that he had also forgotten about it. It's very possible that Matthew has lost track of that hook as well, just because it's not a natural thing to think that a word starting with a J would take an S in front. We do see Ben immediately identifying his highest scoring bingo. That's Tyriest to the T that he just put out, making the blank an S. He had drawn very well after his play of Woot, drawing into AEI. He got some consonants plus a blank. So he takes a pretty good size lead here. He's got about a 70-point lead. And again, Matthew just not drawing the bingos he needs, and sort of immediately, or at least with a minute of consideration, just kind of rage exchanges, because those letters just weren't doing anything on this board. No open vowels to play through, so no way to get rid of them.
Yeah, that is a bit aggressive to me. I think dry and REN was definitely enough points to justify plowing through this one. That was over 20 points. I don't think you can let that go. So to me, this looks like just a misjudgment. Maybe he was frustrated, or I don't know, maybe I'm just wrong. But yeah, that doesn't seem quite right to me. Now with Ben, I think he's in a good position to take a commanding lead here. He doesn't have a very good rack, but he can play OBE and BY at the top right, keeping an okay-ish lead, scoring a bunch of points, but maybe he can do a bit better. Can you see anything?
He actually does have a really fun play available here. Again, I admit I wouldn't see this unless I had the computer telling me what the plays were. He's got a fun 6-letter word through the OP of Puted.
Yes.
So we'll let Chad puzzle that one out for a little bit, because that is a fun little word. But I think Ben sort of identifying the straightforward play here, and maybe I don't do that fun 6. It maybe opens up a little too much, putting a letter in the triple line. I think this is just safer and maybe a more tactically solid play.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know if I agree with you there. I think I want to take the points here. That's too many for someone to turn down. In the chat, it's been revealed. The word is Bo Peep, which, by the way, has an anagram, Peep Bo, and both of them are defined as being they're basically peekaboo. It's a weird word for peekaboo, so it's got nothing to do with any sheep. But yeah, and now Matthew's been brutally punished for his change here. He's just drawn more junk, and well, he can't really change again, so he's gonna have to do something. Yeah, that looks, Dopers looks as good as anything. What do you think?
Yeah, Dopers looks actually really smart. He's got the 2 S's again, so he can play one off. He's got an S in the triple line now. It's very easy to start 8-letter words with an S. And also he's got Keg Meg still in reserve. That spot's just kind of going to stay open until Ben decides to do something about it. We do see Matthew, I think, a little bit of frustration here visible in his body language, because his draws have just been utterly ridiculous this whole game. It feels like he's only drawn like 4 or 5 vowels. Meanwhile, Ben's sitting on way too many vowels. He's got all the goods that Matthew wants on his rack.
Ouch. Yeah, I feel for Matthew here, but I mean, this is a very harsh criticism here, but when you play something like Cherty and giving away your only vowel for free, about 5% of the time, you can end up going down this path, and it just ruins the next 18 racks spilling over into the next game when you're annoyed and playing badly because of how annoyed you are. Like it can send a whole spiral, which is why it's so important to be super, super accurate and why these things happen less to better and better players. But yeah, I do want to stress that that's a small error and it's not, and this is a very harsh punishment. Now he's got almost nothing he can even do. Yeah, it's changing again. That's almost equivalent to a resignation.
Yeah, every turn he has to exchange here or play for a few points, it just puts him further and further behind. And we see Ben has drawn the second blank. So it's probably game over at this point. We assume that Ben will eventually be able to make a bingo materialize somewhere on this board once he sort of clears up the V and the P situation.
Yeah, I'm sad to say that I don't think there is any way back in this game realistically for Matthew now. I think he's going to just have to play QINS and Shu. I don't know how that's pronounced either, for a bunch of points and then try and minimize the amount that he loses by. Of course, he doesn't know that Ben has the other blank, so in his head, there's still a vague hope he can win. But even then, he's going to be 100 points down with not many places to go.
We do see Ben going for vape here, which I think is a good idea just to get rid of the PV combo. It doesn't give him really any new bingo spots, but he doesn't really care about this at this point. As long as he maintains a bingo size lead, he should be safe from anything Matthew's able to do. David, what do you think about this play?
I think it's as good as anything, and I think Ben probably knows that this game is more or less over. I think he knows he just needs to play reasonable words and don't do anything silly, and he's going to be able to ride this one out. Yeah, Matthew just playing QAT. This is just kind of a give-up move. This doesn't really go anywhere. I think if he still wanted to make a crack at this, he would have needed to play QIS and CAGMAGs, but I honestly think at this point he might be so irritated that he's just given up. Rollies is going to come down now for Ben, and that's going to put an end to this one.
Yeah, the other option for Matthew on that turn was, again, making CO, however we've agreed to mispronounce that word. But again, possibly just missing that hook because it's easy to miss hooks like that. As you mentioned, David, Ben's now got rollies available. If he somehow misses that, he's also got a couple bingos through the S of dopers. But rollies is, pretty straightforward find. As soon as you see those letters, most expert players will immediately generate rollies as an option. So I'd be kind of surprised if that doesn't come down here.
Are you scared of trolleys?
Oh, that's actually a good point. I had not thought. I guess I wouldn't be too scared of trolleys. Either Ben is scared of it or he doesn't. He could also not be 100% on rollies. I think that might be a rolled cigarette or something.
Yeah, that sounds right.
He's going for one of his bingos through the S, which is Orcelic. Actually kind of a fun little find there, maybe just flexing word knowledge a little bit on this one. But either way, any bingo he plays is going to give him the win here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm checking out what Orcelic means. It's an Orseille is a word, Orseille, which has about 18 different spellings. Archel, Orchel, Orchella, Orchil, Orchilla. Wow, this is interesting. It's a French dye which is obtained from lichen, which I think is like moss or some green stuff. I know it grows on your roof. If any old Australians are here, they'll remember exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's some sort of obscure French dye. So that's nice that Ben knows that. He probably doesn't know what it means, but it's a good find nonetheless.
Yeah, nice play there by Ben. Matthew has actually finally drawn some letters that kind of look like they might bingo in the short term. I would be very tempted here to just play off the Z in that new spot next to Orcelic for 31 points and try to draw one of the consonants in the bag that would enable me to bingo with CAGMAGs. And I'm actually looking at that. It's not all of them. I don't think the I works, for example, if he's drawing into EFI and RS. But there's some stuff that would work for him. So maybe that would be my last gasp of trying to get something good to happen to me this game.
Yeah, it's it's as good as anything. Someone's pointing out in the chat that yeah, they don't like Orselik. It's more risky than rollies. I mean, it very well could be. It's giving away 10 points really for a bit of extra, protection. But in doing that, it ends up giving up something like, Zerda alongside Orselik or whatever, and then, ostensibly some sort of miracle bingo. I mean, these scenarios can't really happen. It's really much of a muchness. But we need to talk about it, because otherwise I'm going to have to give you some more definitions.
Right. Maybe the rest of the stream just turns into looking up cool words in Zizva and reading out the definitions. I think that.
Fine with me. Fine with me.
But yeah, the position that Orselik actually does give back, like Izar, for example, for like 60 points, and maybe you still actually could lose the game after something like that. Like hit Izar and then Matthew hits a bingo making Kegmegs. That would be sort of a worst case scenario. Probably wouldn't happen, but there's still that sort of glimmer of hope that maybe rollies, if your opponent bingos with trolleys, that's fine, because at least they're not hitting Izar and then bingoing.
Yeah. There is an inaccuracy in the score. I don't. It's reading as 305, 314. It's definitely not a close game. I know, because we've been paying attention up until now. This game is very not close, but the score is saying that it's close. So the score is wrong. I'm just letting you guys know this game is over. Ben has won. So please ignore the scores. Do you know what the actual scores are, Charles?
The score right now is Ben 401, Matthew 276. And that's after the play of Zoe, which I think we agree with is basically your option here. And it actually, Matthew does draw a consonant that works out for him. He draws the N for Finners. So Ben has to decide if he wants to take away that spot. I would expect that would go away, just because, you're playing for spread at this point. Ben wants to accumulate as much spread as possible, and so doesn't want to let Matthew just get a bingo for free.
Yeah, I think it's also one of the more obvious spots on the board to play is Cag Mag. And I think he's probably going to end up playing there unless there's something obvious somewhere else. By the way, I hope you don't mind me saying, someone in the chat explained that there's that what you're saying, the way you're saying that word is a Midwestern way of pronouncing AG words. Is that right?
Yeah, that has been brought up in my commentary before. Apparently, I have a very strong Wisconsin Midwest accent, and it manifests itself in AG words. So when I say that players are drawing tiles from the bag, I say bag very funny. And I think it's totally normal. It's just how everybody in my life says this word. But for people on the internet, they can't believe how much of a Midwestern hick I sound like.
Oh, yeah. If you say a word differently to other people, they're like, buddy, we've got something to say to you. And, we need to talk. We need to talk about this, as if no one has pronounced a word differently from other people in their life ever.
Yeah, and certainly you get a pass, David, because we all know you're from Australia, and we expect the weird accent, us North Americaners. But for some reason, I don't get the same pass being from the Midwest United States.
Be nicer to these guys, mates. That's about as good as I can do for an Australian accent.
So we do see Ben go with Sif here, which I think is an extremely reasonable thing to do, given that Matthew is at risk of bingoing in that spot. So I think a good idea from Ben to just limit the amount of damage here. And now we've reached, looks like Matthew's best plays here probably just involve SEO if he can find it. And maybe this is the final indicator of whether that hook has been spotted or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just realized, he played SI. They both had the same letters. Yeah, he was probably dreaming. Did he fail to get a bingo down this game? Ouch. Yeah, there's just nothing on for him right now. He's going to lose by over 100 to start the day. And I don't know exactly what's in the bag. I think it's No, it hasn't been corrected.
It looks like the bag is empty and Ben's tiles are what he's got. So no chance for Matthew to fish another. There's not even anywhere to fish on this board, even if there were more tiles to draw. So this is really it for him. And we had to take scores off screen while we get those scores fixed. The score here is 276 to 428. So if I'm Matthew, we do see it corrected. Thank you, Heidi, for getting that caught back up. If I'm Matthew at this point, I just want to score 300. There's something mental about making it out of the 2s and into the 3s, and that's really all I care about at this point.
Do you have a track record of all the times you've scored under 300?
Maybe regrettably, maybe I shouldn't admit it, but I do. So at our local Scrabble club, we keep stats, and it totally grinds my gears every time that I get another sub 300 game. I'm like, man, there must have been some way for that not to have happened. And it's only at like.
Is this happening?
So how about you, David? Are you obsessive about your sub 300 games?
Yeah, when you were talking about it, it made me think like on I think it's on my Australian page, I have like lowest score, and in some game in my childhood, I think I scored in the mid 200s against someone random who I don't know if they still play or not. And whenever I look at that page, it brings me back to, it's like a flashback in my head. I'm like, oh, I only played 2-letter and 3-letter words. Yeah, so tell us in the chat what your lowest score is, and if you go to bed still having nightmares about it. Because once it happens once, you can't take it back.
Right, that's in the record books forever. And yeah, let's turn this into a little bit of a group therapy session. We can all console each other about the horrible games of our past, or maybe not even the distant past. For me, some of these games are the recent past, and just commiserate over the fact that sometimes we don't get to score 300.
Yeah, and I mean, it gets more and more embarrassing as more words are added to the dictionary and the average scores of your games get higher and higher and higher. You're like, how come I'm still scoring a sub 300 every now and then?
Yeah, while we were talking about our pain and our torment, we do see these players bringing an end to the game. Final score 322 to 449. We'll head over to the overhead mic and see if they have anything to talk about.
Okay, yeah, I'm wrong then.
18. Yeah, okay, so that's off by 3, so 322 then.
Yeah, 322.
Well done.
Thanks, seems
So-
like.
So did you know, Scrabble facts, that if you draw 11 vowels the entire game,
Yeah, you're not going to win. Yeah, I was just make a comment like that. I was going to say that it seems like after you played Abuna, you never had a rack with more than 1 vowel on it for the rest of the game until the very end.
It took me until I dropped the Q to have 2 vowels on my rack. So from turn 1 to turn 11.
I hope your next game on stream is a little bit more.
It takes a little bit of the pressure off, because it's like, I know I didn't screw anything up real that bad, because there was nothing to screw up.
Okay, I correctly dismissed this very quickly.
Oh yeah, it's just my toxic.
Yeah, I was like 95% sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Like egotoxic, I think it's fine, but biotoxic is not.
Yeah, most of the toxic parts don't actually.
Right.
transfer to.
Yeah, I wish there was more to talk about this game, because
Yeah.
it was the only hard turn I had was.
I mean, it might have been interesting if you drew some blanks.
Yeah, like any vowels would have. I was keeping good lead.
I could have played for all these, but like, if you play it like Zeatins, that's the only.
Yeah.
Or Zanians rather, trolleys.
Right.
That's the only way that you could theoretically. Also, I was only like 95% sure of rollies.
ROLLIES.
Yeah.
Rollies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's the best place to take anyway. So.
Yeah, it's also like not sure if you have the Z yet.
Yeah.
Like you might.
I did, but it would require me to have balance of function anyway.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, this was the only hard turn. I
Dirty.
think about Hines. I wasn't 100% sure on Hines, HYNDE, which I like now that I think about it, and I couldn't like find much else to do there, so that scored the most points. I thought like you're probably gonna bingo anyway, regardless of what floaters I give you, because I thought you had enough at that point.
Where would Hind play?
Here. Making DOE, HYNDE.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So that was the only one that like really struggled with. Everything else was
Yeah, I
like,
drew a lot of vowels early on, and it just happened to work out.
yeah. I'm pretty happy with I played otherwise. Just
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you could do when.
I hope that the stream caught that when I had the exchange 4, I had 7 consonants, and I put FML in my.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do when games
So
are.
I hope I at least gave them some content, even if it wasn't very
I
exciting. Scrabble.
don't think I gave them much content. Like
Yeah.
this was interesting. It kept AIE.
Yeah,
Like kind of just have to go for it.
I think so. Yeah,
But I was wondering if I should leave the.
It was good because I had neural there, KNURL for 38, so that would have bailed me out of that really
Wow.
bad rack. And keeping 2 S's from this lane for next turn. So
Yeah,
so,
you know, like the tough part of that was like, do I play OO here, or do
Yeah.
I like leave the T off?
yeah, this takes so many posts. I think.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I think keeping this like T on there is better. 'Cause
Yeah, even-
I could end up doing a D or an S or a T or
Yeah.
an N.
Yeah.
Like there's so many things.
Yeah, I was just I think I
So-
kind of have to.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. That was a great game. Well, you know, it
That was one of the games.
it was one of the games of all time.
All right, good luck next round.
Thanks, you too.
All right. There, Matthew had apparently already done the math, only drawing 11 vowels that game. Very, very hard to win a game when you're drawing that few vowels. And we sort of saw it as an object lesson. Yeah, vowels are kind of important in the game of Scrabble. But I think some interesting decisions from both players, and I was happy to have seen that game. What do you think, David?
Yeah, there was some interesting chatter there. I mean, they talked through most of the things that we'd already covered ourselves, and it was a very entertaining game. I'm sad that it came to an end a bit prematurely, and we didn't get to see them play out the last, I don't know, 5 or so moves without the threat of losing the game to either of them on the board, on the table rather. But yeah, the opening exchanges were really interesting, and yeah, for Matthew, it was one of those games where at some point during the game you're like, oh, all right, I see how it's going to be. And then you start hoping that you're going to draw even worse, because if you draw even worse, then you get an even better complaint at the end, because winning is off the table at this point, but you can get a pretty sweet complaint in at the end. And I know that feeling all too well. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. I've thought, if this goes bad enough, I'm going to get a huge amount of sympathy, from other players after the game. And of course, it never works that way, because at Scrabble tournaments, sympathy is kind of in low supply. Everybody's got their own little things to complain about. And so you mash them all together, and the net effect is basically no sympathy whatsoever. But at least when you upload the annotated game, people can see how badly it went for you. And there's some solace in that.
You like to have permanent proof of what happened.
Yeah, it's nice for Matthew to be able to go back to this game and say, look at where I exchanged 4 and still only drew 1 vowel. But so a rough stream debut for Matthew. We know what a good player he is. Currently rated over 2,000. Just didn't work out for him this game. Nice win for Ben. That will strengthen his early positioning in the standings. We're going to take a little bit of a break here while we get the next game set up. It looks like we're going to have Nitz Chugti versus Rob Rubinski, 2 players from sort of the North Virginia, D.C. area. I think they've played each other a bunch, so they're no strangers to each other. Nitz was in first place going into this game, and we don't know what her last result is, but she's certainly still at the top of the standings. So this is going to be a great game to watch. But we're going to take a break here. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble, the Word Cup 2026, brought to you by WGPO and Cons Coalition. And don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
Stay tuned.
All right, thanks everybody for sticking with us through that break. We are coming back at you live from the 2026 Word Cup, presented by WGPO, the Word Game Players Organization, and the Cons Coalition. WGPO, of course, reminding you to play often, play fair, and have fun. I feel like there's a bunch of players in this room who maybe aren't having as much fun as they wish to be, but it's a good reminder from the tagline of the organization. We are here to have fun. And I think we had a lot of fun watching the last game between Matthew Bernardina and Ben Schonbrun. We now have another game coming at you from the Cons division. Nitz Chugti, who was in first place going in today against a fellow DC area resident, Rob Rubinski. David, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm looking forward to seeing how these two play. I know that Rob is a longtime expert player, hovering around the 1900 2K mark, if I'm not mistaken. And Nitz is an up-and-coming expert. I think she's moved from Division 2 to Division 1 recently. I think I commented the other day that I'm pretty sure she's been working hard on her game. So I'm looking forward to see how these guys play. Do you know anything in particular about their games?
I've been playing Rob for a long time. He used to be actually a resident of Minnesota. So when I was an up-and-coming expert, he was sort of one of those local hotshots. So you're like always want to be able to be like, he's so good. How is he so good? I'll eventually be able to beat him. And then he moved away to DC, and so I don't get as many cracks at him as I wish I did. And Nitz, on the other hand, as you said, has had some very strong performances recently. She won Division 2 of Crescent City Cup back in January with a dominating 17-3 record and averaging 470 per game. She wasn't happy with that. She also dominated the Albany tournament with a 20-4 record, Division 2, also averaging 470 per game. And I think rightfully now duking it out with Division 1 players and proving that she belongs.
Yeah, well, she'll be looking to prove her medal here. I'm really looking forward to this one. By the way, does that mean that Wisconsin is nearby to Minnesota? Because I thought you said you were from Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yes. Yep. Wisconsin, Minnesota, right next to each other. Any other foreigners who don't know United States geography, you got your little lesson there. Both Midwest states. Players are ready to go. So we're going to cut over to the board here. We see Nitz with her customary headphones and coffee drink. Rob, relatively unadorned in comparison, other than some nifty tattoos there peeking out. It looks like Nitz to go first. I think this should be a great game.
All right, let's get the ball rolling. Do you draw your tiles one by one or all at once?
Never one by one. It's always something like 2-2-3 or 2-3-2 or 4-3.
Me too. Oh, this is what it's like when doves cry. She's drawn a Z to start, so that's a great start. And a V, I think VOW, but wait, I think you can play VOW off center here. What do you think about that?
Ooh, that is creative. I guess the problem with playing VOW off center is it's so non-standard that Rob immediately sniffs it out. But you also get the A hook. So maybe it offsets the V sort of prevents Rob from blocking both at once unless he goes through the V in some creative fashion. So no, maybe it's worth thinking about, definitely.
So I don't know how long you've been playing for, but this is close to a legendary rack from the World Championship final of Ganesh Asirvatham. You definitely know who that is, versus Nigel Richards. And Nigel had Vow, Jaii, to open, and everyone was thinking he'd played Jow, Jow, and he played Vow off center, and heads exploded across the entire room.
That does sound like a Nigel play, and that actually would be. I think if Nitz had pulled that off here, I think heads would have exploded part 2. Anybody who still had their head after that one would no longer have their head. But we see her going for a little bit of a more straightforward play of just a Vow. I think I like Vow a little bit better, but I think wise to keep the Z here. She was thinking about Wiz for a bit, but keeping the V here probably not a good move. So a Vow, I think, an okay play.
Yeah, Nitz has landed on the right conclusion that she shouldn't have played the Z off and she should have kept it on her rack, but she's made a pretty sizable mistake by playing off her A erroneously when the A functions actually very well with ZIN and could have been used to score a lot more points the next turn. And she's going to see that paid off this turn when, yeah, her rack is kind of inflexible now. For Rob, I think flaky, maybe, is looking kind of possible. Maybe something in that sort of direction. What do you see?
Yeah, the first thought I have is either flaky or flaky with an extra E after the K to unduplicate the E's, but I think you get more points this way, so I would just go for flaky. Maybe one other option would be playing Kef underneath of vowels, sort of setting up your Y with FY. That's maybe a bit marginal, but it'd be another way to go on this board.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Actually, oh man, this is a tough one. You know, yeah, the thing about Kef is, you know what? I'm kind of into that. I would need to spend a little more time looking at it. We might need a computer to tell us the answer because we're not going to get much time to look at it. Now we're on Nit's turn. She can't really make anything great here. I think it's going to be critical that she holds the line and doesn't play off her Z yet, which would be a mistake. I think something like simply LIS and a vowels, LINS and a vowels, something like that is going to be more than enough here. And just wait for the next turn. Don't do anything too crazy. Stay calm. What do you think?
Yeah, the Z or the Z as you're referring, we're going to have a war of dialects here. Is not very useful for Nitz on this turn. And I think, you know, as the game goes along, the Z just becomes more useful. So it's okay to just hold on to it for a little bit. She can't do much with it here. Her best option using the Z would just be Zins and a vowels. I think you absolutely can't make that play just because of where it puts the Z on the board next to a double word score. That would simply be off the table for that reason alone. And then not otherwise identifying any other useful way to play off the Z, you would be looking at getting rid of your duplicate S, your duplicate I, the L, with something like LIS.
Yeah, ZILL, Z-I-L-L, is the only effective way to get rid of the Z and score a bunch of points, but I think that would be a very misguided play. I don't know how it's going to perform in a sim, but I'm pretty sure the answer is not great. I think you need to just get rid of a few of your duplicates, get ready for the next turn. I think for Rob, he's going to have a hard time next turn. Even if ZIL comes down, that would actually work out quite nicely for him. So meanwhile, all he has right now is Feg, F-E-G, and F-Y, or maybe Gifty in the top left. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess we're just going to wait to see what she puts down. What do you think she's going to play?
Yeah, she is sort of thinking about the LI together. That maybe just LI and IF. Doesn't do a whole lot, but also doesn't telegraph that she has an S. Also, the S is really only useful for a vowels at this point, so she might be hesitant to use up the one productive S hook for just 16 points or whatever. And I think I understand that sentiment a little bit. If you're keeping S's, you want them to be useful on the board, and they become less useful after play like LIS and a vowels.
Yeah, there's some sound logic behind that, but unfortunately the way it plays out in real life is that this just doesn't really score enough, and it ends up that it's going to be quite a bad play. And I think now for Rob, he's going to get FEG and GIF, and then that's going to be met with Zaz. So, I mean, what she did well here is she held on to the Z, and she's going to score an easy 40 points for her next turn.
Yeah, I think the draw definitely had some upside where the Z would be more useful for her. And that I think that's a sort of a bit of wisdom that I'm telling players often is the high scoring tiles at the beginning of the game aren't that useful. If you're able to hold on to them for later, that's certainly a way to get more points out of them, in the end. And that's what we've seen it's doing here. As you said, David, Rob, with not a ton of options here, but something like just Feg to the left of LI looks pretty strong. If he wanted to score more points, he could do and I don't condone this, something like heft, HEFTE. I think after Nit's short play of LI, you probably don't want to put the H in space like that.
Definitely not. Alarm bells will be going off after LI. It would seem very likely that she has an S or some sort of bingo prone something or other. Now she's lining up Nazis, or probably going to play that, or Caesar or whatever. That seems to me like a little bit of a downgrade over just a 3-letter word, but I mean, it's pretty minor stuff here. So this looks as good as anything. We'll see what Rob draws. An N is definitely one of the best tiles to draw with HIET. So I think there's a pretty good chance he can turn this into a bingo.
Yeah, I think Nit's last turn, she might have wanted to play Caesar instead just to set up her second S. That would have a lot of upside compared to this play. I would definitely rather keep RS than NS, but if you can make your S exceptionally useful on the board, you want to take that opportunity when it comes up. But either way, Nit's scoring nicely with the Z, 45 points. And now Rob's got some thinking to do. He's getting kind of close to bingo letters, like playing off HT here and trying to hit a bingo immediately would be tempting, but I don't think he goes that route. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think the very straightforward play here is HET, making AHZE and IT, keeping RINT, which is relatively flexible. And then, yeah, for Nits, you can see now that, yeah, it's actually kind of similar to last game, where if you unnecessarily play one of your precious vowels, it can get ugly fast. And yeah, now she's dealing with a vowel deficit, and this next turn, probably not going to score a lot of points. Maybe GORL is not a word. I'm trying to make words on the fly here. Yeah, I don't know what she's going to do.
Yeah, I think for Nits, she's hoping that Rob like strings out some vowels that she can work with. And I think your suggestion, David, of just HET, a very bog standard play, 35 points, keeping INRT, which actually works pretty nicely with the open O of the vowels, which is sort of unlikely to get blocked. So there's actually some bingo possibilities down that middle column of the board, keeping a leaf like INRT. So I think he probably will. Yeah, I think he definitely has to address that spot to the right of Nazis. Any kind of, side play next to Nazis is going to be what he's looking for here.
Yeah, and also worth keeping in the back of your head, it's not the most relevant thing, but an M fits very neatly after Nazis, making Nazism, which would be a nice way to score an easy 30 points, potentially in a surprising late game twist. So we'll keep our eyes out for that. I think not really sure what Rob's spending so much time here on. Maybe he's looking for a bingo or something. I don't get it.
Yeah, he has 13 set up, just kind of mourning the fact that it doesn't play on the board. David, I'm looking up Nazism and I don't see it. Did that get like expurgated or something?
Really? Oh my god! I would have played that. I would have played that in a flash. Oh my god! Oh man! Wow! I got schooled. So can someone in the chat tell me, was that never a word? Because I would have played that really fast. Well, thanks for the lesson. Phew!
I think if you
playing that in real life.
If you play that against me, David, I think I don't even hold it. I just let it happen. It's your reputation at work.
Aura.
We are seeing in chat that perhaps Nazism was never a word. Maybe it's a capital N when used that way.
Whoops. I'll make sure to use a capital N when I say that word in future. I think now for Nits, she's going to be potentially looking at dreg and gel, or dregs and AHS, or oh man, I'm still kind of out of ideas here. I think dreg is the best thing I can see. I can't see an easy way to hang on to a vowel. Can you?
No, the only floating vowel that she can really work with is the O of a vowels, and I think she wants to keep that open to bingo through. I think drag is definitely the play here, and she spots it pretty quickly. There's no other play that scores any amount of points while also unduplicating the R's and getting rid of the G. So I think this is definitely the play for Nits.
Solid. Yeah, now for Rob, we see nitrous or turions, which plays through a D to make terdions or sternoid. And I don't think any of these 4 words fit on the board somehow. So now a very annoying situation for Rob. When you get this kind of rack, you're like, well, I deserve to bingo, but that's just not how it works. So I think he's going to be looking to get rid of his U, which is his worst letter, and potentially making some sort of overlap on the rightmost side of the board or on the leftmost side of the board. But I can't see anything quite yet. What about you?
Yeah, this is a tough turn. Indeed, none of his bingos, none of his 7-letter words fit on this board. And it feels very painful when a productive 7-letter rack just fails to get anywhere on the board. So he's going to probably spend a little bit of time mourning it. That's what I tend to do when I've got multiple 7s that don't play on the board. Then when I eventually come to my senses and start thinking about what play I'm actually going to make, that's when the fun begins. And I think here he definitely has to get rid of the U, but there's no effective way to just fish off a U other than just playing OU, which I don't think connects often enough to be worth it. I guess OU does take a T, R, and S, all letters that he has. So, but that's also only 2 points, and it's pretty obvious what you're doing with a play like OU. So I don't think I do that. Maybe I do something like Ruin, Ahi, and Zen. That would score decently, set up Zen for Zens, and maybe not get too precious about keeping like a really good 5-tile leave.
Yeah, that's actually what I had in mind here as well. Ruin and Zen looks good to me. I wouldn't want to over-focus on fishing. I think if you do insist on fishing, then yeah, YU is as good as anything. I think you could even persuade me that IN and Zen is viable, just keeping the U. I think ROUST is, if I'm remembering correctly, a surprisingly powerful leave. But this board isn't actually that conducive to bingos. So I'm okay with letting go of some of my good letters. And we know it's not a conducive board to bingos because Rob has 2 bingos on his rack and he can't put them down. Sometimes the logic really is that simple. What do you think Nitz is going to respond with? The first thing that jumps to my mind is muddlers. I'm certain that she's seen that. Yeah,
she's definitely going to get some bingo down. Something like Cerummel would also play making ITS. So if she sees both of those, it's kind of one of those situations where you can just sit back and relax because you know you're going to bingo. You can just take a little bit of time off to congratulate yourself on your good play finding and your good tile drawing. So yeah, she's definitely going to hit back with something. And even with the blank, she's demonstrated proficiency with blanks in the past, so no problem there. We do see Rob going for Ruin. I think, as you said, David, this is the right idea. Don't get too obsessed with immediately hitting a bingo on this board, and just make your high scoring play, keeping the S, keeping a decent 3-tile leave, hoping that you can again draw good letters that maybe bingo next turn.
Looks good to me. I'm thinking now that as well as muddlers, slumber and brewing is on the board. I think brewing is a word. I often confuse it with BROON, which is not a word. I don't know where I'm getting that from, but in any event, that would be a perfectly fine play for me. I think it's probably actually the best play, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
I think that's definitely an option. It's hard for me to say definitely that it's the best play. Slumber, I think, takes a Y for slumbery. Yes, it does.
Yes.
So there's
and
still
without the E as well, I think.
Yes,
slumbery without the
you
E,
can take out the E there. It means full of slumber, which maybe, David, you're feeling like as it gets later in Australia.
Hopefully soon, yeah. Also
so,
spelled slumberous, apparently.
Yep, some fun ways to describe your sleepy state there. But there is still one Y unseen, so I guess if I were in Nick's shoes, I wouldn't want to do that. Also, putting the S sort of 1 tile underneath a triple word score, you might get hit with a big Q play, like just Quate or something for 70 whatever. So I would be tempted by something like this, which doesn't expose a lot of new triple word scores. Cerummel doesn't take an S. And maybe play it a little bit safer, taking a good sized lead.
Bit too much fear here on this one for me. I would have just gone crazy and taken as many points as possible, but this is pretty reasonable. I don't see any problem with it. I think now for Rob, it's kind of awkward rack where unless there's a very high scoring play that I'm missing, he might just be pushed into playing something like drag or grad or I don't know what. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely the natural spot for him would be that R of Cerummel that he can score 24 points on. That's not great. You definitely would be looking to score more than 24 points on this turn, but there's really not much else for him to do. That's actually his highest scoring play would be something like Goad to the left of Dreg, Goad, keeping HST, which has good synergy, but maybe not synergy on this board with no available S hooks. So I would be tempted by something just like Grad, create a new lane for 8s ending in D on the right side of the board, keep some relatively synergistic letters, and hope that something good happens to me.
I think Goad looks pretty interesting to me. I think it's a perfectly viable play here. I'm going to point out someone in the chat noticed doesn't through ZEN was available, which would have been a sick play. Going to hand out a little quiz here. What's the longest word you can make that has dozen in it? DOZEN. I think someone in the chat will definitely come up with this. There's a very fancy word that has DOZEN in it. Drop it in the chat if you know what it means. Let us know while we wait to see. Will Rob play grad, drag, goad? I think those are the only real options here. And what do you think? What or this? Yeah, actually, I didn't see that, but this looks fine, but like a little bit of a worse option to me. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is 3 more points than something like drag or grad. So for that reason alone, it's worth considering. I would just be enamored with the synergy that the S and the H have together and not want to break it up. The DOST is fine, but it feels a little bit less fruitful than OHST. So, but maybe is it 3 points less fruitful? Those are the calculations that I struggle to make.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. DT works together remarkably poorly, despite the fact that they're low-scoring tiles that should ostensibly score a lot of bingos. I think this is a misjudgment from Rob. I think it would have been better off with the players I mentioned. Someone solved the quiz, by the way, in the chat. Privatdozent, I'm butchering this pronunciation. In German universities, a recognized teacher who is not a member of salaried staff. You can spell it with a C. That's a good extension for docent. Meanwhile, we're waiting on Nit to try and play off a couple of Bs somehow. Bibe, I don't know. Oh, she can finally use the Bruin hook somehow. Maybe?
That was advanced strategy from Nits to not use it last turn, knowing that she would draw both Bs and would be able to use it this turn. Yeah, definitely the Bruin hook is on the table. Something like Bribee, Bribee, would be a good way to get rid of most of your letters. That's 31 points. It does sort of set up the S for Bribees, but maybe you don't care too much about that. David, what do you think about that? Something else with Bruin or maybe something else entirely on this board?
Actually, I was kind of suggesting Bribee just as something that passed through my head, but I think it might actually just be the highest scoring move. I'm not worried about the S at all. What I do like is that we have an O for OB. I know this is a pretty small thing, but I like to have somewhere to play next turn. She's lining up OBE somewhere to, making OK and BY, and I think that's actually perfectly reasonable here. I don't really know what's better. I need to know the scores of the respective plays, rather. But BIER, even though it has a B in it, which is a typically bad letter, is probably pretty viable here. Another thing to get rid of these letters, BOMBE, I think it's kind of dessert, or maybe I'm just thinking of that specific usage of the word. But yeah, any of these plays look okay to me. What do you think Rob might do in response?
Yeah, this is a tough turn for Rob where he's drawn duplicate O's and duplicate T's. And I don't see anything off the top of my mind. Luckily, I've got Quackle telling me what to do. Maybe playing to the left of Dreg is an option here. He doesn't really have a lot of other places to go. with only two O's and an I, he has, very little flexibility to hit like to the left of OBE next to Ruin, for example, whereas the O's actually do go nicely next to Dreg. Something like Toot possibly would be playable here.
Yeah, Toot is the player that stands out to me as well. I think it's just a very inflexible rack. And if you turn one of what was he supposed to keep? Yeah, if you had a H instead of a D, things might be a little bit more flexible here. But now we're gonna have to play through this Drekish rack. Oh man, I shouldn't have said that word because now I can't remember if it's valid or not anymore. In a sidebar there, Toot I think is probably pretty straightforward here. I think coming back for Nits, she's looking for a T for Rabietic. Can't get it. Barik and Bok and Abai, maybe. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think she's going to have some options here. I guess Rob does have two T's. We'll see if he is stringing a T out in space, but not in a way that helps Nits specifically. This is a pretty aggressive play here, keeping ST. I think I'm okay with this. I would need to think about it more. David, what's your first thought on this?
Yeah, this is just a misjudgment. I think he either missed Toot in the top left, or I actually think he probably missed it, because I think if you see it, you line it up. But it's also possible that he had the thought that ST is probably maybe a slightly better leave than DIS, maybe. Scores a few less points, but it does open everything up, and he is actually behind in this game. I just think it's just a little too much, and I think that's going to give back Bardic, something like that. I assume the word Bardic, which is a standalone 6, is probably not in Nitz's word knowledge, but I think she'll be able to make something of the spot. Do you see anything there?
Yeah, I think assuming that Bardic is slightly out of range, and it's never somebody who's improving as fast as Nitz, you can never really be quite sure what their range is on word knowledge, because it's changing so fast that between one tournament and the next, or you just have no idea. And it's also, I think, it's sort of a word that's maybe in common usage, so you could infer it that way. Something like Bardic would be okay. Otherwise, maybe just something like a bid, ABID, playing a bit shorter. The CIRE goes well with the H of ARG. There's some maybe underrated eights possibility in that part of the board if you keep the C. So I'd be curious here if Nitz plays a bit shorter or plays longer. I think she's definitely going to do something with that D.
I've just noticed in the top right corner that Cabri plays as she's lining up Cabre, CABRIE. I think that is a lot of points, and for me, it would be too many points to turn down. The board is already crazy open, so I don't think you need to worry too much about opening it even further. And it's a Spanish antelope, for anyone that was wondering. It has a Spanish anagram. Drop that in the chat. It's a Spanish fish. Okay, whatever, guys. Yeah, for me, that's going to be the best play. I think she'll probably know this word. I think the question is whether she'll be ready to pull the trigger on Cabri or Bruin, if she's even seen the Bruin spot. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot happening here.
Yeah, and she has to weigh sort of the perceived danger of that D in the triple line. And certainly many players, I can't say if Nitz is one of these players for sure, but a lot of players sort of over fear letters like a D in a triple line when maybe they're not as bad. And you can, especially if you've got a 39-point play somewhere else, you can leave them open if you want to. The challenging thing about Cabri, CABRIE, am I getting that right? Is
perfect pronunciation.
You would probably know it as a 7, Cabris and Carbies, but would you know that one takes an IE and one is only a Y?
Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. I mean, I automatically knew that because I've played 1 billion trillion games of Scrabble and spent countless hours studying. But I think, yeah, someone who hasn't done that probably wouldn't be aware of that. And yeah, we see Cardi coming down, just Nitz basically running out of time. And then she just kind of had to put a word on the board. And yeah, this decision, there was just too much going on the board, and it probably was just maybe overwhelming. And then, yeah, then just had to put something down that scored some points, I guess. So yeah, that's how you end up with this one, I guess. For Rob now, Vex cast, he's going to be looking to get rid of his V and an X, but I'm actually not really seeing anything straight away. What about you?
He does have, it's like maybe a sneaky spot. You wouldn't expect this play to score as many points as it does, but he has exact, and it looks like he's going for it immediately. This is 48 points, setting up his S. So I think this is the perfect play for Rob here.
Well, it has one slight wart in that exact takes an A for exacta.
Oh, good point, yes.
Which is a bit dangerous, but yeah, 50 points is probably going to be too much to turn down unless there is something crazy available. But, you know, keeping a V, opening that huge spot, it can get bad, but it's going to be okay because Nitz drew very poorly. She's got Moby. Oh yeah, and Bruin. Yeah, that actually looks good. Actually, that looks great. Nice find.
Yeah, if she's got it set up, we're still not 100% that she knows the Bruin spot, but maybe she's going for it. This is 37 points. This is a perfect way to get out of these bad letters. Nicely spotted by Nitz.
Yeah, very good. That's going to get met with Jasp along the bottom right and exact. So this has been a great series of turns for Rob. He's going to take a 30-point lead. I'm pretty sure he's going to play JASP pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, there's nothing else really for him to do as long as he sees that spot in that word. And he certainly knows exactly what he was doing when he played exact. JASP is 78 points. If he wanted to get a little bit creative, he could just play JAP and exacta, but you can't turn down. That's a 27-point difference on a board where the S isn't doing a spectacular amount for you. So I think you just take the bingo size score here.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. I think we're going to see a very interesting decision for Nitz here with 3 E's, a W, and a Q, a bit of a mishmash, but a blank as well, good and bad tiles. The two obvious options to me are WEET in the top left of the board, scoring almost 30, I'm guessing. Or you could play off the E as well with ETWEE, ETWEE, which crazily enough has an anagram, WEETE, which, by the way, in case you're wondering, I think it's some form of the word no, K-N-O-W. Is that right? Yeah, you're nodding.
Yeah, that is correct.
Like wit, like to wit. Is that what that is?
Yes, it's some Shakespearean present tense of to wit.
Wow, top knowledge, man. I think, wheat in the top left. I think that's just too many points to turn down. Someone's pointed out EEEW. That's a nice find too. I didn't even think of that. But I think wheat is just the best of all worlds. Maybe drawing into Quelea on the left, trying to score 70 next turn. Just leaving that big bingo lane on the top open for yourself for a huge Q bingo, which could end the game immediately if you luck into it.
Yeah, and I think now that I'm looking at this a bit more, Nitz might just want to play off EEW, keeping the T because there's a huge spot for QAT above Moby if she can draw one of the 3 remaining A's. So maybe looking at EEW next to exacta, or sorry, exacts. That is 34 points.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally missed that. That's easily best. Yeah, EEW there is really straightforward. That would be a great play if she finds it.
And I think maybe the board is doing her some favors here in that she doesn't really have a spot to get rid of the Q unless she wants to just do QI. So she's certainly, I'm at risk of making plays like this where I see the Q with the blank and my immediate thought is, well, I want a bingo soon. So first order of business, get rid of the Q. I'll do it by any means necessary. Mm-hmm. I think here with the QAT available plus 2 U's unseen, it's totally okay to just keep the Q.
Yeah, Q and blank work great together, as do all high-scoring tiles work together well with a blank. We see her play wheat here, which is a bit of a sort of middle-of-the-road play. Misses the benefit of some of the best plays. but it misses the disbenefit of some of the worst players, just like playing the queue off for nothing. So this looks all right enough to me. I think for Rob, DEY maybe, and across the bottom right of the board, something like that, or do you see anything else?
So the spot where Nitz just had EEW, Rob could play like DEY, for example, for 36 points. That's an option here. This game is really close. We haven't been talking about the score very much. Rob's only up by 7 here. So rather than immediately, whoa, good draw for Nitz. We'll get back to that shortly. But with Rob only holding a small lead, I think he just probably goes for points when they're available to him here, not doing anything else to obstruct the board.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis. Just take as many points as possible. If DEY is one of the higher scoring players available right now, I'm perfectly fine with that. And it keeps, well, not the best letters in the world, but they're definitely good enough. Nitz is drawn into a monster rack right now. This is one of the best racks you can have in Scrabble. Your average score could be like upwards of 90. I'm not sure she'll actually be able to score that much here, but she's definitely got bingos, equators.
I think she would have opacist, right?
Opacist. Hang on.
From the O of avows.
Oh yeah,
That's
that'll
been
do.
sitting there
Yep.
the whole game.
Yep, that's definitely going to work. I've been ignoring all the people in the chat and then you who've been saying that. But yeah, opacist would be a difficult find, but I think she's capable.
Yeah, I think her recent tournament results prove that she's more than capable of finding words like that. We see Rob going a different tactic here, maybe going for Vide here. I mean, this is all right, 31 points. It's only a fewer points than DEY, which we mentioned, and gets rid of the V. Doesn't really give anything back to your opponent. And the Y may be a bit more flexible of a scoring tile than the V. So I think this is totally okay from Rob's POV.
Yeah, it looks perfectly fine to me. It scores quite a lot, and it keeps maybe a slightly better leave. Yeah, she found it very, very nice. Starting with an O, by the way, is harder than it looks. Not many words in Scrabble, or in English rather, start with O. So it's kind of unnatural to look there, which is why I missed it in the first place. And this is a really, really good find. This is going to make it pretty hard for Rob to get back in here. This is about to get interesting to see what he comes up with.
Yeah, that's a great play by Nitz. Good find, and exactly what she needed to do on that turn. Her other bingos didn't score nearly as much. This is 101 points, and it leaves Rob with very little upside for getting a bingo down on this board, facing a 63-point deficit. It's going to be hard for him to come back to this from this one. But he does, this is crazy, something only Quackle could tell me. He does have a crazy scoring play through the H of arg. It's a word we use often in Scrabble. Scoring 42. That I think would be his way of trying to get back in this one. But maybe he would need to actually just go for bingo rather than scoring 40 points. Maybe he never actually wins if he only scores 40 this turn. What do you think, David?
Yeah, well, he needs to accomplish two things at once. He needs to threaten a game-winning play and also score enough for that game-winning play to be a winner. I mean, one of the things that immediately occurs to me here is that he could play off a Y and try and draw for something crazy like diaphone. But with 3 N's in the bag, the first thing I'd be thinking of is how can I draw an N and also win this game? I don't think it's going to involve keeping the Y. I don't think we're going to be able to outscore Nitz without playing a bingo. So my focus right now will be to go all in on threatening a bingo, not necessarily getting a bingo, but threatening a bingo that will stop her in her tracks enough to get over the line with the score. Do you see any way to do that?
Yeah, it's really hard to do this if you're Rob. Really, maybe the only way to achieve this is playing something to the left of Utid to find, like, open up that last little bit of the board where you could actually put 7 tiles down in a row. But you also then are maybe also wanting to draw something ending in the C of Cardi. You maybe identify some ick bingo that you can draw, and maybe that's your path forward. But other than that, there's not a place on this board. They've kind of exhausted the board to the point where there's nowhere else for Rob to even put 7 letters in a row in a valid configuration.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. The way the game has played out, well, I don't have the word nomenclature for this type of board geometry, but is that right? All of the corners of the board have been accessed, which makes it very hard to fit a bingo anywhere, because there's just tiles. There's a lot of clutter over the board, essentially, which means the way it's played out, the only massive open space is on the left side of the board, where you can end a long word in a C, or, as you rightly pointed out, play something along the left side of Utud, which would be a very big ask. Or maybe a 9 through the T and the E, or maybe something crazy through the H. But he's just putting down honey, which, yeah, maybe trying to draw for Io Panoic or something like that.
Yeah, I think that this is a play where you just take the points that are available, and you hope that maybe Nitz isn't aware enough of the board state to make an aggressive blocking play. And it is also maybe true that if she scores too few points, maybe there's a way that Rob outscores on this board. But again, with what's unseen, I don't think he's outscoring without a bingo. So we'll see what Nitz's response is here. I think she's going to take some time on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to be aware that she's, I mean, not lucky, but she's drawn 2 vowels, which is enough. He's drawn planaria, by the way. She's drawn 2 vowels, which is enough to get her out of trouble and be able to play words. But if she'd only drawn 1 vowel or 0 vowels, this can become very, very complicated for her very, very quickly, while trying to block and simultaneously, score enough to get over the line. Now, I think something like Doit, I hope I'm pronouncing that perfectly, DOIT, it just scores too much to be overcame by anything, basically. But she does need to address that spot, or he's going to get planaria down and win this game.
Yeah, that would be a huge turn of events here if Nitz just leaves that spot alone. I'm sure she's aware of the board geometry enough to know that, 1, Rob needs a bingo to win, and 2, there's only really one area of the board where a bingo could go down. If I'm Nitz here, I'm looking at the unseen pool, and I would have a little bit of a panic attack wondering if planuric is a word, planuria is a word. Most of those urinary disorders take an IC, but not planuria. But I would be specifically blocking something like planuria, also, as you mentioned, David, planaria.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just realized through what you're saying that, yeah, indeed, planuria is also a word, if I'm not mistaken. And it is I didn't know that it's a urine disorder. Planaria is a type of worm, takes an N on the end. I'm going to look up some worm pics after this game. But for now, the goal for Nitz is really simple. It's, don't lose. And how do you not lose is, as you said, score enough and don't let my opponent score too much. That said, though, with the bright lights of the stream, or lots of things going on at once, mistakes can happen, and I'm definitely no stranger to that.
Yeah, this would be a situation where, especially if you don't recognize that there are actually bingos available, or maybe there's even just the one bingo available. I don't know if Rob is threatening anything else from its POV. If you don't realize that there's any threats at all, you might just decide to play somewhere else. And I'm paranoid, so I wouldn't do that. But some players are not paranoid, and they might do that.
I think most, one of the nice things about it's funny. The less you know, the more you have to be scared of. Because if you know everything and you look and you see nothing, then you're like, well, there's nothing there. I don't need to block. So you could end up making a mistake. But if you don't know what's unseen to you, if you don't know planaria, planuria, all these things, then you're like, well, there could be something there. So I'm just going to block just in case. So in this case, I think it actually might even be better to not know these words and just know that I need to not lose this game, so I need to block. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Like if you think you know all the words, there's some hubris that comes along with that, where you think, yes, I've fully identified every threat on the board. And since I've identified that there's no threats, I can ignore, the opening that's there. Where exactly as you said, David, if you don't know everything, there could be some mystery word deep in the dictionary that you've never seen before that you could get hit with, and you literally have no idea whether it's possible or not. And so in a situation like this, you remove the factor of the unknown mystery bingo that you've never seen in your life by just playing something like Doit or Do It, however we're pronouncing that.
Yeah, well, we'll see what she comes up. Sorry, I'm just giggling along at the definition of planuria. That is a ridiculous word. What is that?
I'm reading it now.
What is Doit? Doit is Dutch, so I'm definitely pronouncing that completely wrong. Also can be spelled Dodken, Doitken, or Do It. Oh, if it's pronounced Do It, I know UI in Dutch is OU in English, so it's probably pronounced doubt. Maybe someone in the chat can tell me. It's a Dutch coin.
Yeah, I wonder if Nitz is thinking about, it was mentioned in chat, plays to the left of Utid, which wouldn't address the C, but would in fact address planaria. That would be maybe I guess from my perspective, a slight inaccuracy just because I wouldn't know that planuric is not a word. I would assume that it is.
Yeah.
But in this case, she goes for torn. This is going to do what she needs to do.
That'll be just about enough to get her over the line in an upset win here, and very well played to her.
Yeah, that gives her looks like a 34-point lead. Is there still hope for Rob here if he plays something like Nipa or Lipa to the right of Opacus? That's 27. Gets him pretty close, and I don't think where's Nitz going after this?
My feeling is that he doesn't have quite enough to get over the line here. I think this is just a little bit too little too late. She'll just play for 20 somewhere. It doesn't even matter where, and that'll just be enough to pull her over.
Yeah, she does have like something like OUD to the left of Torn for just 16 points or whatever. I think should be enough unless Rob has like some crazy secret spot for ANR that I'm not seeing. I guess this is the benefit of Quackle. I could play it out a little bit and see.
Nah, he's going to need more than 25 to win this one. He'll need like a serious 40-point play here. And I'm fairly sure that that's not viable for him right now. But he's definitely going to take the last 2 minutes checking out if it is on the table.
Yeah, I think Nitz can make things easier for herself if she spots that Cardi takes an O, which hasn't really come up yet. But lots of her sort of endgame plays involve making Cardi. Whereas something like OUD actually does leave you vulnerable to high-scoring plays to the left of that. So Rob's only got a minute and a half left to figure this out. That's not enough time to do all these endgame calculations. So he might just have to take the points where he sees them.
I mean, it is fairly often that the highest scoring play is just the best play anyway. So, I think Nipa would be probably as good as anything. I guess PAIL, Pale is something else that's jumping to mind, or play. And I mean, it doesn't matter. I think he knows that he can't really win this. He's probably desperately trying to come up with some magic way to make it happen. But I don't think it's on. Yeah,
and he definitely has to, if he wants any chance to win at all, he has to play next to the Q, because Nitz has quad or quid coming back just for way too many points. He's never withstanding Nitz playing from the Q of Opacus. So it would have to start with something like Lipa. Might have Rip going. Let's see how Rip.
Mobier, and try and force a draw, offer a draw.
Oh, yeah, just play something that you know is not a word and cause Nits to have some kind of panic attack.
Meltdown. Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, it never occurred to me that Moby took an R. Oh no, and then panic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no such thing happening here. He's going to be sensible and just save his spread. And now, yeah, she'll play Ood, as you mentioned. It's or DUI at the bottom left, or whatever it is she feels like.
Safe play is at the top right above Moby, just DON.
Yeah.
Doesn't really give
Yeah, that
anything
works.
back. I think she wins by like 9 or something after a play like this. Because it is only a 7-point game. She still has to be careful. She does have
Yeah.
to look at the board and figure out if Rob has some plan for A and R that she doesn't realize. I mean, we can see pretty straightforward that there's not like a QIN play that's going to damage her too much. Although
Yeah.
maybe she has to be careful. If she plays Don, does she go out after AN from Rob, QIN? Yeah, she gets 2E in 2 spots TUI. So I think she's still okay after that.
Yeah, that thought crossed my mind as well. Yeah, she plays Ood for a couple less points. That looks as good as anything to me. At this point, it's not really about playing the best move. It's about playing a move that wins the game. And yeah, she's successfully sewn this up.
Yeah,
This was an enjoyable match.
Yeah, great game. 406 to 399. We can go to the overhead mic here.
$399 and 406. Wow. GP.
I don't know if there was a better sequence that might have gotten me a few more points, but didn't have enough time to keep looking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I messed up. So I saw that you could have Thenoria here.
I did.
Yeah, you did have Thenoria?
Ran and Viper. So Planaria today.
Okay, I thought it was with a U. Thenoria.
No. Oh.
So I wanted to block that, but I wasn't sure if you had something to see. I didn't see anything. Because I was like, if I do NOTT, then you have Lanarian, and I was like, ah, shit. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Planaria, you are correct. But
Okay.
Planaria with the 3 A's is what I had.
Oh, is that good? Okay.
So
Well,
I think
today I
it's
learned.
it's a flatworm, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if there was a sequence alongside there.
Yeah.
I mean, if I save the P, I just don't know if I score enough.
I
I
wasn't
mean,
sure
maybe
if
if I
there
do
was.
pan.
I don't
was running
know.
out of time.
Yeah.
I had to block the plot.
Yeah. Yeah. It scores a lot. This is. I mean, yeah. Maybe there's something better here. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to play there first. Yikes! End games.
Because like I need to play 4 and then leave a spot. P,
Yeah.
but it still might not be enough
I honestly
because
didn't see this coming.
I'm losing points for the P. So it's like I lose points on the first turn, and I don't know if I make up enough unless I can set up like lap or something.
That's kind of why I didn't want to do that. I was thinking it's like prawn or something, but I wasn't sure if you had something here. Like if you put the P here. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, okay, wait. What do you think about? So my opening rack is a vowel keeping. I already forgot. Keeping ZIN. Would you just play? Would you play off the Z or would you play off the vowel?
I think that was fine. You could even consider just playing that.
Yeah, there's a lot of A's out, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, I could just have it for next time. Yeah.
I mean, like the ZA gives you so many opportunities to score as a response.
I ended up having to play for 9 next turn because I didn't draw anything with the Z. Yeah.
I couldn't quite get the racks put together.
This
At
was,
least
yeah.
not that I saw. Always possible I missed.
When you put exact down, I'm like, God damn it, because I didn't have any hooks for this. It's so annoying.
All right, we got some some good conversation there between two players who have played each other a bunch. Congratulations to Nitz on the victory. Very close game, just a 7-point game. David, I think that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that. Nitz and Rob Rabinski, flatworm expert, he actually played that game really solidly. And she played well. She made some big finds as well. Opekist from a Central O is really nice, actually. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tracking the rest of the tournament. Unfortunately, I'm going to be leaving you guys, but thanks very much for having me.
It was a pleasure doing commentary with you, David.
Likewise.
You're going to get some sleep after this, but maybe you can stay up for the third game because we've got a good one coming up. We've got Brian Bowman versus the one, the only Will Anderson. I think there's always a bunch of Will Anderson fanatics in the chat. They're probably very happy to hear me say that name. Yeah, I think we can both count ourselves among the Will Anderson fanatics. If you're not watching Wanderer 15 on YouTube, your life is not as rich as it could be. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, indeed.
So we're going to take a quick break to get the next game ready to go. Again, Will Anderson versus Brian Bowman. But David, once again, it was great having you on for these two games. Anything else you want to say to the viewers before you log off?
No, thanks everyone for tuning in. I've really enjoyed commentating these few games. And Charles, it's going to be really good to listen to you for the rest of your commentary stint in this tournament.
Yep. Yeah, we've got one more game of Collins before lunch and then 4 games of WoW, which I'm also doing this afternoon. We'll see if I can remove all those 2-letter words from my head. But we're going to cut to break here. You're watching 2026 World Cup brought to you by WGPO and Collins Coalition. We've got Heidi Robertson coming on the mic for the next game. Don't go anywhere. A lot more great Scrabble to come.
Peace.
Welcome back, everybody, to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2026 Word Cup presented by WGPO and the Collins Coalition. Once again, I am Charles Reinke, joined by, we just had a quick commentator change, now joined by Heidi Robertson. Heidi, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. It's always hard to follow David's commentary, but yeah, I'm very, very happy to be commentating with you. I think this is the first time we're doing it together, although we've both been in the booth a number of times. So this is going to be really awesome. And obviously, I would like super enjoy your commentary. So it's going to be fun.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Yes, I am indeed looking forward to it. And we do have a great game for everybody coming up. The last game today from the Collins Lexicon will be Will Anderson versus Brian Bowman. Brian Bowman, close to my heart, a fellow Midwestern Collins expert, sort of operating in a space where there's not too many of us. So I'm always rooting for him. But then, of course, the Scrabble content creator prodigy, Will Anderson, hard not to root for him as well. Heidi, are you rooting for anybody in this match? Are you a big Will Anderson viewer?
Obviously, yeah. I mean, I don't actually know. I don't think I've ever met Brian Bowman. So, I mean, and I'm super good friends with Will. So, yeah, obviously I'm rooting for him. But, and also, you know, he's a really awesome player, as everybody knows. But I don't think he's won a major in a while since he won the big championship a while back. So, yeah, it'll be fun to see him win again.
He does have a little bit of a tournament win drought coming, sort of ongoing right now. He always comes close, but never quite gets over the hump. Meanwhile, Brian, in his own right, has consistently maintained a 1900, 2000 rating, you know, for over a decade of playing Collins tournaments. So he's no slouch either. Two very high-powered players about to go head-to-head. Maybe Will the slight advantage just because he is, you know, certainly I would put him in the top 10 players in the world. But we see it time and time again in these games that anybody can upset anybody. And Brian is definitely a player who is poised to beat a giant like Will Anderson.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know he's a super good player too. So, I mean, I haven't met him, but I've certainly seen him play, I think, on a couple of the Let's Play Scrabble streams. So I'm looking forward to a good one. I hope it's competitive, and I hope it's a great game.
Looks like players are just getting set up here, so we've got a little bit more time to kill. We can give a quick standings update while we wait. So we did see Nitz win her last game on stream. She is now 7-2 in second place to none other than Will Anderson, who is in first place also at 7-2, holding a considerably larger spread of positive 762. So Will in really good shape at the beginning of this tournament. But still tons of games left to play. So standings change quickly at the start of these tournaments. Anything can happen.
Yeah, we've seen this before, Charles, where people get a super good start right at the start of a tournament, and then, you know, the luck fails to go your way throughout the tournament. And so I hope I'm not jinxing it by saying it, but it's always so hard when you start at the top and then go to the bottom. Much worse than starting at the bottom and getting back into the top. So yeah, I really hope I didn't jinx anything. I hope he's going to actually carry his luck throughout the rest of the tournament. Nick, too, just freaking amazing to watch her soaring like this. So, oh my God, this tournament's so exciting to me.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a great Word Cup, as they usually are. And you make a very good point, Heidi. The challenge of starting a tournament like this with a good record is then eventually the pairings catch up to you, and you just have to play good players for the rest of the tournament. And so that's Will's fate going forward here. And we see they are underway here. Will to go first, drawing ADELORY. That's looks close to some bingos possibly, but not actually yielding anything here. I would definitely, if I'm Will, I need to hit that Y in one of those double letter scores. Score 28 points or something. Heidi, does anything jump to mind for you?
I think Yodel probably is a good choice. Would you play Yodel or Yodeler here? I mean, I like Yodel, but Yodeler is an option.
Yeah, I think the extra 2 points you get from Yodeler are nice, but it's also really nice to have that hook in reserve for next turn, possibly bingoing with it. And I do like the leave of AR better than just A by itself. So I would like Yodel here. We also see Will maybe thinking about a different tactic entirely, starting short with something like YO, just keeping the most synergistic bingo leave possible. That's, I think, also under consideration. It's just really hard for me to turn down the 26 points you get from Yodel. And
Right.
we do see him turn it down.
Quite interesting. And this looks a little bit, I mean, in Collins too, when you have all those hooks to Y, this looks a little bit scary to me, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you are counting on a good draw, but also it really limits your opponent's responses coming back if they don't have a bingo. Like the most that you could expect your opponent to score after a play like YO is maybe just like 18 or 20 or even less. And we see Brian with, rather inflexible letters. Got duplicate A's, duplicate T's in addition to the U. Heidi, if I'm Brian here, I just try to play Tau somewhere, and it does play for 12 points. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I would do that pretty quickly here. Not much to think about. Get rid of the second A, get rid of the U, get rid of the second T. Like, it's perfect. I mean, you'd love to score more, but you can't really on this board. So, yeah.
Yeah, nice thing about Tau is it doesn't really give anything back to Will. It actually takes a 2-point lead despite only scoring 12 points, just because Will's first play also didn't score very much. And so if you're Brian, you're thinking, well, if Will didn't hit on his bingo, he's going to really struggle this time. And we do see that Will has hit on a 7-letter word, actually multiple 7-letter words that do play. So unfortunately for Brian, looks like Will's going to get the first bingo down. Head rail, predial. Actually, in Collins, that's pronounced pre-dial because it does take an S, means to dial beforehand. And lip read all play in various places. So Will's just going to have to do some thinking here to figure out which bingo he wants to put down.
Right. It was funny before we saw that. I was going to say, like, the other good thing about Tau for Brian is that he kept the T for tot or something, so he could back hook it if he needed to. But yeah, no, I think Will's bingo's going to fit all underlaps under Tau. So we'll see if it. I mean, obviously tot will still play, but.
Yeah, he should be able to find these. In fact, it's not even just a matter of he should be able to. He will find them because he's Will Anderson, of course. But something like lip read underneath Tau, making TI and Yap and such, that is his highest scoring bingo with 79 points. It will give back a bingo for Brian, who has, he was keeping AELT and drew ligated and tagled. So it looks like Will probably be yielding a bingo back to Brian if he takes his highest scoring option. And I don't know if there's any reason to, if you're Will, to do anything else other than those underlaps under Tau. I think that's just what he's going to do, and we see him going for it.
Yeah, looks good.
So nice play from Will, getting 79 points. That gives him a nice size lead. He's about to commit it. It takes a while to score up these plays just because they're so complicated.
Yeah.
I screw that up more often than I like to admit. Even these expert players are prone to mathematical errors of that sort. So Will, in any case, Will getting the bingo down. And actually now Brian does have ligated, which he's spotted. He also has a new spot under lip read, which gives him tagled. So if he's sure of the anagram, I think we probably see tagled come down. Heidi, would you be worried about that D in the triple line, or you don't care if you want the extra points?
Well, I would initially be worried, but it's 10 extra points after I counted it up if I was to do so, which I don't always do in game. But if I counted it, I think the 10 extra points would be worth it. And Will's just been good, so his rack is random. And I think I take a little bit of David's advice there to not be paranoid. So yeah, I definitely take the points here.
Yeah, I think 10 extra points, too much to turn down. We see Brian coming to the same conclusion, getting tagled down for just one fewer point than lip read was. So that gives him a 1-point lead, 89-90. Will has drawn 3 S's. That's not really, you like S's, but not as many as 3 at once. You would prefer them one at a time, sort of drip fed onto your rack.
Yes.
And that doesn't really give him a natural play from the D, but I think that E of tagled will probably yield some points here. Heidi, do you think maybe verso, or sticking the S on for versos, something else entirely?
Yeah, so I'm not really good with S's, and I wouldn't know here if I should play versos or verso, and I probably would err on the side of not playing it, which I think often is wrong.
Yeah, like those Latin words that also could be Italian. You never are quite sure if they're good or how they pluralize. And it's easy for us to sit here with Quackle and Ziziva and all those things
Yeah.
and, instantly know whether a word's good or not. But something like verso, you would think, does verso even take an S? Is it an interjection? Is it like one of those weird Latin words that doesn't take an S? Does Versailles a word, VRSI? It's not, but that would occur to me. We see Will setting up verso on his rack. If he is confident that it takes an S, I think this is a great play because he holds 2 of the remaining S's. There's only 1 unseen to him plus 2 blanks. So he's kind of in commanding position to take that hook if he's confident that it does in fact take an S.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he would be confident.
Yep, he's going for it. It does take an S, so that's good news for him. That gives him sort of a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of getting rid of all these S's, because now there is a natural spot for him to play his second of 2 S's. But we're going back to Brian now, who has drawn a rack that looks kind of similar to the letters that he had previous turn. He's got that G and the L and the I and the E. This time he's not going to bingo. The 2 I's are really doing some damage here. Heidi, do you just fish here maybe? I don't see a good longer play that he can make.
I don't know. What do you think about girly? Like if the verso play, if you're worried that Will's going to take that spot next turn, maybe you want to open up another place where you can score a lot? Or does it just, do you feel like you should keep the bingo-y tiles together? Maybe blowing up the rack is good. Go for a blank and, I don't know, hope to hit.
Yeah, I think on this board, it gets more tempting to play long just because if you did a short play like GI underneath Tagled, again, making GI a second time, that blocks the S for 8s. And then you're fishing with AEILR on a board where, unless you're starting with an L for Lauer, your bingo is probably not going to play. Whereas something like Girly, just says, well, Will open to triple, I can open to triple too. And then, when he uses his S on versos, then I get the G of Girly. So I'm actually kind of liking Girly here just because the fish seems like it doesn't work out very often.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of a close call. We see Brian kind of thinking, well, maybe GI is still worth it.
Which is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I think that this is certainly like the equity play, so to speak. It maximizes score and leave in a way that Girly doesn't really. And also Girly probably sets up plays on that triple letter score maybe a bit more often than you want to. If Will doesn't have an S, if he just played verso because he needed to clear off some letters, the board's bad for him. But we see he's drawn exactly what he needed to his leave of SSY and immediately finds Ecdysis.
Crazy. 101 points for that.
That is a great find by Will. Of course, since it's Will, is any find really a great find? It's really just an expected find. But I would say I think I still believe that this is a play that requires some deep word knowledge and also some creativity in arranging the letters in what appears to be an utterly random order.
Yeah.
So nice play by Will.
That was super impressive. So fast too. But yeah, to your point about you were talking about whether verso was just getting letters off your rack or whatever. Those letters I think are too nice for it to not be an S setup.
Yeah, that's probably true. You would come up with something else to retain your S on a play like verso, unless you literally didn't have any other vowels or some weird situation like that. But now we see Brian, that's really juicy, but the 2 vowel draw into a leave that already had 3 vowels. He was sort of he was vulnerable to bad draws like that, and that's exactly what happened to him here. I think he probably just has to fish again, even though you really hate to get in that pattern of just fishing with these marginal leaves.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think about Evo? just dropping E and O here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd like to get rid of more vowels. I don't know.
Yeah, and we see actually Brian is indeed trying to get rid of more vowels with a play of aloe, which also scores a little bit more, gives you a lane for A through the A. Downside of aloe is gets rid of the L for lower, which is sort of the sneaky bingo spot on this board that you would need if Ecdysis, the spot above Ecdysis, got blocked. So
Right.
kind of a downside there, but I and also playing a little bit longer, not committing so hard to the immediate bingo fish with something like Evo. So I think a good idea from Brian, but I would have really just
Oh,
wanted
no.
to keep that L. Ooh,
Oh. We don't want to see WU together very often. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a draw.
yeah, not the letters that Brian wanted to see. He's facing a 100-point deficit, and we do know that Will is going to bingo again. Unfortunately, Heidi, this might turn into a runaway relatively
Yeah.
quickly. Well, I'm sure we'll find something to talk about. It's Will Anderson after all.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think he does have that new A of aloe does give him an 80-point bingo of Fontanelle, but I would actually be really surprised if he goes for that just because it makes the top of the board a lot more accessible than it currently is. I would very much expect something like non-self to come down, making FE on top of Ecdysis. Yeah, it does open up the triple word score a little bit. You sacrifice 6 points, but you're not giving Brian, free real estate to hit a bingo. What are your
Right.
thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. Like my initial thought was like, why wouldn't you just play Fontanelle right away? But yeah, that's a good point. You just want to, when you're ahead, just keep it nice and tight. So for sure, non-self looks great here.
And Will has spotted it. I've been hyping up Aerolith a bit recently. We'll hype it up again just because it has a feature called blank bingos where it gives you practice on finding 7 and 8 letter words with blanks. And I can say from firsthand experience that Will is just second to none or almost second to none when it comes to finding blank bingos. The blank doesn't phase him at all is what I'm trying to say. Some of us, get the blank and we spend a lot of time iterating and then we still miss a bunch of things. Will's not that player. Will is the player that, spots these words immediately. And then it just becomes, determining the best play based on its merits rather than struggling with the blank itself. And really the time saving that you get from being so proficient with blanks, I don't think can be understated because players will kill so much time with blanks just trying to find their options.
Yeah.
And Will just gets to find the options quickly and then, proceed playing the game like normal. So no surprise that Will has already found non-self. He's already found Fontanelle. He probably found non-fuel as well. I'm sure he spotted everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that for sure is one of my biggest problems is when I get the blank and then there's too many options, especially like if you have a good rack with a blank, there's so many options that it's overwhelming. And then I just, shut down, get paralyzed and spend like 10 minutes on my clock or whatever. It's so embarrassing when that happens. And your brain, you're trying to tell yourself, just play something, anything, just play something, anything. And you can't. It's crazy.
And Will did spend some time there. I think it was worth considering the merits of these plays. Decides to go for non-self. I think I misspoke. This is only a 3-point sacrifice over Fontanelle. So really not much on the scoreboard. And at this point, the what you're doing to the board is a lot more important than just the 3 points you get from Fontanelle. So nice play by Will, giving him a 170-point lead. And as you sort of were unable to avoid reacting to as Brian drew his tiles, and I certainly had the same visceral reaction to 2 W's, a U. That's not what you want to see when you're trying to get a bingo down.
No. Oh, what is he going to do here? You can't get rid of you can't get rid of all the garbage together. So what are you prioritizing here?
Yeah, it's looking at, the list of plays that's available to him. Brian doesn't even have a play that gets rid of WU effectively. So he's basically, unless he exchanges, which I don't think he should exchange, but an exchange certainly would be, mentally justified here, just to be able to move on from all these letters. But assuming he doesn't exchange, there's not a way to get rid of WU together, which means he's faced with another turn of having those same letters staring at him, another turn where you're probably not bingoing. But he does have plays like WHIR, available for 32 under Allo. That's, keeping EUW on a board that's pretty toast. But you do need to keep the scoring pressure up if you want to have any hope of winning this game at all. So I think he's going to have to do something like that. And he does have it set up on his rack.
Yeah, that looks reasonable. 32 points is a lot. You hate keeping UW together, but sometimes you just have to and hope you get some miracle, unwired bingo or something.
Yeah, there's still a blank unseen, so there's still a little bit of life for Brian, but the way he maintains that life is by scoring points now, and so something like Word definitely does that job nicely for him. The second W he keeps also has a little bit of hope opening up the board if he can make a play with YOW, like if he just does something like EW next turn, which wouldn't score very much, but basically forces the top of the board open. That would be.
Sorry to cut you off. It looks like he's considering doing that now, or was maybe just playing few right now to open the board.
Yeah, I guess he is thinking about WHEW and YOW. That is an option. It doesn't score as much. It scores 9 fewer. It looks like. The downside of WHEW is it doesn't immediately really give you a ton of bingo space. Like you would need to hit a specific bingo to the side of Woo to make it work. And the W and H floaters also probably aren't going to rescue you. Also, the downside is that with the W in that spot, 5-letter words hitting the triple word score and the double letter score could be really damaging. So there's some downsides there, but the obvious upside is, well, I don't have to have WU next turn because I played both my Ws.
Right.
So it's tempting. I think I would take the points here and just try to do something with the W next turn. But it could go either way. Maybe he's also thinking about. I can't tell where he's thinking about Hugh, HEW, possibly underneath.
Oh, now he's thinking to set up, maybe.
Yeah, either thinking
it.
on self or thinking of setting up his W by playing YOW and HEW. Downside of that play is you're keeping WIRU, which has to be one of the worst 4-tile combinations in the game.
Yeah, no,
It's so brutal. That's almost never going to work out. You could draw unwired, miracle out of the bag.
Yeah.
But it's, I think, too much of a point and leave sacrifice, maybe a little bit too creative.
Yeah. He's really struggling with this one, and it sucks when you have racks like this because nothing's really obvious what you should do, and none of the options are that great. And so I think is like, it's a lot of points. Just play it and hope for the best, like you say. He had it set up. He went away from it. He came back to it, and now he's gone away from it again. But hopefully he'll get back there and just play it, which it looks like he's doing.
Yeah, this is definitely a frustrating turn, being down by 170, having drawn letters this bad. Like this, if ever it's a good time to get into a bad mental space, or a justified time to get into a bad mental space, it would be times like this, and that can kind of cloud your thinking a little bit, especially if you're on stream and you're like, man, I wish I was doing better on stream. And we know Brian is perfectly capable of playing great games on stream, and just the letters aren't cooperating with him this time around. But you do have to try to overcome sort of the negative aspects of this game in particular and just go for something. He is going for Hugh, which is his highest score. That's 34 points. Maybe, playing a little bit of defense against Will, who could possibly have something big scoring under their next turn.
Right.
But again, keeping WU, I think the only way this works out is if you immediately draw unwired and yod.
Yeah. I didn't actually notice that scored so much. I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, that's 34 points. That's 34 points. Awesome.
Downside of this play is it does create a new scoring spot above non-self with that OW short of the double word score. Will has the perfect letter to go there, that being the K. Almost a worst case scenario for Brian here. He may be playing a little bit of scoring defense to try to prevent Will from running up this lead, but in fact giving back a 41-point play instead, which makes Brian's comeback, such as it were, even harder to pull off.
Yeah. that's something that David said yesterday that really, I thought was well put when he says, like, every time you play something on this Scrabble board, you're giving back something else. And so I think, like you say, the worst case scenario, maybe he was aware that he was creating that hotspot, but also didn't think it like would be the K. Maybe it's something lower scoring. So yeah, it's rough.
Oh, Brian did draw a second U to go with his UW. Luckily, Collins recently added the word uwu. Let's see some uwus in chat. And that play is very conveniently making YOU. And this is the start for him, probably not actually coming back to winning this game, but like getting another bingo down at some point. Now there's some activity on the top of the board. He keeps good letters, so this is a great play for him.
Yeah, and the other great thing is that it didn't take him any time to play. He could just quickly play it and get back some of that deficit that he's run with the other turn there that was so hard.
Again, it's sort of Brian's, I think, made some decent plays here to try to put some life back in this game, but Will just always has the perfect response. And he's holding the H, which goes very nicely next to the top U of uwu. He can do something like PHO. I say it pho, but I think, Heidi, correct me if I'm wrong, it's more like pho if we're talking about the soup.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, pho.
It's that's a great play to just immediately start locking down that area of the board again. The UH doesn't take any hooks, doesn't take an S, at least at the end. It does take some stuff in front. So you're still a little bit vulnerable there to like 6-letter plays ending in a D, for example. Although I'm looking at the pool, there's actually only one D and it's on Will's rack. So maybe the upside is all Will's in that situation. You play something like PHO. So that would be the play that tempts me. Heidi, do you think there's a reason to do anything else on this board?
This play looks perfect. So I wonder what he's considering. Like, it doesn't look like he's considering at this point, but oh, there he goes. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any downside. And like you say, it's creating a lot of upside for him. So, yeah.
Yep, I think this is a perfect play for Will. Just continues running up the score as well. 34 points, puts the score at 374 to 172. So it's, I don't like to prematurely call games over, but like this one's basically over because there's no activity on this board for Brian to come back with multiple bingos, which is what he would need to do at this point. And he has drawn the J, but the J doesn't do much for him here. Heidi, would you just try to do something to the right of Fa with the J?
Yeah, I think so. Just play Jeet and keep hoping to, cut the spread a little bit. I think, Will's just going to keep trying to shut things down. So he's got to try and create space, I think, keep space open. So I would just do Jeet here and move on, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. The engine suggests something like Hefe through the F of non-self, just playing off JE. That's the engine thinking, oh, EIMRT is a great 5-tile lead. Of course you should keep EIMRT. As humans, we know that there's situations where you keep good leaves and situations where you don't, or at least you don't care as much about keeping a good leave. And this is a situation where with no bingo lines available to speak of, there's no point keeping something like EIMRT. I guess maybe there is some hope that like you miraculously draw a bingo ending in an A. I think there's a few that he could hit, or that Will gives up on his plan of closing down the board, maybe because he's got a play he can't turn down somewhere else.
Right.
But I think we correctly see Brian going for Jeet here.
Yeah. And you said a bingo ending in A. Where does that
go?
Oh,
At the end of Allo. It would
sorry. Yes. Okay, got it.
Some 8-letter word. It wouldn't be very many points, but it would be something.
Right.
But I think that this is a good idea, just to take the points where they're available. You are kind of yielding big comeback plays to the right of Jeet. It turns out that Will, for the first time this game, doesn't have like a natural comeback to what Brian just did. So I mean, Brian doesn't know that, but that's actually maybe the first time this game that Will doesn't just have a great play that does all the things he wants. He's going to have to think about this one a little bit.
Right. Oh,
And Heidi, do you see anything that jumps out to you immediately here?
oh, wow. Not immediately. No. Nope, I can't do it. I can't do it. What do you think? You tell me.
Yeah, it's suggested in chat, and this is kind of an interesting idea, is playing the 7-letter word grufted through the E of G.
Yeah.
It sort of opens up lanes for 7s, but it's kind of a false alarm because it's really hard to bingo around GR in those spots. Grufted is a fun word because gruft isn't a word. It's only good with the ED at the end. I think it means dirty. I'm looking that up. Yeah, it means dirty or begrimed, but no gruft, only grufted. So it's, a kind of a weird word that would be fun to play on stream. Would I actually play it though? I'd have to think about putting the U in that spot. Maybe you get hit with an X or Z play there that you don't want to give up. Another option for Will here is just to play fust through the S of versos, F-U-S-T. Not keeping any vowels, but scoring decently enough and not really giving back anything to your opponent. But I guess if I'm Will here, maybe it comes down to the fact that I don't have a way to use that new J hotspot effectively. So I'm going to try to block it in some way. There's not an easy way for him to do that, given he only has the U. But I would be sort of hyper fixated on that area around G and trying to stop Brian from scoring 40 there next turn or whatever.
For sure. And grufted looks pretty well. I don't know. I might play a little bit shorter, just because, like you say, that would create a big X spot or a Z spot, and so maybe just fend or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that would be an option as well. Fend actually looks pretty nice. There's still, a blank out for fends. But it doesn't otherwise give back too much to your opponent. It doesn't fully obstruct that double letter score, double word hotspot. It does a little bit to disrupt it, but it's not finally disrupted by any means. The engine also kind of is liking fudge, F-U-D-G-E. That I think you can't do a play like fudge just because it makes it too easy for Brian to bingo back. At this point, if you're Will, you have to be steady with your plan to just clamp down the board and make Brian suffer a little bit for the next 20 minutes or so, and just refuse to let him bingo. So something like fend, I think, does that, because even if we're ignore the sort of J hotspot for a bit, just think about that E floating in space. That'd be a perfect place for Brian to play an 8-letter word. On a board where there's not otherwise any places to play 8-letter words to speak of. So I'd be thinking about trying to disrupt all of this at once.
Reft. Okay.
And yeah, I think reft maybe even a better idea than fend, which is already a good idea just because reft does not take an S. So it kind of just shuts things down. It plays some of your best letters. Certainly the engine doesn't even think that you should consider this from an equity standpoint, but from a board control standpoint, this is really good.
Yeah.
And things are, I shouldn't say from bad to worse for Brian, but they didn't really get better after he played his 2 U's a couple turns ago. He's now drawn the Q on a board that basically is not going to allow him to play the Q. With one, I guess there's 1 U unseen. It's actually on Will's rack. The Q is going to be tough to deal with, but Brian does have a nice play here if he stays focused, which would be hard to do in a situation like this. Yeah, something like ferric from the F of reft, or like firmer, F-I-R-M-E-R. Those would be good scoring plays to, at least keep up the points on the scoreboard, even if you're not going to win. I think, Heidi, you just probably take those points if you see them, right?
Oh, definitely. Ferric looks pretty good here. It's 37 points, gets rid of all your tiles, so maybe you can try and get that blank or that U, maybe an S, maybe you get lucky with a really nice draw that can bail you out of this. And I don't think there's any point in worrying about. Like, you just have to see it, right, and play it.
Yep, and it looks like Brian is thinking about just FERM, which is sort of another decent scoring option here. I think eventually you do have to make a play here in some fashion. I think Brian is thinking he wants to keep the I for the Q and hope that a QI spot materializes at some point. And now he's actually maybe thinking about exchanging. He sees that blank unseen and maybe just go all out trying to get that blank. The downside is, even if he does get the blank, it's probably not going to help him bingo. And we actually do see Will has drawn the second blank. So it's not in the bag for Brian to retrieve this exchange if he is indeed thinking about an exchange. I think it's a good idea. It just wouldn't work out for him, unfortunately.
Do you think it's a good idea, though? Because, like you say, Will's not going to let him bingo.
Yeah, I think if you have 27 points available with Firm or 33 with Ferric or whatever, 37, I think you just have to take it and then maybe exchange next turn if things go south.
Right.
This exchange might be like one turn premature, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But we do see him exchanging down to just ER. That is not going to give him the blank that he wants. So we'll see if what Will does here, given that he now has the blank and might be thinking about bingoing himself. And actually he does have a bingo available here. I had missed it. Do you think he just goes for untagged here through the T of Reft?
Oh yeah. No, I don't think he's gonna. I don't know. Will he? And tag through the. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I think the only reason you don't do it is if you're concerned about Q comebacks.
Oh, right.
Even then, it's like if Brian just exchanged it, it's actually, from Will's perspective, he might be thinking Brian just exchanged the Q because Q is so toxic on this board. So Brian's not going to have the Q, therefore I can put the U there and it's no problem.
Oh, Brian almost has Sarevna, whatever. Oh,
Ooh.
He does have it. He has it.
He does. Whoa. Whoa.
Wow.
That spot's going to stay open for sure. So
that's so crazy.
That is in a game where, and he just laughed to himself a little bit, in a game where he's just kind of gotten destroyed by the draws out of the bag. And then he exchanges and maybe we don't fully agree with the exchange and he doesn't even draw the blank and he just randomly hits Sarevna.
I love this so much. Oh my God, this is so fun.
And Will might be thinking here, he wants to play unaged, keeping the blank, making DUH. That would actually make Sarevna even more damaging. But we do see him just going for the bingo here, which is, I think a good idea. You don't really worry about the Q too much. And we see the blank cam shortly. That's going to be a G. And Will just keeps running up the score in this game. Luckily, Brian does have a little bit of a comeback here to make things a little bit more reasonable.
So fun. But I was going to ask you, Charles, what do you do in these situations where you just keep drawing your opponents, like getting dream plays and draws down, and you're, just seeing Drek after like awful rack? How do you maintain your composure?
It is a challenge, definitely, and I won't claim to have mastered it. I do think I am a relatively even-keeled player, but in games like this where just every single thing is going wrong, it is hard to maintain a positive attitude. Not just in this game where maybe it doesn't matter so much if you keep a positive attitude because you're going to lose no matter what, but it's just like letting it affect you in future games is maybe the more of the concern, especially after a couple bad games in a row. It can start piling up on you, and you start playing worse as a result. So, in terms of your actual question, what do I do about it? I try to avoid falling into those traps, but of course, I'm not perfect. I think a lot of expert Scrabble players and Scrabble players of all skill ranges struggle with this a lot. The mental aspect of how to deal with just brutal draws in one game extending across multiple games.
Right.
But Brian probably feels a little bit better after getting down Sarevna, and now Will maybe finally getting what he deserves here with a 3-eye draw after having everything go so well in previous turns. But he does have some plays available to him. This isn't an exchange situation by any means.
No.
Heidi, do you just do like tibia here, making TI and ZA, and just you presume that with the pool the way it is that your opponent's not going to triple?
For me, I definitely wouldn't, because I'm, as David mentioned, I'm one of those players who doesn't know all the words, and I would be terrified that there was a triple in the bag or possible. So I would be, how is Will gonna? I don't even know if Will could lose still with a triple. He's so far ahead, but I would probably not be playing tibia here for myself.
Yeah, I think with the Q out and especially the X out, it's possible that Brian triple could score like 220 points or something, and that would actually, because after Brian's bingo, he's quote unquote only down by 170. Yeah, if Will makes a 30-point play and Brian triples for 200 something, it actually becomes a game in a situation where you should have never allowed it to be a game in the first place.
Right.
Like the safe play here is probably something like India through the D of untagged, or a shorter play through the Z, ZT, for example. Those would be not exposing you to some miracle that you might not even realize is in the bag.
Yeah, ZD looks great here to me. Also obscures that T for bingo. So yeah, I think that's probably what I would play here.
It was also suggested in chat, and yeah, I mentioned this wrinkle earlier and then forgot about it, so thank you, chat. There is still that U of untagged sitting open with the Q on the scene. Maybe you want to deal with that first. The problem is your only way to do that really is to play like bunt, or I guess it's Buna word. Now I need to look. Yes, Buna is the word you would play that, I guess, instead of bunt. But that keeps 3 eyes.
Yeah.
And you can't really lose here, but you do want to keep racking up the spread, and keeping 3 eyes together is not the way to do it. So if I'm Will, I have to think how concerned am I about the Q in that spot? What is it they're actually available in the pool that could hit there? And now that I'm looking at the pool, it's actually not too many things, just like Quinn or Quim possibly. Is Quai. There's not a ton of stuff that can actually hit you there, so maybe you're okay with leaving it open. How do you feel about that, Heidi?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Quim would be a lot of points, but it's a tough one. It is tough, but like you say, 3 eyes on your rack now. I think I'm playing ZD.
Yeah, and we do see Will has set up IN by itself. Maybe he's thinking about just Zin. Maybe there's some secret plan here that we don't fully.
Oh, maybe he doesn't want to give a spot for the Q.
Oh, that's a good point. If he plays Zin, yeah, that he is just thinking about the Q and possibly the X as well. I guess if I'm being super paranoid, I'd also be thinking about, are there any X plays through the E of Tsarevna?
Oh, yeah.
Something like Ibex, for example, could hurt there. And so then maybe if I'm thinking about the Q and the X in tandem, I'm like, well, I just won't bother blocking any of those, because I could block one at a sacrifice of points and leave, and then have picked the wrong one, and it doesn't matter what I did. So since there's 2 spots, I'll just like forget about it and make a more conventional play. So right. Will is down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds here. Kind of a surprise, given that a lot of his turns were straightforward.
Yeah.
He just wants to play this game accurately, which I think everybody should be striving to play the game fully accurately. So I don't blame him at all for taking his time on these turns.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably obsessed with his mistake index now.
Yes, indeed. The computer engine Macondo will give you a mistake index, rating your so-called mistakes as small, medium, or large if you analyze your games. And taken with a grain of salt, of course, because the computer is still not perfect, but it is kind of a quick check on whether you were making good plays or not. And even in games that you've clearly won, you still want to reduce your mistake index if you care about that number. So that means taking your time on every turn.
Yeah. And if there's a thing to be measured or a way to grade yourself, then a lot of people in the Scrabble community will take it every time.
Yeah,
Compete
We're always
against whatever metric you put in front of them.
always looking for the latest stat to tell us how bad we are. That's us Scrabble players for sure. Or if you're Will, it just tells you how good you are. And
Yeah.
The rest of it tells you how bad you are. So Will eventually going with ZT, which I think is a perfectly fine option. Brian does get a 50-point cats in response if he decides to go for it. He's actually saving it with his play of Codon, which I think is very creative. It gives him the upside of possibly drawing something through the U of untagged while saving cats in reserve. So this is actually a really creative, a little bit out of the box find from Brian.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. That looks good. You want to maximize your chances of scoring more points, and I think this does that really well. So yeah, good job. Good
Yeah,
job,
nice
Brian.
job, Brian. Keeping it cool despite getting loose by 170 or getting beaten by 170. Will does have an unplayable mini bar here. So it's kind of sad that that's not going to go down, although from Brian's perspective, he's not sad at all that it's not going to go down. So Will has some other things to think about. Maybe at this point, I start thinking about blocking the Q. Something like JINN is actually kind of fun because it sets up your I for Ginny.
Right.
That would end it. Also blocks the Q at the same time. So that feels pretty fun. That's a fun way to just rack up the points and punish Brian a little bit more.
We shouldn't be so mean to Brian, but yeah, Jin looks great.
Yeah, what's really being mean to Brian this game is the tile bag, which is extremely unfriendly to him for most of it until the Tsarevna turn. We see Will almost going for Jin. He's clearly agonizing over something. There may be some hidden threat that we're not fully understanding. But he is down to a minute on his clock. So if he wants to avoid losing points in a game where he's pointlessly gone over, he should make a play soon.
Yeah, just do it. Looks great. Looks great.
This does empty the bag, so he might have been thinking there's some like outside chance that he's yielding a bingo that
right.
But in no such luck. Brian does have cats available. He actually did draw the letters he needs for Kema, Q-E-E-M-A, through the E of Tsarevna. I don't know about you, Heidi, but that word's impossible for me to see.
I can see it now, but I can understand it being difficult to spot. Yeah, you always want to, you know your Q without U words, like the shorter ones, but then, I don't know. He already had cats, so maybe he's going to be fixated on that.
Yeah, Kema kind of occupies the same headspace as a word like Yakona, Y-A-Q-O-N-A, as a word that doesn't come up very often, but you have to know it because when it's the right play, it is really the right play. Kema is another one of those where, and I think Will has actually mentioned this, like whenever he has the Q, he has to literally go through the Q without U words one by one and determine whether they play or not, because otherwise he's going to miss one. And I think maybe that's a strategy that more of us could adopt, at least me.
Yeah. I just want to say one point. Matthew O'Connor educated us at one point that it's actually pronounced Yangona.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's some weird, some of those words, the origin of the word, he's like, they say the Q like that. So I can't remember what it was, but I do remember the pronunciation that he told us that it was.
Yeah, that is a situation where if you say it correctly, nobody in the Scrabble scene will know what you're talking about, and they'll think you're an idiot. So you just have to, mispronounce words on purpose so that you get your point across. All right, Brian is going for cats here. I think overlooking Kema just because it's so easy to overlook a play, especially as you mentioned, Heidi. He knew, I think, that he was keeping cats. That was the plan all along, and since it didn't get blocked, it remains the plan. Still a nice play, though, and gets him up to 354. Will has drawn the X, and I think he's going to hit Ibex.
Yeah. Which you called earlier.
Yeah, we were kind of hoping Brian would get that. He'd get the Q, he'd get the X. He would make something happen, get over 400. In fact, Will is going to hit Ibex. That's going to give him 63 points. I'm surprised he hasn't played it yet. Is he miss it? Is he blocking beam somewhere? does this work out better for him? Maybe this does work out better for him. Oh yeah, it does, because JINN takes an E for beam.
Oh, right.
Yes, that is. Was only thinking about the I, not the E. That makes Jin actually a little bit more interesting than we
Right.
thought at first glance.
Right. Good point. Good point. And we should have known that, because I mean, this word comes up all the time, JINNE. So, but we just both missed it. Too bad, we don't have David still in the chat, 2-time world champion. But yeah, we're gonna miss stuff.
And so beam was going to be a huge amount of points. So it's going to be like 40 something. So definitely worth it from Will's perspective to take a 15-point sacrifice to avoid Ibex. Brian can still go out here with something like beam on top of Zitty. It seems to be his only spot. So this game was a 200-point game relatively quickly, and it didn't actually get too much worse for Brian. From that perspective, but unfortunately, he never made up a whole lot of ground, and Will's going to be sitting at a very nice, lofty score of 549 after this comes down. So I think well played from both sides. Just Brian couldn't get the stuff he needed at the time he needed it, other than the nice find of Tsarevna, which was a gift from the Scrabble gods.
That's nice consolation prize there.
So we can go to overhead mic. There might not be too much for these players to talk about, but I'm curious to hear any thoughts.
You had 340 even after
Yes.
here. Okay, so 74,
Yes.
88,
Yes.
448,
Yes.
74. Yes. 59. That sucks.
Not for you. You had some good words there.
Yeah, but I would rather have these off the stream than have a great action packed.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's just I left SSY on it first up. The end of the game, obviously, completely irrelevant for the outcome, but very
Interesting.
Very interesting. With the Q and X out, I was thinking.
I can't believe I could not hit that key.
Exactly. That's why I left it. That's why I was like, you know what? It looks dangerous. So untagged, I did this instead of unaged, leaving the blank, because I thought there was a little better than average chance that you threw back the Q, so that I would pick it. So that's why I did that. Otherwise, I'm probably playing unaged, leaving the blank, just even with QXZ in the bag, because I'm gonna not bingo a lot if I draw any of those, but the outcomes are smoother when I have the blank. But I figured you throw the Q a lot there. Not always. You could just throw like whatever. But then on this, I was thinking, do I do Jin now? There's one more I unseen to me. But actually, I was looking at the Q and I was like, you can barely have anything. You have to have the last I to have Quim or Quinn. So I could just leave it. And if I draw the last I, then I have the option to make this setup if I want. I don't know. It was interesting. I might have been supposed to block this instead of play this, because I saw it and I was like, well, yeah, there's nothing to be worried about. Literally, potentially, I didn't see a thing that you could have when I drew the last I. So anyway, as I say, it's all academic at that point. So piling the bingos on. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's how it goes. All right, so we agreed on 549 to 3.
All right.
Man, it's been
Good
a run for
insights
me so
from Will and Brian, as usual. Will, of course, of YouTube fame, his insights could be nothing other than insightful. So, unfortunately, not as close a game as we wanted to close out the Collins session this morning, but I think still some instructive positions there. And, of course, hearing what Will has to say about Scrabble, always worth listening to. So that's going to be our final game before the lunch break. We're at the 2026 Word Cup, brought to you by WGPO and Collins Coalition. This stream is sort of a tandem stream where we're doing Collins in the morning and the WOW Lexicon, the North American Lexicon, in the afternoon. So we'll have 4 more games after the lunch break, which ends at 2 p.m. Eastern. So 2 p.m. Eastern, do the time zone conversion if it doesn't hurt your brain too much. I'm sure Google can help you with that. Figure out what time you need to be back here to catch 4 games of the North American Lexicon, where I'll be sadly not joined by Heidi Robertson anymore, but joined by Jeffrey Nelson, a longtime player from the Northeast who is dipping his toes into commentary. So Heidi, any final words before we let these people go off to their lunch break?
I don't want to keep them from their lunch, but I just want to say thanks to everybody for watching. If you haven't liked and subscribed, please do that right now before you forget. And yeah, for sure. Great games this morning. So glad to have been able to commentate a couple games this stream. And yeah, it's just an amazing show already, and I can't wait to see how the rest of it plays out. So come back to us at 2:00 and see what's happening over in the WoW division. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Don't go anywhere. Leave YouTube running. You can leave your computer, but don't close YouTube. 4 more games coming at you this afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully everybody enjoyed a highly nutritious lunch. We are back for 4 more games of the WoW Lexicon here at the 2026 Word Cup, presented by WGPO, the Word Game Players Organization, in addition to Collins Coalition. We're coming at you live from Williamsburg, Virginia, a very nice cerebral place to play Scrabble, and a lot of Scrabble has been played. A lot of Scrabble remains yet to be played. Once again, I am Charles Reinke, providing you commentary for the next 4 games of WoW action, and I'm joined by Jeffrey Nelson. Jeffrey, welcome to the stream. How are you feeling? Are you excited for these games?
Thank you, Charles. I'm very excited. July and August are obviously very important months for the Scrabble community, and we've had a very full July, and I'm looking to ring in the August, and our everybody's emotional and Scrabble schedules. Looks like we're going to look at some great games here.
Yep. First game we have for you this afternoon is Barry Keith versus Jackson Smiley. Both these players are sitting at 8-2 in the WoW division, the first and second place. So what better way to start this slate of games than with the 2 players currently furthest in contention. Barry Keith may be a little bit more of an unknown quantity compared to Jackson. I think regular viewers of the Let's Play Scrabble streams have seen a lot of Jackson Smiley. He's won multiple previous World Cups, I think 3 of the last 4. He did not win last year, but I believe he won the previous 3, whereas Barry Keith, longtime expert from Virginia, this is probably a very easy commute for him. Hasn't won anything big recently, but has been consistently playing, top level Scrabble in the area. So I'm expecting this to be a great game.
Everyone looks for those sorts of what I consider to be sleeper cells that if they don't get out too much, or if they're not able to attend all of the tournaments that the Scrabble junkies are able to, they pop out of nowhere, and you never know what to expect. You have the element of surprise. Jackson obviously has been, analyzed and viewed and commentated on, many dozens of times. And so if that gives you more of a slice of what we're in for, great. But definitely that unknown factor is valuable sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Barry is one of those players I expect to play very well, but you don't actually have a book on him, so you don't exactly know. He's got that element of surprise, whereas Jackson, I think no element of his game has been left unturned, has been left unscrutinized. He's definitely one of the fixtures on this stream. We're excited to see both of these players. I think they're getting ready to sit down, or in fact, they have already sat down, so we can cut over to the board and get this game underway. And we do have Barry going first. We see both their records sitting at 8-2. Barry actually in first place with a superior spread, so he's doing very well to start this tournament.
Well, Barry is rocking the Virginia Scrabble T-shirt today. I guess I don't see that where that's a club, but maybe he's repping the club. I see the Scrabble letter is probably where the club is located. Maybe.
Yeah, he's located in Charlottesville, which I think has a very strong local club scene. That's one of the reasons I feel the same in living in Madison, Wisconsin. We have such a strong local community of Scrabble players. It's not always necessary to travel to these big tournaments. You just get high quality play every week. So I would totally sympathize with Barry if he just plays the local people in Charlottesville and gets all the games he needs.
Yeah, I find that I recently lost my Scrabble, whom I called my Scrabble son, David Spargo, recently migrated to the Colorado area, or to Colorado, I should say. But before then, we would just have expert level Scrabble play once a week for 4 or 5 games. And club, and that's all. The closer the Scrabble, the better it's going to be, or the less investment.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Barry. Both players have drawn their initial tiles. Barry sitting on BEIOPRR. I'm thinking immediately probe or prober here, trying to cash
Yeah.
in on some of those scoring constants. What do you think, Jeffrey?
Absolutely, absolutely, and of course, a more intermediate Scrabbler or a beginner Scrabbler is going to wonder if probier is not a word, and in fact, you should talk yourself out of in this word list that probier is not a good word. But yeah, probe is an awesome play. IR is not a great. Every time I want to keep IR, Quackle ends up spanking me for it. But needs must. There's an E out there that Jackson's gonna wallop on if he needs to.
Yeah, I think this is a good play from Barry, keeping that R in reserve for prober, even if IR, as you say, Jeffrey, isn't really a stellar two-tile leave. It's about as good as you can hope for here. Unfortunately for him, Jackson has drawn an S and a blank to start with, and I guess it'll be a little bit of a test here if he can find either of his playable double-doubles. One of them, it's an ing word that I maybe wouldn't expect to take an S. I would be hesitant to play, and then one that's maybe a little bit more common. But he does have 2 double-doubles available here. We'll let chat ruminate on that one for a bit.
Exactly.
But Jeffrey, I'm sure you're looking to double-double here, but how sure of a word would you have to be before you play it rather than something else?
Well, I would say the board position depends on everything. Well, whether you can sell it, a lack of surety, you have to assess other variables. In this case, Barry, from his position, he's looking at this rack. He's looking at the meaning of the word. I assume I know what Jackson's going to designate before I see the blank ham, but it is a matter of figuring out whether if you play the person, and if Jackson can have a better play, he's probably not going to phony. So yeah, in this case, it's easily understood if you know what spoor means in terms of ascent. It's not that uncommon. It is definitely one of those words that's out there. Barry has the advantage of age on Jackson as it stands, and so whereas Jackson may or may not. I don't know his hunting culture background. He may or may not have encountered that, but I think Barry, it's fair to say, has.
Yeah. I think that both, especially once you factor the word study into the equation, I think both players are fully aware that sporing is a word. This was one of 2 double-doubles available to Jackson. The other one being the weird-looking moorings, which I think once you think about it, you're like, yeah, that takes an S. You can use that in a common turn of phrase. But at first glance, you might be like, why would mooring take an S?
In fact, I would even say, and again, this may be just from a result of me knowing the American South, maybe a bit better than you do. Again, not sure. It is very common. Anything coastal for the East Coast, especially, it's just sort of a common, a word for seashores and whatnot. So yeah, both of those are probably not very challengeable at all.
So we do see Barry with the very unwieldy 3 I's and 2 R's, but does kind of have the perfect play available to him in Cirri, C-I-R-R-I, making prober. That's why probe was, I think, a really good choice. It gave his RI a little bit more life on the board than it otherwise would have. So great play from Barry. Unfortunately, going to give some life to Jackson's otherwise unplayable bingo of Tattled, which comes down very quickly. Obviously, this is the clear play once you get a spot for it. So Jackson immediately hitting on 2 bingos to start this game and getting an early 100-point lead. Barry still has some life, though. He did draw the X and also an S. So with that IT sitting out there, there's still a spot for 7-letter bingos. The X has some life with the O of sporing. Jeffrey, what are you thinking to do here? Start playing off the counters, the high-scoring consonants, and try to bingo soon?
Yeah, I think he's got some rack clearance to do, and he does have some defensive posture to adopt with that T in the triple lane. I wouldn't trust that either with Jackson or anybody else for that matter, simply because it's so permissive. I do wonder if something, perhaps, winced to the E is worth considering. Let's see here. If I'm reading that right, Yeah, I'm not sure that spending the X is the right play in this case. Obviously, if he's going to draw, certainly it's not very defensive to spend along the right hand. And if he thinks that he's setting up fix there, or Fox, yeah.
Yeah, I think with Fox available, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
But I think there is some merit to trying to deal with the D.
Yeah.
Just because it's so scary having it sitting out there. Then again, you are behind. Maybe you want to leave it open just in case something good happens to you there if Jackson is, forced to play elsewhere on the board. So I do like the idea of Fox here from Barry. It's better than fixed for sure because it keeps the ITS spot open and does start building maybe towards a bingo, although he'll probably need another turn or two to clear things up. And we see with his draw of FM, we'll definitely need another turn or two to clean things up. But we're going back over to Jackson now, who has drawn 2 E's, 2 O's, a T, a W, and a Y. That's not great stuff. It's not immediately going to bingo, certainly, but it does have plays through the D. Jeffrey, you liking anything through the D? Maybe there's somewhere else he could be playing.
Yeah, let me see here. It's not completely great for my immediate inspection there. Definitely, I think he's considering putting a Yao off to the left, and I like that. Style-wise, Jackson's a very dynamic player. It's pretty well known that he will, some experts will not open a trip lane if there's one open already or defensive. They'll weigh it and they'll, I guess, be very hesitant. Not Jackson. So he'll play, and it need not. It's always a decision. It's always weighted, but I don't think he'll avoid it if he thinks that it will be a better position. I don't think Yao along the left. It definitely offers Barry scoring opportunities up to the triple lane. But if he doesn't think he can get the same number of points and equity elsewhere, obviously,
yeah, we do see him go for Woody here, which maybe it keeps EET, maybe slightly worse than OTE. I guess he did also have Yaoed available if he wanted to play those same letters for a similar amount of points. It looks like he's going for Woody here. I think this play is actually considerably more dynamic than Yao, just because it's a lot easier to play sevens next to Woody than it is to Yao, because EW is a word that by itself makes it very easy to play sevens there. So I think Jackson feels like he has the advantage on an open board and is crafting it to his advantage.
Yeah. On second thought, obviously, I think he probably was considering, I think Yaoed is maybe it was just my wishful thinking and hoping for the sake of the content, he'd open a second trip lane. D in third is not that dangerous, but, I don't know what is inside his head. I don't know what he expects, but obviously Woody is still a conservative and wise play.
Yeah, and we did see Barry drawing FM to a leave that already had 4 consonants, so he was pretty hamstrung. He did find the nice Coombs CWMS to get rid of 3 of those consonants for a decent score. That was 22 points. Keeps him roughly within range, but still needs a lot of help. He has actually drawn Fantasy through the T's of Paddled. If that stays open, we'll see what Jackson comes up with. He's drawn more E's. This is maybe the danger of playing Woody and keeping 2 E's, is a third E will actually sort of hinder you a bit. I'm not seeing a ton of great options here. It's hard to know here whether to fish with something like YE under Tattled, keep DEENT, or I don't know what else. There's not a lot of natural scoring spots for the Y on this board. Do you have any thoughts, Jeffrey?
Well, I think I do like the issue of I think YE makes some sense. Of course, won't block Barry in his fantasy opportunity, assuming he sees it, which it's a fairly high common enough word. I would say, is it 4,000 or 5,000 maybe into the 8s? So maybe even 3. So I think it's fair to say he'll come up with that. Sometimes when the lane is obstructed, it becomes a little more difficult. I'm not really liking any of the other options in the over on the right that would ordinarily obstruct Barry. I don't think that Jackson is one of those kinds of players that's willing to simply give up equity points, for, sort of running scared. We're very early and he's got a nice lead. So yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah, I actually do like this play from Jackson. It's keeping basically the best bingo letters he can. He's got that C to work with of Coombs. He's got the I of Serai to work with. The floating T's, plus he gives himself some upside, hitting the triple next to I'd if the bingo plans don't work out. So I think this is a good idea from Jackson. And fortunately for Barry, does not block those floating T's. So we see Barry immediately, this is a unique strategy, picking up all the tiles in one hand and sort of laying them out in a row. Is this a psychological tactic, or is this just how he plays bingos?
Yeah, I think that's a peculiarity. I'm glad he didn't. If you've ever seen someone do a similar move, which is that rack dump, which almost never works, and it's certainly less than this. There's nothing egregious about the one-handed play, but definitely that rack dump is injurious to the spirit, I think.
We do have Jackson now sitting on Tinkler, which doesn't play by itself, but Tinklers is a word. Also, Tinklier is a word. I think we're going to see this relatively quickly. Downside of Tinklier is the hooks on Fantasy are still open. Fantasy actually takes a D, if I'm looking at this correctly. Yes. So that it's kind of a weird hook. Maybe one or both players don't actually know it. If I'm Jackson, I'm a little bit worried about that spot going forward. But you got to take the bingo when you've got it.
Indeed. Yeah. He Barry's queuing up an easy 50 plus points for his efforts. So.
And
I don't think Jackson reliably. So go ahead.
Yeah, Jackson does have Tinklier set up, but he might be thinking, is Tinklier actually a word? A lot of LY words don't compare. That's like a common trap that many players, including myself, possibly you as well, Jeffrey, fall into. Is just getting confused about the LIER 8s.
Right.
And this, I think, is a perfect example. If you have a playable bingo that's not at risk of being phony, maybe you just take it.
Right. Yeah. Certainly. Yeah. You search you're triangulating your position in the game, your vibe check, your check of your opponent, and it all factors into it. And taking the sure bet is sometimes preferable to getting it knocked off. There's nothing valiant about playing something that you could have played the word for sure for real. As long as you're still playing a bingo, that's fine. I mean, if he were faced with the opportunity of playing an equity play or even 30, 40 points versus the bingo, I'm almost always going to counsel even new people, older players alike, play the bingo. Let the opponent sort it out. Now, if it's the better position, sometimes that's worth weighing, and sometimes you play as Jackson did, the lesser bingo. I don't really like, that certainly did give quite a few points back with where it slotted that I to the 222. I don't think he's giving up that many equity. You've got access to the analysis, but I want to say it's probably, between 10 and 15 points in the long run, or is it certainly the face value is, in the 20s, right? But
yeah, the face value, it's about 10 points maybe. So I think worth it, especially in Jackson's situation where if he phonies and Barry hits a big play, then he's losing. That just feels horrible. And we didn't know Barry was holding jives plus VQ. Barry fortunately was able to sort of get out of that situation by playing jives for 61. So we no longer have to worry about Fantasy taking a D. That was going to be an interesting wrinkle in this game if that stayed open for too much longer. We know it takes an S, 61 points. You have to send it even though you're keeping QB.
Yeah. I might not have, I don't think I could have necessarily, I wouldn't have challenged a D simply because it's very plausible. And, but I'm not sure I would have, if I had a D on my rack, I'm not sure I would have been looking for it. So that's good that, your 8s to make 9s or your otter hooks 4 9s, those aren't those aren't necessarily something that that Barry or I have looked for. So
Yeah, that's actually definitely a point of improvement for me as well. Is just paying attention to the eights to make nines. It's maybe something that comes up more often than I want to admit, and certainly was in play here in this game as well. Luckily for players who are uncertain about their hooks, that hook is now off the table. Back over to
exactly.
Jackson. He's sitting on AEHILNU. It's very tempting on a turn like this to just fish off like maybe UH and go for a bingo. But with the way the board is constructed, I don't think that's the right call. The bingos are just not likely enough. So I do like this idea from Jackson to just take the points with ULAN, a fun little 5-letter word. Is that a currency or something? I don't quite know.
Yeah, everybody. I direct a club in Burlington, Vermont, and what I tell my new folks especially is, you got a 20-30 point play, take it. That's your best bet. Basically, as high as you can get a play. Sometimes you don't worry about the distribution because you can't really afford to. And boy, look at that. The tenacity, Jackson's tenacity has been rewarded.
Yep. Yeah, I think he went a little bit deeper in the bag and got some good scoring letters. He's now up by about 70. Barry's he had the Q from last turn, he had the V from last turn. Luckily, he drew the U, and that's going to give him some life for that Q. And I think what he's doing here is a really smart idea. He's playing Vamp. That's a 27-point play, keeping the Q, U together. He really didn't have a good Q play otherwise. He could have played Qua on top of Tinklers for 30, keeping 4 constants. I think you almost can't do that. You just hope that something better materializes for your Q.
Yeah, I think those points were unable to be ignored. I gave some thought to MU at the top right, but that's too conservative, and then you're just keeping a V and a P on your rack with the Q, which doesn't necessarily play very well.
Yeah, I think that this is a good move from Barry for his future flexibility. He did draw some vowels, which should help him. He was kind of low on vowels last turn. That should help him going forward. Jackson has drawn the Z though, so that's going to provide some scoring power for him. The play of Vamp actually does just give back ZA for 41 if he wants it. But actually, I think a play like Azido underneath Tinklers, it scores, it looks like 40 points and blocks off some space on the bottom of the board. Sort of starts playing the long game of, well, I'm up by a bingo. I don't want my opponent to bingo. So let's just try to use up space and make sure that they don't bingo, or at least it's very hard for them to bingo.
Right. Yeah, definitely. That 40-point lead is not the world. Barry can definitely come back from this. However, that board is looking very unfriendly. You got those defender C's in place. Anything Jackson can do to gum up the board down below is going to pay off in dividends. Yeah, and that's really, once we start looking at like what the bingo situation is actually, Jeffrey, you mentioned correctly that those C's are just making life a little bit difficult for Barry and his dreams of a comeback. And the spot under Tinklers isn't even really that much of a bingo spot. It's just, it does happen to be the most likely bingo spot on this bingo unfriendly board. Maybe the only other thing you're thinking about is the N of sporing, but that's pretty marginal. Jackson can probably withstand bingos played through there. So from Jackson, I'm looking at just going under Tinklers. Yeah, the N in fifth place is not great in my sort of quick analysis. Maybe an NING bingo, but even then, that's quickly running out of. Let's see, are we down to the resources are quickly running out there. Are you friends with the C as a bingo tile, Charles? I do like the C as a bingo tile. I'm not super attached to it, but it's like, for example, that C floating out in space of Coombs, that does give me some hope if I'm in Barry's shoes. Like, if things go right for me, that's a perfectly fine place for me to hit a bingo. Yeah, I tend to like it because I think it's we've got a play where we've saved our Z, as Jackson would say, of course.
Yeah, but, ooh, I'm trying to parse this one because this one is a significant point sacrifice on the order of like 15 or 16 points.
Wow.
It also does feel a little bit like it makes bingos easier for Barry if he has like something ending in E and S, for example. It now plays where it didn't before. So
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if there's something secret about the Z that we're not fully understanding. Like there's some reason to keep it.
Yeah, maybe he's preparing something that, because I'm scratching my head over this one because all the previous one did for the cost of obstructing that bingo lane and limiting it almost entirely, it dangled an A for Barry, which towards the end of a word, and it's a moderate danger, and it's not many points if he were to make a bingo with the A.
Yeah, it's also possible that just underlaps maybe scored a little bit too much underlaps of a Zito. Then Jackson just wanted to avoid that pain and start trying to restrict the board a little bit more, not just in terms of bingos, but in terms of all scoring opportunities. So maybe there is some merit to that. Barry has drawn. He was keeping QUR last turn. He drew AE to start with. That looked pretty good. Then he drew another U and an H. He does have Q plays available, and I wonder if he just does something like Quare making ATE that does hold another U, and so there is some upside for drawing maybe an E to this leave and hitting back the Q again if Jackson doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So that is the play Barry is making. We'll see how that plays out. Jackson actually does have a U of his own, so he could play something like Qua if he's really concerned about the Q. But also then you're keeping the Z, and he actually does have a playable bingo through the N. Oh, that's another quiz for chat. You wouldn't.
I did not see that one yet organically. I wanted him to have an M or a P, and I suspect that was the first word that many people probably jumped to is the ho-hum, I guess, but gazumpt. I didn't see what was on the board otherwise.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson has set up the word of gazunder through the N of sporing. Just going to check the definition real quick. I think it's something to do with house prices. Yeah. To lower the sum offered for a property just before signing a contract.
I don't remember ever seeing that, and that's a very sexy low prob bingo for sure. I guess Xander. I guess I can plug this in with my memory of Xander plus GU. So I guess I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, so we'll see if Jackson actually goes for this because now he's set up QUA on the side for just Qua, probably thinking that one of the ways he loses this game is Barry making like maybe a high scoring 6 through the Q, setting up a new bingo spot in column 2 and then hitting a bingo there. That would be sort of a nightmare scenario for Jackson. He maybe would just look to head that off and not play the stylish cool bingo.
Well, speaking as someone who had an opponent, unfortunately, play a Q into my triple lane last Albany, and they were crestfallen when I made a play for over 200 points. Yeah, I suspect that Jackson's not going to want to leave that open. And in fact, I suspect that if he intuits that he can draw the B, for example, that if he plays Qua, he could have some excellent comeback opportunities after Barry plays, assuming Barry doesn't clog up that lower left corner.
Yeah, and then on the subject of what Barry's going to do next turn, he does have Arethusa to the A of Quare in addition to Hautears through the U of Quare. So he's got some opportunities there, and it feels very likely that Jackson won't block everything. I think his priority here is just completely shutting down the Q. Actually, he is taking a calculated risk.
Yes, the quality content play. And I mean, even if Barry doesn't recognize this, I'm not sure he can. And he very well may. it is a very sort of plausible sounding word. In fact, I would even, if you had to guess, I would even say it has the sound of an exclamation. So
Yeah.
of all the sort of odd looking words that sound like that, that's definitely, and but yeah, with Arethusa on board, there's just, there's no way you can, or it's ill-advised to play fast and loose.
Yeah, it gets under very fun. We're getting some messages in chat that when you see it in Zizwa, you just type ungrazed. That's maybe how a lot of players commit this one to memory. It's just the
Right,
pain of constantly
right.
getting it wrong. And Jackson got it right, so nicely spotted by Jackson.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit of a word knowledge test for Barry. If he spots Hawtiers, I think that's his best play. If he only spots Arethusa, maybe QUA is okay to try to bingo through the C next turn or something.
Yeah.
But I think if you spot the
Great
higher
spot.
scoring Hawtiers, this is a great play.
Absolutely. Yeah, this demonstrates a very proficient word knowledge there. Auteurs taking a front H is, of course, given that maybe someone can, if auteur were on the board, someone might be able to find the H hook. But yeah, this is nice. It's good to find in real board circumstances.
Yeah, unfortunately for Barry, he was down by about 120 before that play. So even the nice find of Hawtiers doesn't really get him within striking distance, having emptied the bag. Jackson is sitting on BDINNOT. As long as he just makes a valid play to the left of Hawtiers, something like Bod, for example, or Knob as he's got set up, he should be able to take this one. You really just have to avoid playing a phony here. So I think this is going to be Jackson's game, but a very fun game here to start off the WoW session this afternoon. And I think that both these players are still going to be firmly in contention as long as they keep winning some amount of games. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see either of these players again on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was certainly no, there weren't really the confidence checks or confidence variations in play were completely normal. There wasn't too much in terms of lack of board sight or vision.
Yeah, I think both players played this one really well. I think nothing that approaches the category of like a major mistake, other than Jackson perhaps turning down Tinkler instead of Tinklers. But I think in the situation that made complete sense. I would have probably done the same thing.
Yeah. It's what you mentioned of confidence and knowing words and something that experts do. It occurs to me, and I haven't heard as much advanced as a potential theory. So I'll just say this is my usual formulation is, and what I tell beginners is a way to, I say, don't trust what the experts play, because we fill our heads with so many other words that what you're seeing as a perceived lack of confidence or a unsuredness is because we have many more words to contemplate. But that's what is sometimes their downfall, from the fact that we might see those words, we might play them, we might astound and marvel. That's your opportunity, because sometimes experts play phonies because it all tends to run together. And so there's someone's opportunity sometimes to bust people up. It almost never works. I mean, people do cede a great a bit of authority to someone that's higher ranked, even though I try to level the playing field, but it doesn't necessarily encourage them to play more aggressively.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that feeling that for expert players, I guess I'll generously include myself in that category, that huge amount of word knowledge is a superpower, but it's also kind of a kryptonite, where the more words you know,
Yes.
the more words you forget, and the more words
Yes.
you become unsure of. And so I would never encourage low-rated players to not study words. I think everybody should be studying as many words as possible, but there are some downsides to studying all those words, unless you're a Nigel Richards or an Adam Logan with perfect retention. So
And that's why, and I want to say even, and I think Tinklier, because of where it is in the probability, it represents a more unsure sort of word, because if you've got, and again, I sort of, not really self-deprecatingly, but I sort of refer to as head in the clouds. They know we're studying some of the rarest and the sexiest, the most interesting. They know the people that come to our club know the ones that we're interested in are the rarer, weird looking ones, and they're not the Tinklier, they're not the high prob necessarily. Those are still fundamentals, but anyway.
Yeah, definitely it's easier to keep track of a word like Gesunder, as long as you don't see ungrazed, than it is to keep track of a word like Tinklier. And that's why we see Jackson make a great play like Gesunder while turning down a play like Tinklier.
Yeah.
We do see Jackson deciding that Bod is in fact, oh no, wait, he changed his play. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, he went for Niton here.
I guess to get the out into, did he not see that he had, Knob would leave Dint?
Yeah, I think
this is Dint he must not have played.
Yeah, this guarantees odds in 2 with the E of fantasies and the A of Gesunder, possibly other things as well. So probably good idea to just go for the out in 2. Barry doesn't have an out himself. That was another thing that Jackson, I'm sure, was double checking his tracking on, was to make sure that he's not just randomly letting Barry go out for points.
Yeah.
Looks like Barry's best play is probably just low C, L-O-C-I-E through the C of Coombs. We'll see if he spots it. He's played this game relatively quickly, so I guess we both hope for our sakes that he doesn't spend 14 minutes on this turn.
I have been known to wax rhapsodic and prosaic before, but yeah, I don't necessarily wish that for anyone today. So I have yet to see this word in the wild. I will take the dictionary's authority that loci with LOCI and LOCIE is an engine used for logging. We have quite a bit of logging here in Vermont. I'm not necessarily, my finger is not on the pulse necessarily of loggers, so I wouldn't have necessarily heard that one. We just go by chainsaws, but yeah, there's quite a bit of logging equipment around the world. So who knows?
Yeah, again, this is a situation where my real life experience runs out and I just have to take the dictionary as the authority that it is, or that it sometimes is, and just trust that somebody has sourced this word from somewhere and that it's not just made up out of whole cloth. So we'll see. We'll see if Barry's able to come up with it, or if he's forced to settle for something else.
It is also newer, and so that may play into something where if Barry's only played with it for 3, 4, 5 years, maybe that hasn't permeated the surface. But yeah, like you say about clubs, it's always hard to tell. No one knows, and that's part of what makes it wonderful to play. Is you sit down with someone, and there trillions of possible games that can be played, and the one you play that day, that minute, that game is completely different. And so you just have no way of knowing. Maybe he's looking at Logi and thinking, if he wants to take that particular out, or if he knows that better than, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Logi would be tempting if that were a word, and I think I've actually played that one at the Pony, L-O-G-I-E.
Exactly.
He could play something like lead.
Yes. I have unknowingly stepped into more of your domain of the Collins play. I was actually going to ask that. I don't think that Jackson has dipped his toe in the Collins pool much before. Is that right? Is he one of the? I know many experts have and go back and forth, but is he one of those?
I think he has played a couple shorter Collins events, just maybe to even out numbers or something, like ensure that there's not a buy or something. But I think that he might have been aiming to play an Alchemist Cup or at some point, which would necessitate a further switch. But for now, seems to be mostly NWL/WoW. So hopefully not too much confusion. Although even just playing one Collins tournament can introduce some amount of
exactly. And like I said, I've tried to keep the confusion to a minimum, having viewed. But of course, anyone who loves words, it's almost impossible, because the way that a word sits with you and the way that you look at it, can be very alluring.
All right, we see Jackson going out with bed. Barry did find his best out or endgame play of low psi, low C, however you say it. So nicely done by both players. We can cut over to the overhead mic, see what they have to say about this game.
Do you know the D on fantasy?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a D, but
Yeah, no, I mean, I figured. I was wondering who was going to come up.
I haven't seen Gus Under before.
Yeah, I'm almost certain it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I know Gus Ump for some reason.
Yeah. Good under.
Maybe check the word right after that.
Yeah. Gazumper and Gazunder.
Huh? It's not similar, is it? Like, yeah,
I don't know what it means. Good up.
fun word.
Gazunder, it's a verb. To lower the buyer's offer to a seller of a property.
That sounds similar to like Gazump, like to deceive
Yeah.
someone. Yeah.
Gazump. Yeah, it's also to raise the price. So Gazump into Gazunder.
Interesting, yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure of. Tinklier
Tinkler?
is good.
Yeah.
I had it here, obviously. Yeah, I liked it, but not enough to risk it at that score.
No, it
Tinklier.
looked it looks not not unreasonable, I guess.
Tinkly, Tinkly, and Tinkly. Only Tinklier compared.
Only Tinkly. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, I could have played Siri 1 over for the same price, but I felt like I maybe
yeah.
give a line, and of course, as soon
It's
as I
the
give the line,
opposite.
you take the line.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're down. There's no problem.
I was
giving it
keeping
down.
IS. Yeah.
Uh,
Those are the letters I have to play, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Tinklier. You like Yowd? Y-O-W-D?
Yeah.
Also, okay. I
Yeah.
know I was 95% sure I did here.
Yeah.
But I thought there was some word like that that's no good. I'm not sure. It's WAD. W-A-W-E-D. I can never remember which one.
Yeah, well, Wa is it's a Hebrew letter.
Oh, it's the same as that.
So wow,
Okay.
wowed is good, but not wad.
Yeah, that's a good way to remember now.
Yeah.
That's the letter.
Yeah, V-A-U, V-A-V, W-A-W, that's all Hebrew
Okay.
letters, yeah.
W-A-U.
Oh, yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, at some point, people go play Collins, right? There's U-W-U.
Okay. I don't think there's W-A-U though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
this is a nice play. I didn't see a single triple there. No like boutique or Porak because there's only one.
well, yeah,
individual.
if you have the blank in hand, I don't think there probably is.
I'm curious if there's anything. I looked for a little bit. Possible. I wrote down the pool just to check.
I mean, I was just glad to play a fun French word, you know.
I know, right? You had me. I was like, we could both be getting French confusion right now.
Voilà, ça m'arrive.
Okay, so yeah, there's no H.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, there's what, postique, pratique, yeah, there weren't a lot of,
Yeah,
P's were gone.
P's were gone, so postique and pratique
Yeah.
were. Only things in the pool were 9s. Odalisque.
Oh, botanique is a 9. I'll take it, all right.
With an organique, not a. I don't know what that means.
What is it?
An organique is a cross between an orange and tangerine.
Organique
Organique.
is an orange or tangerine. That's so fun. So requinto plus an A is organique.
Yeah. It's good
Okay.
to know. And then odalisque with the kiwi.
Yeah. All right.
All right, we got some good word discussion at the end of that game, which, you know, some Scrabble players really don't care about what the words mean, but certainly I enjoy knowing the words. I don't know about you, Jeffrey, but those definitions are just really fun. Maybe that's the most fun thing to talk about after a game of Scrabble.
Absolutely. It's the frosting on the cake for an otherwise great game. It's the sustenance that gets you by when it's a not great game. frankly, it's good in all circumstances. And yeah, that is some high level, particularly when, and you and I have watched dozens of exchanges, and sometimes it's very terse and it's very, it's not meant to be impersonal necessarily. It can be because you're in your own head, your own game, but the not much to say is just doesn't make it as interesting a dialogue as the information they just revealed about the words that they were reducing. It just reminds you of all those conversations we've had at any meal or gathering where it's like, below V8 plus P equals pivotable, and all those sorts of exchanges.
Yeah, definitely something fun to hear, players just bantering about the words a little bit. Definitely some good vibes at that table, and congrats to Jackson on the win, taking sole possession of first place in the WoW division here at World Cup. We're going to take a quick break while we get the next game figured out and players rounded up and all those good things. So I'll give a few plugs here before we cut the break. If you haven't liked this video already, make sure you do that. Really helps the discoverability on YouTube if as many people are liking it as possible. If you're not subscribed to Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel yet, that's another thing that you should definitely be doing. And of course, if you want to be a Scrabble super friend, donate some of your own money to the hard work that everybody on the Let's Play Scrabble team is doing. That would be appreciated as well. But we're going to take a quick break here at the 2026 World Cup. Brought to you by WGPO and Cons Coalition. Again, Charles Reinke and Jeffrey Nelson here, waiting to watch you come back in a couple minutes once we have this next matchup for you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for round 14 of the 2026 World Cup in Williamsburg, Virginia. Oh, sorry, I gave the wrong round number. Ignore whatever I just said. We're here for another game of the 2026 World Cup presented by WGPO and the Collins Coalition. Once again, I am Charles Reinke, joined by Jeffrey Nelson. We're about to see a great matchup between Joey Kravchik and I believe a first-time streamed player in Dave Raupius. Jeffrey, how are you feeling about this matchup? Are you excited to see what we're going to see?
I am very excited to see Joey. Joey's a great player. He'll play any number of words that are wonderful and positions. I'm less familiar with Dave's playing style and his exposure, but yeah, Joey's gonna show us a great game.
Yep, I think Joey is always in contention in these big tournaments. It seems like recently hasn't quite been able to get over the hump where he wins one, although he did win Albany 2025 last year. So he's got that win on his resume, definitely in contention here. Dave is sort of, as I said, a little bit of an unknown, mostly plays in the Georgia, North Carolina area, but he won the Asheville tournament last year with a very, very solid record and bumped his rating up into the 1800s. So clearly an up-and-coming expert. He's been playing for a long time, took a little bit of a hiatus after 2016, but is recently back in the scene and just seems to be improving with each tournament that he plays. So a little bit of a surprise factor here. We'll see how Dave fares against the much more seasoned, the perpetually in contention Joey Kravchik. While we wait for players to get sorted out, I'll give a couple more plugs. Again, make sure that you're liking and subscribing to Let's Play Scrabble. That is very important to get eyeballs on the stream. There's also a bunch of upcoming WGPO tournaments that people should be on lookout for the calendar. If you need more information, head over to wordgameplayers.org or crosstables.com. Both tournaments, or both sites list all those tournaments. We've got a big Reno tournament coming up. Lake George, always a hit for the players in the Northeast. Madison Major, that's a major hit for me living in Madison, and the California coming up in December. So a bunch of tournaments to be on the lookout for. Many of those will be streamed. In fact, all of those might be streamed. A lot more Scrabble action to come on Let's Play Scrabble. Do we have players ready? Should I keep plugging things? We do have players ready, so let's cut over to the action. All right, this is my first visual on Dave Raupius. Good first impression. I like the black t-shirt. Looks very snazzy.
Same.
And we do see he's sitting at 8 wins and 3 losses. So actually 2 games ahead of Joey. We were saying, Joey perpetually in contention, always rated above 2,000. But in this tournament, Dave is actually the one with a very solid record. So nicely done, Dave, to start this tournament.
Yeah, I would love on any day of the week and twice on Sundays to be doing better than Joey Kravchik.
Yeah, that feels like something you could put on a resume. Like after day 2, I was ahead of Joey Kravchik in the standings. That is something that you should celebrate. All right, we have Dave drawing tiles. He's going to start putting them on the rack. We'll see if it's an immediate bingo. Ooh, there's a blank, a couple O's, a couple vowels. Slow. Ooh, what do you think here? Exchange or play QI? I like the exchange here.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The analysis engine agrees. I think keeping OOEE blank, just not strong enough for that 22 points. And he really spent almost no time thinking about that. I think that's a wise move to just be decisive about things like that. And now I guess Joey technically going first now. He's drawn BIIRSBY. He's got Ivy set up. Jeffrey, just Ivy. I think that seems to be the clear play here.
Yeah, both of these auto plays, the exchange and then Ivy leaving ribs.
Yeah, and this I think is the typical placement of it. Not spending unnecessary amounts of time analyzing these first couple turns. That's something that I struggle with often, is just wanting to make extremely accurate plays right at the beginning and maybe spending too much time trying to do so. So good idea from both these players to be decisive and save time for end games if they do come up. We do have Dave now probably looking to bingo, although he doesn't actually have anything through any of those floaters. So he really just has the 1-7 available of tweaked. If he doesn't spot this, it might actually be kind of challenging for him. I think he does spot it, but this rack isn't as flexible as it would seem at first glance.
Yeah, that's easy. It does look like there's more to work with than there really is. For me, I start at the alphabet. If I don't see it immediately, or even if I do see something, I work through the alphabet. So that may be something it takes him a while to see what he's got there.
Yeah, definitely. I think as I say this more and more on stream, and more and more people agree with me, going through the alphabet one letter at a time when you have a blank does seem to be the dominant strategy among expert players to make sure you're not missing anything. And W is near the end. Honestly, W is a letter I might skip in a situation where I already have a K. It just doesn't seem likely. And we do see Dave actually miss his bingo of tweaked, which involved making Tivy as well. So an unfortunate miss for Dave here. Luckily, he's scoring decently enough and keeping really good letters. We do expect him to bingo pretty soon.
Yeah, without looking at the sim, I'm going to say 25 to 30 points of equity. So not great, but definitely a miss, but nothing, key critical at this point. I'm hoping.
Yeah, definitely any turn where you have a bingo and you don't play a bingo is a kind of a sizable error. But when you're keeping AD, ET blank, it's not as sizable an error as if you were just missing like a flat out 7 out of your rack and then you blew up your rack with no hope of bingoing on the next turn. So in the grand scheme of things, not too bad, but you would have liked to bingo on this turn. Joey, meanwhile, just played off IVY. He did draw the other V and the other Y, so he's got Ivy again. It doesn't actually play on this board, but it's kind of like a fun/annoying wrinkle in this game that he was trying to get out from underneath the V and the Y together and was just immediately redrawing them.
And it's not as if he had sorry. He didn't really have any other real plays to choose from, but why he did Ivy is in part because now he's got it again. And can you think of, just picture how worse his rack would be if he still had the V and the Y on.
Yeah, definitely 2 Vs and 2 Ys would be kind of a disaster scenario. But you do want to be rewarded for playing off your bad tiles. You don't want to be punished by drawing the same bad tiles. Joey didn't have a lot of options here. Ivory is, among the best. He didn't really have anything worth playing under key. And maybe the only other thing I was thinking about was playing Vibrio, which I'm looking at Vibrio through the eye of Ivy. I kind of like that to set up the S. But then again, Dave also just played off 2 tiles, so maybe Joey's less likely than normal to want to set up a big S hook. So Ivory, I think, makes some sense given his opponent's previous play. Does put out floaters in space, though, for Dave, which should make his choices a little bit more varied than they were last turn. He's got a number of possible bingos to play here, including things making Tivy. He's got stuff like Fade Out. He does have things like Featured and Furcated through the R of Ivory. I would be spending some time here looking for double doubles here. That would be my first thought. It looks like he does not have any double doubles, but Jeffrey, how much time would you spend here looking for a double double that doesn't exist?
Boy, I definitely think it's worth 2 minutes, and it's not worth 5. Let's put it that way, because there's a certain level of meta to it. It's not only do you trust your instincts, do you trust that you trust your instincts enough to put in a decent effort and then decide that it's not there. And because you can trust your flash. Sometimes you can't trust your flash instincts, but you should be able to find something that within a decent amount of time, because sometimes what you do is you talk yourself into a probability analysis. And if his rack plus R were to be a dub, that's got to be top 5, maybe even top 4 for the letters. And so if you go through them, if you know the top 4, 5, 8s, then you should find it if it's there.
Yeah, and we see Dave, I think, spending about I would say the correct amount of time on this turn, determining that he doesn't have a double-double, at least not that one that he knows. He's going for fade out, making the blank an O, making Tivy. This is actually tied for his highest scoring bingo. I guess there's some discussion to be had here with something like Furcated, which leaves fewer floaters and blocks that double-double versus fade out, which just keeps the board more wide open. I think if I'm in Dave's position, maybe a slight underdog. I prefer the open board. Like my best chance against Joey is just to open the board and keep drawing bingos. And I think that's what Dave is going for here.
Yeah, and that's a bold strategy against a I believe superior player, and because sometimes that is something that you sort of do at your peril, and and obviously it is someone who feels as comfortable, if not more, playing an open board. Speaking of which.
Yeah, the open board strategy, I shouldn't say backfires because Joey did have bingos elsewhere. He had Baronias, for example, through the O of Ivory. But this is again against a player like Joey. You're kind of playing into his strengths by keeping the board open. Then again, I don't disagree with the strategy because you need to do something to give yourself a little bit of an advantage in the game. You just need to make sure you draw the right letters. So we do see Joey going for inboards here. This is his highest scoring bingo. Clearly unconcerned about putting the I in the triple lane. Something like Baronias would be comparably, safer than this. But he's kind of YOLOing it and saying, let's have the most amount of fun possible.
Absolutely. Joey made the content driven play, and he made one that fits even before streaming and content were a thing. I think among the players who are dynamic or respect the value of the unknown, he's definitely right up there. He is not afraid. He is not going to close down the board unless he absolutely has to, in my estimation of, either playing him or watching him play. So there's that.
Yeah, I think Joey is perfectly capable of playing a closed board. That's just not his inclination. It's sort of like as needed basis. We do see Dave finally turning over his letters. He had kept them secret from us for a while, limiting our ability to analyze his next play. We do see him draw the Q with a U. So first inclination for me would be just hitting QUAI, but you can actually do qua to the left of inboards for 45. That seems to be the standout play here. Jeffrey, you think anything else worth doing with the Q here, or just take the 45 points?
I definitely do like, everyone likes points for 45. I don't think getting cute is necessarily called for in this circumstance. I'm not seeing a lot of others. I mean, I don't think it would be super reckless to play quinoa, but it's not. I mean, clearing up the vowels on the rack is not. It's not worth the reward, I think.
Yeah, quinoa is another option. Making KA underneath key does put the U or the Q in the triple line, which we saw come into play a little bit last game. But with so many letters in the pool, so many things to figure out, I would not want to put the Q there just because I wouldn't know what the likelihood of a triple is. I would be playing it safe here if I'm Dave. I would take a good sized lead with qua to the left of inboards, block the triple through the I of inboards. You are sort of leaving open a few options for using the Q for future scores. Something like Fakir still plays, something like Kintar still plays. Maybe there are even triples that still play. I would need to bust out Zizza for that one. But with 45 points on the table, I don't think you can really turn it down. And I'm actually a little surprised that we haven't seen it come down yet. I guess with the QU, all that flexibility, you want to make sure you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I was thinking, to be clear, I was thinking about quinoa on the top left
yes.
end of inboards. But I can see, both are, I just save the N and get better balance. But again, not worth the 11, 12, whatever the point diff is there.
Yeah, definitely either spot for quinoa was a little bit too dynamic for my taste. Joey was just sitting there hoping the O didn't get blocked, and in fact, it didn't get blocked. He's immediately ready to pounce with Recoiler, his only bingo. So nicely spotted by Joey, again, not wasting any time doing that, and does take a 35-point lead as we sort of get towards the middle game of this one. And Dave, again, being very deliberate with his scorekeeping and tile tracking, which are very important things. I encourage all players to be deliberate with those things. It just means that we're a little bit delayed in seeing what letters he's drawn. All right, that last H, I think, dashes the bingo chances that might have been present in those letters. But the J, I think, a welcome sight for Dave here, given that he wasn't really that close to bingoing, and so having some scoring power on his side really helps here. And he actually does have a 52-point J play on top of fade out, that being Raj, R-A-J. That's gonna really help him here. I assume he spots it.
I am ashamed to say that sometimes, especially, I've got a blank deficiency. There's blank blindness that goes on, and we may be looking at that now. I wouldn't put it past anybody, but I would hope that sometimes I literally have to write it down and just go back to it and remind myself, or else I'm just going to forget what the blank is. Yeah, definitely the blank in that spot makes Raj a lot harder to find. Also, regularly happens to me, I shouldn't say regularly, it occasionally happens to me that I will make phony two-letter words because of that same blank blindness. I'll just assume that the blank is a vowel because it seems like it should be a vowel, even though I know in my head, on my score sheet that it's a consonant, and I'll just play something like EO or something like that. So the blank blindness is real. I am strongly looking forward to the day when we have some kind of advanced blank tile that actually has, little LEDs built into it that, light up with the letter that it's designated as. I don't know if that would ruin the game, ruin some aspect of the game, but it certainly would help me from making bonehead mistakes. Yes, in this case, I think it's clear that he sees it, so he'll be playing it. Good. Yeah, nicely spotted by Dave, and that's not being sarcastic. It is nicely spotted to find a little play like that with a blank involved, and really was necessary for him here. It was by far his best play, and that puts him up by 16. So he's keeping it close against Joey, who's one of the best players in North America for sure. Yeah, I think what do you like for this rack for Joey? Assuming he doesn't make it before. Oh, he's making his play. Yeah, I think this is actually, a really strong play. The SHILR has a lot of synergy if you draw some vowels with it. Whether the synergy actually helps on this board is another story, because other than recoilers, there's not a whole lot to work with. But getting rid of the two W's for 30 points, can't argue with that. And again, I'm not surprised that Joey made that play extremely quickly. No, his leave otherwise, or his leave after the two W's gone is, pretty low. I'd say low 20s for percentage, or high teens for bingoing. So pretty good for a 5-tile leave. Yeah, and we see Joey not really connecting on that. He needed a couple more vowels to help him out. Meanwhile, Dave we weren't really considering him in bingo position. He was just scoring last turn, but he has sort of gone out of the bag a nice gift of Anthoid, which plays underneath key. If he can spot this one, it's 81 points. Certainly his best play. But I'm not intimately familiar with how far he's gone in his word study, but being a longtime player and certainly studied a bunch to be rated 1800, I would expect him to see this word. Absolutely. Although here's another, aspect to that head in the clouds that I was referring to. It is a 7, and so one thing I find with my study is I'm much more interested in, hey, where's my A for Anthodia, or something else, which is to say the 7 sometimes get swept up. They are very basic, and he has found it. So yeah, it's definitely possible to get distracted with all the 8s that you can make with your rack and just forget to look for the 7s.
does take a little bit of discipline to evaluate each rack on its own merits, look for the 7s, look for the 8s, not just immediately jump to whatever your pet idea of the rack should be. And Dave, taking his time, finding Anthoid, he's going to see where it plays on the board. And he's going to take a nice size lead with this, putting the A in that spot in the triple line. You're not happy about it, but when this is your only bingo available, you just go for it.
Absolutely. And, an A in fourth for trips is not the worst too. And, as much as can be gleaned from a WW play last turn, he shouldn't be as afraid as other plays, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it's really that bad, and it's gonna work out for him in this case because Joey doesn't really have a way to punish that spot super hard. He could play something like Hilar, Hilar, through the A of Anthoid. That would keep, looks like LNS. Decent bingo leave. The S hook on Recoiler is still open, so that as long as that's open for Joey, he's probably still feeling okay about his chances in this game. If that spot were to ever go away without exposing a new S hook, Joey might start feeling a little bit anxious, like where's my bingo going to go when I draw it? And so I do like a play like Hilar for him to not disrupt the existing bingo lane that he's maybe counting on to get back in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Last turn, we saw the possibility of a less than optimal play of Whirly. And this time, of course, he could go with something like Hilly. He probably won't, simply because that is taking a bingo lane and not getting enough points for it is pretty much what it amounts to, I think. So, yeah, there's no real good reason why Hilar shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I do like Hilar here. I guess if Joey was feeling particularly like he wanted to live dangerously, he could play Hilly, save the Recoiler spot, and also save the triple through the A, keeping RNS versus LNS, which is a better leave. So maybe there's some merit there, but I think it's just too dangerous to leave this spot open. So good play from Joey to immediately shut it down, hopefully draw some vowels for a bingo. Dave, meanwhile, drawing duplicate E's, duplicate O's, but not totally inflexible letters. If I'm him right now, I'm thinking, is there any way I can use this C to my advantage? I've got a 40-point lead. Is there a way to stop recoilers in some way? Make sure that bingos don't go there anymore, using the fact that the C doesn't make any 2-letter words. At first glance, I'm not seeing a good way to do that, but that would definitely be my thinking here if I'm holding a 40-point lead against a player who's known to play a lot of bingos.
Yeah, I think it's called for to, of course, undouble the E, undouble the O, another consonant in there if it's worth it. It's a equity play that is going to be a small fish is what is called for in my quick estimation.
Yeah, the plays that the engine suggests just on basis of equity are kind of aggressive in a way that I don't think is called for Dave here. Something like Potence through the T of Anthoid scores nicely, scores 28 points. Just putting an E in the third spot of a triple casually. That's the kind of thing a computer will do when it's not thinking about the plays that it's making. Dave's certainly more advanced than a computer like that strategically, and probably won't end up making a play like that. I'm wondering if there's not a whole lot else, available to him here. He could do something like Cooey to the Y of Ivory. It looks like he is going for that. That does take out the Y. That does part of what he wants to do. Maybe he'll worry about the S hook on Recoiler later. But I think this is a good idea. You can't go to the side of it because, again, C does not make any 2-letter words. You don't have to worry about that Y anymore. I think this is a good play from Dave.
Absolutely. And I guess I wasn't considering when I was talking about him making a small fish, the lead he's got on Joey. Again, would love to have that high a lead on Joey during a game. And I guess he'll be evening that up a bit here, but certainly opening does not make sense from his position. If you're down and if you're if you're feeling it, great. But yeah, Podence would have been a bad mistake.
Yeah, and we do see Joey going for amines here. That is a nice play, scoring 43 points, leaves him only down by 17. Downside is it does block that, or at least mostly blocks the S hook on recoiler, unless you can get a 7 with an S in the second position, which is pretty hard to come up with. You might get something like isotine. But he's sort of changing his strategy a little bit. Rather than just going for a bingo, he's just aiming to outrun Dave, catch up the natural way without a bingo. I don't know if I totally agree with that strategy. Then again, 43 points is a lot. So I think I'm okay with this play.
Yeah, it worked for Joey this time, and so we'll see if Dave leaves that spot alone, or maybe if he can sniff out the position he's in. I'm not sure there's a great play that can be found to block the S on recoilers.
Yeah, he's Joey is sitting on N Siles currently. Which just kind of miraculously barely fits on the board. I don't think Dave is going to be too concerned about that spot. He's going to be thinking, well, maybe Joey has a second S. You probably wouldn't have played the S on amine if you didn't have to. But that S hook, for one, it's not that dangerous because it's harder to hit. And two, any attempt I make to block it is probably just going to make my situation worse. It's hard to decisively block that S hook, and you'd probably have to sacrifice points to do it. Something like, I don't know, NE, maybe you could think about. It just seems like you're scoring so few points there in some fit of paranoia. I don't know if that would be called for here. What do you think, Jeffrey?
Yeah, just what you said. It simply does not survive the cost-benefit analysis to sacrifice so much for something that might not even work that well. And if you could get off a 20-point play and gum up the work, sure. Preen, for example, if you're really going to play Preened would, or even Preen, except you're creating another S hook possibility. So it's the net result is not anything to be favored.
Yeah, I think Dave at this point is probably pretty sure that Joey has another S, so he's going to be looking to avoid needlessly setting up S spots. But it's tough for him because he doesn't have a lot of plays available that don't just like open stuff up for Joey. I'm just looking through like what's available to him that the engine suggests, and like the safest plays are just something like hens from the H of Hylar for 14 points, keeping relatively unproductive letters. There is a little bit of hope for Dave that he could hit something like Kindar. If he can draw the last R out of the bag, he could get a nice 48-point play up there, however many points that scores. And playing something like hens actually does keep all the letters that he wants. Ooh, we're seeing a little bit of a different tactic here. This is actually a bit of a surprise because if I'm not mistaken, TAE does take an S. Oh no, that's only Collins. Oh man, Collins' brain setting in once again. But I think he could have scored a few more points elsewhere with that two-tile play.
Yeah, if I'd seen hens, I would have played that in a, assuming I'd seen it, I should say. It's not that difficult to find that. There aren't that many scoring spots, but yeah, hens is a good auto play.
And in any case, Dave's play of any does not stop Joey's and Siles making recoilers, which is a very fortunate turn of events for Joey on a board where it is getting really hard to bingo. He somehow sneaks one in like the last remaining spot. So that gives him a 50-point lead. Dave goes from like, I think a pretty strong favorite in this one to being, I think, heavily disfavored. He would need to hit a bingo very soon to get back in this one. I don't know if he's ever going to get back in this game just by trying to outscore Joey. He's too far back. Good news for Dave is that S is now floating out in space, and it's going to be a little bit tough for Joey to address it. So I think Dave is he's going to be zeroing in on that S as sort of his lifeline to get a bingo down on this board. And that means a lot of the plays that he has in that area of the board, something like a tap on top of N Styles, maybe not what you want to do here, given that it disrupts your bingo opportunities. So I would be, if I'm Dave, I'm looking to play elsewhere on this board. Maybe, I don't know, something through the UN, unapt possibly to, open up desperate space on the top of the board. Jeffrey, do you have any thoughts on this? This is a tough turn for Dave.
Well, I like using the P to maybe make something like pund if he really needs to open opportunities. I'm not sure he does right there. I think I like something down, to the right better, holding an E, maybe something like pad, and all of these are obviously on a downbeat sort of hoping and waiting, but I don't think it's impossible we might see an unbingo at some point. So let's see here.
Oh, this is actually, I think, a pretty good thought here from Dave, because now there's that S spot open in addition to the D in the triple line. The sad part is he is playing off his E, which he would really need to redraw an E to have a credible threat to bingo on the bottom row. But this, I think, this is exactly what I want him to do. Something like this where he's creating another space to bingo so that Joey can't immediately stop everything on his next turn. We do see Joey with really inflexible letters, 3 T's, ILPR. It was going to be hard for him to, gum up that bottom part of the board, only holding one vowel. So Dave would have been able to get away with not, being so audacious and creating new openings just because Joey's flexibility here is so bad. I think he probably just has to play dipped here, DIPT, and then force Dave, if he is going to bingo, to play low scoring bingo, just hitting the S.
Yeah, boy, Dave drew really well and Joey did not. So that's the tale as old as time, probably.
Yeah, that is, we see this all the time in Scrabble. We also see Joey has drawn the last R. So Kintar or Kindar off the board for Dave, unless he wants to use his blank for it. Meanwhile, it's still, I guess, kind of on the board for Joey. I guess there's not enough ends left for it to really be a threat. But that was lurking there for a while. Also, Dave has drawn the F for Fakir, but again, no more R's remaining for him to draw. So sort of the sneaky way of Dave getting back into this game with plays through QI, looking a little bit less likely now.
Yeah.
And Joey with a huge time advantage, by the way. We haven't really touched on this, but he's got 16 minutes on his clock thanks to his quick play early in the game. Dave's only got 5 minutes left to play out the rest of this game. I think that's going to be a concern here.
That is eternal. That is an evergreen tactic that many players employ. Joey almost uniquely successfully in terms of his stellar. I want to say, 2 weeks ago, I saw him put more than one expert on notice for quick play, and the game was almost unquestionably in danger or decided because of that. And so he's not immune to those sorts of time burning strategies that his opponents may employ. But certainly, I think he uses it to great benefit.
Yeah, definitely. That is a strategy that I feel like more North American players could employ. Certainly, some of the international players employ it to great benefit, especially against me. It feels like. So Joey definitely at a huge advantage here with Dave now under 4 minutes on his clock. I think he's looking at facts underneath and Siles. That's 30 points. Again, I think this is a good idea, holding the blank, just open up space on the bottom. It doesn't work out for him in this case because Joey is sitting on rootlet and tutler. So rootlets and tutlers both going to play to the S of Siles. with that new opening, assuming Dave does something like fax, that's going to come down, and that's probably going to end this game, barring something miracle, maybe through the QI.
In my hope of hopes, after fax, he draws a bingo, and it plays in two different spots. One is alongside Joey's word. I want to see 5 overlaps, don't you? But in all, and most probability, if he does bingo, I agree that it won't be enough.
Yeah, definitely the deficit, because he's already at a 50-point deficit here. Just too hard to come back from any kind of bingo from Joey. We did have a good suggestion in chat, and I'm kind of enjoying this thought now, is playing the word expat through the E of recoilers and the P of paled. There's no S's unseen, so you hold the last thing that you can hook expat, that being the blank, and force Joey to do something about it. That is actually a kind of a creative thought, and would have been fun to see come down, but I think fax just makes too much sense from Dave's perspective. It's just unfortunate that it's going to get hit pretty hard here.
I agree. Expat would be a fun play, or fun blank play, as you see.
And rootlet coming down very quickly for Joey. That's probably going to put an end to this one, because this is 81 points, gives him a 100-point lead. And with Dave's letters, I imagine that he's going to be bingoing, but it's not going to be for very much. Certainly not enough to pull this out, I feel like. Yeah, he does have bingos such as outgains and unitages. He also has stuff through the AB. I guess just one word, unabating, which would be fun. I guess if he wants to flex on the stream viewers for style points, he could go for something like unabating. Certainly in a situation like this, I would want to play a word I was sure of and not just, take a Hail Mary on something like unabating. But you never know. Dave's got a minute and a half to figure it out.
Yeah, definitely. Without knowing, the questionable 9-letter word at this point in any game, but especially one in which he has a guaranteed thing that's going to close the gap, and he still needs his spread, I assume, later in the tournament. So yeah, it'd be unwise and for many reasons, but yeah, still fabulous.
Yeah, and I actually do notice that we did have Dave's record wrong at the beginning of this stream, just because it hadn't been updated. We do actually see his 5 and 6, not 8 and 2. So Dave, we wish you were 8 and 2. That would be awesome. We see you're actually 5 and 6, which I think is still awesome against this field for an 1800 player. But yeah, it should correct the record here. Dave's doing great, just not as fantastic as we thought at the start of the stream.
Yeah, it sounds like some of our analysis was lost in the hopium.
Yep, the hopium now turning to copium for Dave. He is just going for pug here. Either he didn't see his bingos or just wants to punish Joey a little bit by getting a higher scoring one. I think that's fair enough. The downside of something like this is you do give your opponent a chance to really put your dreams to rest, although maybe given the unseen pool, maybe there wasn't really anything Joey would ever be able to do about this new S hook. So maybe just trying to get more points for the eventual bingo.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of the hardest things for experts as well as intermediate players to not play the bingo, because for a fact that it's not a good a draw for your spread. It can only be worse, because if you're leaving just one tile in the bag or a few tiles that your opponent is gonna play into, you're just going to be able to end up with many more points than if you just play a bingo straight out. It feels right sometimes to play a bingo immediately, but just the waiting part is worth the reward.
Yeah, I think there are situations where it's actually correct not to play the bingo, and maybe David's thinking about a scenario where the Z is in the bag, Joey makes his play and draws it, and Dave bingoes out. Maybe there are situations where all that happens and Dave actually pulls this one out thanks to 20 20 something points from Joey's rack, like a high enough scoring bingo making pugs could maybe do it. So I think there was some thought there from Dave's perspective. Like I'm still going to try to win this game. I'm not just going to roll over and play my 60-point bingo and give Joey a 40-point comeback. I'm going to, make a good faith effort to try to actually pull victory out of this game. And I think that's a very respectable decision on Dave's part.
What's important to note at this point is that Dave does still have unabating, and so whether or not that's something that he will employ, depending on what Joey plays. Let's see. I haven't really seen whether Joey's likely to muck that up any.
Yeah, Joey's probably trying to figure out if there's anything he can do about pugs. If he decides that there's nothing to do about pugs, he could just do something like Orzo through the R of recoilers and just make sure that he doesn't get Z stuck. The sort of equity play would be something like Uzo, O-U-Z-O from the O of Kui. Obviously, you can't do that because you're probably giving up some form of a triple-triple. The one tile unseen that's still in the bag is an E. I think if Dave had that E, he would be at a really high threat of tripling through any letter that you put out there. So Joey can't, put anything in the triple. He's just got to do a little bit of, work to see, is there any way I can actually block pugs? And at this point, I don't see a way that he can do that. If anybody in chat sees like a foolproof way to prevent pugs bingos, I would love to hear it, because things like mug obviously just don't do anything. He doesn't have an A to go on top of the G. I feel like if he tries to sacrifice points to block there, it probably just bites him in the long run.
Yeah, it's worth saying, and not commonly that a word might be able to fit with an H in 7th or 6th, but of course we've got a H hook to possibly go with the blank as well for the Florence Pugh play, I guess.
Yeah, I was once castigated at club for mispronouncing that one. I think I just called it pug, the P-U-G-H.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, I have not seen that in the wild. So as an exclamation of disgust, I guess you can be disgusted however you'd like, right?
Yeah, I think it's open to interpretation for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was told that that was incorrect. But yeah, that is also sort of a side factor of that pug play is you've still got the blank. You could theoretically make it an H. Joey has to take that into account. He had a ton of time going into this turn, so he's got a lot of time to figure out this end game. And even with the 90-point lead, as you mentioned earlier, Jeffrey, spread is important in all these games. You want to play correctly every single turn. Just because you're winning by 100 doesn't mean you just sort of give up and start throwing tiles on the board. Because at the end of this tournament, it's so often decided by spread. And you might look back at your round 12 game or whatever round we're on and be like, why did I sacrifice 40 points unnecessarily? So I think it's a good idea for Joey here to do what he can to make sure that Dave doesn't bingo in this spot, if there is indeed anything to be done.
Yeah, I'm not picturing on a base level analysis. I think Joey has found, frankly, unabating. He's certainly good enough to, and in fact, I want to say that the time that he's taking is probably in both of those playthrough 9s. There's something that even if it doesn't matter for the purposes of this game or for the tournament, there's a challenge of considering it, and you don't actually know if it's mission critical until you really do find it and do the counting, and maybe you could rearrange a worst case scenario. And this is probably where it comes after the UN. I suppose technically you could, if the UN were part of the word and it started before then, even more unlikely. But so he, whether he dismissed that out of hand, whether he is searching through the UN, the UN, the unbaiting 9s, that's very possible.
Yeah, this could be a situation. We don't know for sure whether Joey is actually iterating through everything possible through UN, or at least just trying to figure out, at first glance, is there something through UN? Because that would be pretty damaging if there was. We see Joey just going for Orzo, which I think is the right idea. Just play off the Z, realizing that you can't really do anything about pugs. And it does turn out that Dave, he does have a 7 with an S that's basting. Baitings isn't a word, honestly, Jeffrey. I wouldn't be surprised if we see baitings come down just just to try it.
Absolutely.
Because it looks like Joey is not going out next turn. I assume he's not going out next turn. Oh, we are seeing Dave just go for Kintar. We finally see that spot get used. So that's I honestly think I would have tried baitings at this point, just to, because I know I'm going to get another crack at scoring next turn. But I respect it here, just Dave going for the end of the game.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, everyone's been in that position, I think, of saying, hey, listen, I'm not going to be able to forgive myself if I'm wrong, and baitings actually is. It's a very, the conversation I have with myself is, okay, well, what does the word mean? And is this something that is a noun, and is the verb a gerund, and how possible can I make a plausible sentence in that? Can I talk myself into it or out of it? Anything's possible.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And we did see a suggestion in chat, which maybe we should have talked about on Joey's play of Orzo. He could have just played OM, making GOS. That does decisively block pugs. But it does put him at risk of holding the Z while Dave plays something crazy through the UN. And maybe there are situations where that actually loses. So I think Joey may have seen that. It's possible he missed it as well, because both me and Jeffrey missed it. We're not the ultimate barometers of being able to find Scrabble plays, but combined we're pretty good. So I think Joey is just afraid that there is something he was overlooking through UN and just couldn't face the fact that he might have to eat the Z after Dave bingo's out.
It is possible I was distracted by the unbingos. He also maybe he was rehearsing the ISM bingos, the ism, if he had made that play. So maybe he talked himself out of it because of all those the isms.
Yeah, that is another factor as well, but that would have been a decent strategy. This game ends with a 10-point penalty for Dave, 415 to 495. After the adjustment, be 405 to 495. We're going to cut to overhead mic and see what these two players have to say about the game.
495. Yeah, that was interesting. I was considering passing, but there was more. I counted 5 out of 8 that didn't bingo for you, unless maybe I missed some 9s with the rack you had.
Miss on that?
Might have had some 9s. I'll check in a second.
You didn't see anything obvious.
Not with your. I saw other 9s with other racks, but.
That rootlet was, I did not see that. I mean,
You had unabating. That was it. It's a weird one.
I actually considered that.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Unabated and unabating are both adjectives. What do you know? Yeah, that was scary there. Dipped left LRTT. But there was a lot of vowels left, but certainly was.
I had to get rid of
feeling good.
you, but I mean, the X was with its top,
Right.
and I figured if I created one more hotspot.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm drawing after my Ensiles bingo. I'm drawing into a bag. There was F, 3 Gs, 2 Us, an X, and a Z. Yeah, it was just all sorts of junk that I could have got. Yeah, I'll double check recoiler. I think it's pretty good.
After
Yeah, it's
Am-
good.
Yeah, after Amthor. Yeah. I just had to write out the.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if I missed an opening window when I had the key.
Oh yeah, what was your letters?
A D E K.
Yeah, I'll check later, I guess, on the stream, so we know for sure what it is.
Yeah, like I think it would have been, yeah, retaked if the big flag was
Okay, so just tweaked.
would have had to play through time, which would have been tied. That's all I missed.
Yeah, it's the only one in that rack, yeah.
I think that's what. And then I thought about it. I was like, well, I don't want to play too fast. I don't want to spend a week on it. He keeps it tight, and I still have the team up for timing. But still, pretty easy bingo to miss.
All right. So we got some good content out of those two players. Dave, again, I believe playing for the first time on stream, didn't seem rattled at all. He was told he mistweaked, and he's just like, that's fine. Bingo misses happen from time to time. He's not holding his head in his hands. He's not going outside the playing room and wailing to the sky or whatever, just taking it cool as a cucumber. I think we could all take a couple lessons from that kind of reaction. But Jeffrey, I think a great game between those two players who have played many times before.
Absolutely. I love the rapport at the end. It really makes me, it reminds me how enjoyable it is to have the back and forth, because it's really the other player knows you can commit mistakes. They can commit mistakes. We really saw what Joey's, I guess, reputation or his player style elicited a quicker play than normal. Had he not been known to play so quickly, maybe Dave would have given himself more time. Maybe he would have found tweaked, but he knew he had to be more judicial with his time. So that's neither here nor there, but as part of a strategy element is in the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, definitely everybody watching currently is probably thinking next time I face Joey, I'm going to have to be on my toes, because Joey really did play the first 4/5 of that game extremely quickly. I think his reputation in this case was extremely accurate. We're going to take a quick break here as we figure out round 13. Again, you're watching the 2026 Word Cup presented by Let's Play Scrabble, also presented by Word Game Players Organization and Collins Coalition. If you're interested in WGPO at all, go to wordgameplayers.org. I'm especially obligated to pump up that site because I'm part of the team that helped design and build it. So of course I want more eyeballs on the site. If you have any feedback, you throw it at me and I'll discard it into the trash. But either way, we've got 2 more games of the WoW Lexicon coming up in this afternoon session. 2 more great games. I'm sure you won't want to go anywhere. So stay tuned. We'll be back with round 13 very shortly here at the 2026 Word Cup. Welcome back, everybody, to the WOW division of the 2026 World Cup, coming at you from Williamsburg, Virginia, colonial, historical, all the things you want in a place to visit for a Scrabble tournament. It's all happening in Williamsburg, Virginia. Again, the 2026 World Cup brought to you by Word Game Players Organization and Collins Coalition, working in tandem to put together a really astounding event that they've been doing for over a decade now. If you're interested in finding out more about WGPO, the democratically run players organization, check out wordgameplayers.org. Tournament results, tournament calendar, all those great things can be found there. Once again, I am joined by Jeffrey Nelson for yet another exciting game of Scrabble. We will be seeing Seth Lipkin versus, oh, now I've forgotten already, Rafi Stern, who had an amazing game on stream yesterday. Jeffrey, I think you were watching that one. That one was pretty awesome. I hope we can see one, 50% as awesome as that last one.
Absolutely. He put on a stunning show, was behind a good bit of the game. It looked like he was going to be out of contention and then managed to squeak it out.
Yeah, that was pure cinema, as I would say. And we hope that this next game provides more of that same entertaining action. We do have both players seated and ready to go, so I believe we can cut over to the board. We can give a little bit more of an intro to both of these players as they get underway. Seth has been a longtime expert from the Massachusetts area. Meanwhile, Rafi, another long-term expert. Actually, I remember us both being teenagers at the 2006 Phoenix Nationals. We're both still playing. We're both, ascended the ranks of expertdom. But he's just been a fixture at the top of the scene for a long time. So both these players, just amazing people and also amazing players.
Yeah, absolutely. I've played Seth quite a number of times, and he's just a very solid player. Just very deep word knowledge. Does not really often play on tilt, although he does certainly, he's certainly subject to the whims of luck in the game, but very level player.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Seth, also the creator of crosstables.com. I think every time he appears on stream, we're contractually obligated to say this, because it is really just the best site for the Scrabble community in North America. That's cross-tables.com. Check it out if you want to find out about tournaments in your area in North America. That's all thanks to Seth that we've got an awesome place for the community to get together. And I guess we should also be talking about the game of Scrabble that's currently going on. I think Seth's first play of Jiver here makes too much sense. This is really his only big J-bomb, so of course you've got to take it. No question here that this is the right play.
Yeah.
And it doesn't give Rafi anything that he was looking for. I think the only letter that would have saved him to make a bingo would be a B for backated. B-A-C-C-A-T-E-D. That would have been a fun word knowledge check. Unfortunately, not coming into play here. He's got duplicate A's and duplicate C's, so first order of business, getting rid of both of those duplicates. Jeffrey, what are you thinking here? Maybe just back, could play a little bit longer, caved possibly, but I'm kind of liking playing short here with back.
I like FAC both in a vacuum and against an unknown player. Seth, I think, will make far too many points out of caved if that's the situation. Obviously, VAC does not give up much in terms of playthroughs, just the C and only one hook. So,
yeah, it is kind of a tough play to make if you're Rafi, just because it is kind of a fishing play. You're keeping A, C, D, E, T, but you are blocking that I, which would be very helpful for 8-letter words. Then you're kind of at the whims of Seth that he doesn't block the R or the spot on top of Jiver to make 7-letter words. If Seth does sniff you out and makes a defensive play, it's possible that your fish will all be for naught. So if I'm Rafi here, I take a little bit of time. I'd be thinking, can I make a play down from the J? That's really what I would want to do, is play down from the J. It just turns out that there's nothing available there. He also might be looking at Staccato through the eye of Jiver, which the more I look at it, I'm actually kind of liking that play. It does take an E, and he is holding the E, so he's got a hook there that he might be able to use next turn. Jeffrey, your thoughts on that? Maybe that'd be another way to go here.
Yeah, that's definitely, if he's feeling it in terms of his confidence about wanting to open up the board more, that is definitely more of an aggressive play. If it matches his style, I don't know, for all I know, like he could be, and it looks like he is about to make that. So he's definitely, a boldness is all.
Yeah, this does definitely give back more points to Seth. That A at the bottom, like not even just a Z play there, but plays generally using high scoring constants could very easily score like 36 points, for example. And so it's hard to give up that many points, whereas Vac was just so strangling, so decisively defensive. But I think I prefer the more open state here for Rafi, and he seems to agree. So I think a good play from Rafi here.
Yeah, absolutely. It stands to reason that I think he probably does think he has just as good, if not a better chance of making hay while the sun shines than Seth does. And so why not open the board, says he, because we often, as even intermediate players, find ourselves in situations where the board is very cramped. We don't like it, and it's not as enjoyable either strategically or simply, outside of that, it just doesn't look like a very attractive board. So,
yeah, I like it. I think for Rafi's play style, the more openness makes sense. Seth was looking at duplicate O's plus a bunch of constants plus the Q. Nothing really going on for the Q on that turn, so he just goes for mop instead, scoring a good amount of points, 29. Another option there might have been something like moron to the right. That puts AR there for, you could draw Kindar or Kintar possibly. That's kind of a long shot. It's kind of a marginal consideration, but also something he could have considered there. It really hurts to have to keep the Q on this type of board. You know that there's not going to be a Q play bailing you out unless you draw a U. So I wouldn't be surprised if Seth is maybe forced to exchange this next turn depending on his draw. And Rafi going for WE, which I think made a lot of sense given that he had a U. He's finally moving his scorebook out of the way so he can kind of see his other letters. But that play also made a lot of sense.
Yeah, boy, that was a pretty much an automatic play in terms of the number of points and the balance that it leaves. Lutz is, it's a pretty upper mid shelf leave.
Yeah, definitely the best he could hope for there, holding a WU together. Seth, meanwhile, as I said last turn, it really hurts to have to keep the Q in a situation like mop, just because it's not going to do much for you. Again, I think he's got just enough points here where he'll continue to play through it. That would be something like fob or forb on top of jiver. I think fob especially keeps the A and QR you need for like Kintar or Trank if something magical happens to you. So I would be looking at fob here, but I would honestly also be annoyed enough with the Q that an exchange would cross my mind. How would you feel about an exchange here, Jeffrey? You think you just play through this?
I think play through, yeah, because there are enough. Again, there are enough 7s and 8s with the Q that that you could chance into something. But clearly, it's starting to be clunky. And if you weren't to have upwards of 25 points available, then it might feel differently. But I think that is around the point total, right? But
yeah, fob is 26 points, so I think that's just enough to make it worth continuing to stumble along with the Q on your rack for a little bit longer. We might be seeing he's grabbing other letters, so we'll see. Maybe just thinking Fern and Mon. I don't know. I don't really like that because the remaining letters don't have much synergy with the Q, and you're sort of you do have a 20-point lead, so you are keeping things extremely tight. But maybe that's a little bit too tight for my liking. We see him going for fob, which I think is a strong play here. Definitely worth making, even though you're holding the Q.
Yeah, I think he was considering it and doing the math, figuring out what the balance was worth. A Q plus 2 vowels, one of them an O. Not a great look for for your leave, and I wouldn't like it anyhow, no matter what. Well, yeah, it would have to be a pretty big score to justify that.
Yeah, and I think that scored considerably less. So Bob, definitely the answer here. Rafi does draw nicely into his leave of ELSTU, drawing another T and the O. So that's going to give him outlets and letouts. Now I guess he really just has to decide which letter he wants to put in the triple line, if it's the O versus the L. And hard for me to say here at first glance. It's so hard to come up with a rough guess of how many 8s have an L in the third spot versus an O in the third spot. I can't even begin to do any kind of normal calculation on that. I guess I would say I put outlets because the O feels a little bit less dangerous, but that's only an intuition. What's your intuition, Jeffrey?
Yeah, this is a gut check based on what Seth played. It's hard to glean a real, but it's probably 1 point tiles that are left, is what I would conclude. In this case, maybe even incorrectly conclude, but yeah, not a very bingo prone rack on Seth's part, obviously, but he has drawn quite nicely.
Yeah, that U out in space does give him queasy with a Z, sort of I would consider that the non-standard spelling of queasy with an S. Maybe in some parts of the world that is actually the standard spelling. So queasy looks really nice here. The problem with queasy, and this is not a problem with the play itself, just the fact that it's such a rarely played word and it's more commonly spelled with an S. I would be thinking, am I just making this up? Does queasy just sound like a word and isn't really a word? I would not be playing it this quickly because I would be so deep in my own tortured thoughts. Seth, either his thoughts aren't as tortured or he's ignoring those tortured thoughts because he is going for queasy right away.
Yeah, for my estimation, and this is, I did look it up, and he has a wonderful record against me, I'm sad to say. Out of 18 games we've played over the years in tournament, 14-3 with 1 tie, so are his, and so he's my vast superior. But I don't think confidence in word knowledge is something that you certainly can't get a read on that when he plays. So.
Yeah, and he has been rated over 2,000 in the past. So you need some level of extremely advanced word knowledge to make it to that point. And so we do know that Seth is a very accomplished studier and word knower, and not surprised at all that he's not really blinking at this rarely played QZ6. Although the QZ words are sometimes fun to study on their own merits, just because it's cool to know all the words that have a Q and a Z, so maybe that helps as well. Either way, a nice play by Seth to retake a 30-point lead in a game where he's actually being out bingoed 1-0.
Yes. Rafi was quick to set up obligato for the viewers' purposes, so thank you for that. Quick to check the board for an open B. Oh, no open B.
Yeah, and Gael, I guess this is just pronounced jail possibly, but since it's a Scrabble word, we're phonetically pronouncing it to the dismay of all the English majors in chat. I'm just going to say Gael. Either way, however you pronounce it, it was 40 points. That was the downside of queasy. It's just setting up huge counterplays underneath the Z if your opponent has an A. But I think you still have to deal with your Seth, and if you're Rafi, you take the 40 points, no question. So a series of good plays from both players.
Yeah, that was also something I don't think I would necessarily make that play myself. What Seth had is the possibility to do trunk the next turn. Certainly it behooved him to make a Z play, gumming up the O lane this turn. Now, whether it was because he would necessarily use the A for Azo, for example, whether there were other plays that he did or didn't like, I would feel comfortable stretching that into 2 turns. That's very much an art of the non-science that is Scrabble. So it's left up to interpretation.
Yeah, definitely. It's tempting to stretch out power tiles over multiple turns and try to wring maximum value out of each one, but also tempting to get rid of all of them and immediately start going for another bingo, which maybe is what Seth was looking to do there. Seth has drawn maybe slightly too many consonants here. He's sitting on E, F, H, N, N, O, R. and not a lot of action on the bottom left of the board, not a lot of action on the top right of the board. So if I'm Seth, I'm thinking, like, is there anything I can do here that scores decently and keeps it well enough leave? And I think the play I would look at is something making fat, FEH, either Heron or Han, or Hun, I guess it's pronounced. I'd go for either of those plays. Jeff, you think, oh, he's taking it back. Oh, wait, he just played ORO. Did that get committed?
Yes. No. Yeah, he had you could see a little smirk, or, oh, I'm sorry. I did in fact miss it, that it did get committed and instantly challenged, I would presume.
Yeah, it looks like it's back on Rafi's turn. Seth looking a little bit upset. So I was wondering why I hadn't generated HON as a choice, and I was only thinking about Heron. There was indeed a good reason for that. It's because ORO is not a word. That is a really rough break for Seth here. That's honestly, if I did that on stream, I'd be sort of mentally shaken, at least for a little bit after that point, just because it's a mistake that experts really don't want to make, but it still happens from time to time, unfortunately.
I would have thought, what I would like from my position is to use the E in outlets for FOHN, FOEHN, and I wonder what our equity ratings would have been for that one instead of hen.
Yeah, that one actually did also show up in Quackle as a preferred choice, opening up a new lane for sevens and keeping the juicy E and R leave, I think, was another good option. Certainly anything was better than playing a phony 3 and having it insta challenged. Yeah. So now we're back over to Rafi, who's got AIILORT. I think the natural play here would be to just play down from the L, maybe just play littoral. But I'm trying to decide if that's maybe a little too open. Just it opens up a really easy lane for 7-letter words. Doesn't really address the double-double through the E of outlets. He's only holding a 10-point lead, so maybe it's a little bit too early to get obsessive about the state of the board. But I'd be a little tempted by littoral here just to move on from all these letters.
Yeah, there are not a lot of great options from a probability standpoint that don't involve playing off some of those vowels.
Yeah, and I think that there's in a vacuum, like an equity vacuum, just playing off the I for QI. It's like AILORT. That looks like a great leave. Probably bingos a lot through the E of outlets. I think if you make a play like that, Seth is never letting you use the E of outlets. And then on this board, there's not too much else to go. Possibly underneath Jiver, you could still bingo. And that rack also doesn't bingo with an E, at least with a 7-letter word. You would need Aerolite. So I would be very surprised to see a one-tile fish here. This is maybe a little bit more of what I expect. Sets up a new lane for sevens. I guess we already know that Seth is not bingoing through that E of outlets, so you can sort of leave it open with no consequences. That's maybe one of the additional benefits of having gained that turn on that challenge. But he's pulling it back, so still some things to talk about here. Jeffrey, you think Toit looks reasonable? Is there a reason he pulled that back?
I thought the Austin Powers play, the Toit like a Toiga, I thought that was definitely going to be played. It's a little too aggressive. I think it opens up a little too much more than it reserves. I think the T is worth a bit more hanging on to compared to what else is waiting for him in the bag. Yeah,
there's the T does feel really strong, especially with that E floating there. Then again, you might think Seth is planning to use that E, so you're not going to count on it being available. We have Rafi going for littoral here, which was my first thought, basically just clearing out all these letters. There's still 2 blanks unseen. I think it's reasonable to just go digging at this point, given the lack of other really exciting options. Also scores nicely with 24 points out of that rack of 1-pointers. So I think I do like this play from Rafi, and we'll see now if Seth can sort of recover here and not play another phony.
And maybe Rafi thought Seth was going to take a second look at his rack and play Leghorn too. So we don't know. We don't know if he thought maybe that was. I don't think so really, but it would have been nice. He was one off.
Yeah, definitely. There might have been some defensive merit to Littoral, although he does know that he's giving up the H. This is something I didn't consider when initially analyzing Littoral. Is you can play the H alongside it. You know your opponent has exactly these letters and that they're going to play for 31 points. So, maybe that's a vote against Littoral, knowing what you just challenged off for your opponent. Now we're back over to Rafi, who was drawing 6 into just a leave of an I, has drawn another I, but drew pretty nicely besides that. He does have a non-bingo double-double available here if he spots it, which I think is going to be the standout play if he does spot it. That would be invitee. So I'm once he determines that there's no available bingo and there's really not that many floaters that help him here, I think we see invitee pretty quickly.
Yeah, just like you said, everyone's got, I think, the evaluation where, I try to tell our newcomers to club, at some point you ask yourself, do you have a bingo? Well, if you don't, well, pick your best play. And then, it sort of descends from there, or, do enough rearranging to make sure you don't, and then pick your highest pointed.
Yeah. And I think that there's some sort of natural inclination here to possibly not look very hard for double doubles through the E, just because the letters themselves don't feel conducive to that kind of double double, because you're already a little bit overloaded on vowels. Then trying to double double through a vowel on the board doesn't feel like it's the right thing, especially the E in that spot with these letters just doesn't feel natural at all. This is a play that I think is definitely missable. And by missable, I'm saying I would be liable to miss a play like this, even though invitee is a word that we all know. We've all studied it as a 7. With these letters and with the E in that spot, it's very possible to miss. And then since it hasn't come down yet, I'm actually a little bit surprised, or I'm with each passing second that it doesn't get played, I'm thinking he doesn't see it. And in fact, going for paginate here, which isn't too much worse, honestly. It scores 6 fewer, keeps the I instead of the A though, and sets up a lane for 7s, which I guess it's up for discussion whether you want that lane or not.
I mean, if you were going to tell me that the lane were up for discussion and not the word itself, sure, let's definitely talk about that. But yes, I also wasn't anticipating that would be that spot would be used. But yeah, we have quite a good amount of fun with this word because it surprises many people. And of course, I maintain with a straight face that the definition, of course, to unsheath something, and then it takes a front E. So along with the other VA words like vanish for evanish, but yeah, it's a fun one too because it sort of opens people to the wonders of definitions, and yeah,
it is a fun little word there. It did block definer underneath jiver for Seth, but he had redefined to this E of outlets in reserve, plus he had definer if you want to play it next to vaginate. I think it's a good idea for Seth to bingo in this spot just because it's harder to bingo here. And although I guess he is taking a 40-point lead, so I guess he's just thinking he doesn't want to open up a ton of floaters with a play like refined. Rafi, meanwhile, getting bingo immediately in response, not wasting too much time playing it, of Troking, playing for 80 points with a nice little insertion of Etna. A good play by Rafi here.
Yeah, that is a very tough spot sometimes to find between two groups of letters there.
Yeah, it's fun when It's fun to when you get those little insertion plays. He could have just played it to the left for a few, just a fewer amount of points, but it's fun to make these little insertions when you can. And so Seth had taken a lead. He had taken a decent sized lead after his bingo, but Rafi bingoes immediately back and retakes the 40-point lead. And now Seth is doesn't seem like he's very close to a bingo at all. Meanwhile, Rafi has drawn an S and a blank. It looks like 2 S's and a mystery tile. So I think Rafi, with what he's drawn, in a really good position in this game. If I'm Seth here, I would be thinking, can I actually, outrun Rafi at this score without bingoing? And that would be sort of that would guide everything that I'm trying to do on this turn. Am I keeping good bingo letters? Am I immediately trying to shed the U and the Y for a few points? Or am I trying to take the points where I can, even if it involves playing my good letters? And I think at this score, I would probably still be tempted to just try to outrun Rafi. I wouldn't be immediately gunning for the bingo. And I might do something like, if I see Mopi, I might do something like EYE in that spot, using that hook that we talked about way at the beginning of the game. But there's other ways he could go here. So what do you think, Jeffrey?
Well, I like the play of Ulema, but I don't think that puts the right focus on the conservativeness in the triple lane there. So that does stick the U far out there, and but so I do think that Seth is bound to make what is more or less an equity play, and it does not hyper focus on a bingo. I guess all experts are bound to do that, but in particular, some experts seem more bingo prone or bingo reliant. I count myself probably among them. At some point, it seems like a lesser thing to do. It always seems that the more higher powered experts are able to do more with less, or to win without them.
Yeah, definitely. It's maybe a view into Seth's mind a little bit, whether he's going to start going for bingo here or just do something like AYE making Mopi, or as you said, Jeffrey, and maybe it's not the worst idea in the world, something like Ulema above redefine. There are still 2 blanks unseen. We know Rafi has one of them. Also, the 3 remaining S's all sitting on Rafi's rack. But from Seth's perspective, maybe a little bit more turnover is called for. Trying to draw one of those blanks out of the bag, or some of the S's, or just something to make his bingo chances more likely. So he does have Ulema set up. There's a fun little fit above redefine for 29 points. It's 6 points less than just playing AYE making Mopi, but I do like the upside there of you do set up a U in the triple lane, which Rafi will have to think about at some point. Otherwise, this board is getting a little bit exhausted. And even if you do draw some juicy stuff for bingos, maybe it doesn't help you very much. Oh, this is a different idea entirely. Just playing YE. This is a pretty good score. This is 25 points. I guess keeping Ulema in reserve, but keeping the U, I don't think any of the right plays here involve keeping the U. Or they would need to score more for you to keep the U, I guess I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I do think the points make sense. Getting rid of the 4-pointer makes sense. Our vowel balance is obviously a bit off, and with the 2 more U's that he sees or should see in a diminishing pool, that could bite him.
Yeah, I'm especially concerned about those 4 eyes unseen. That just drawing even one of those makes this rack just really not fun for Seth. He is only down by 18 points, but those little things can cost you if your next play is hamstrung by the fact that you have too many vowels. Rafi, meanwhile, probably feeling pretty secure here, as he can bingo for 86 points with a number of options here, making mops and cicadas. It's also fun to note that if Seth had played Ulema, this is noted in chat, Rafi would be bingoing with Assuage's triple. So maybe a little bit of prescience there from Seth, sort of either looking into the future or just using his superhero vision to gaze through the wood of Rafi's tile rack and see what his letters were. But avoiding giving up that triple is going to make sure that this game is going to get out of hand for Seth, but it's not utterly out of hand.
No, and it would have been the less fun spelling of assuages too, because of course the most fun is with the W, as we all know.
Yeah, that one is fun to make jokes about, fun to,
Yes.
again, fun to show to newcomers at club and say, look at all the fun words we have in Scrabble.
Absolutely.
We see gassers come down here. That is among Rafi's best plays, and he can move it over one if you want to, but obviously there's no point doing that, just opening up a triple for fun. We're going to see the blank cam shortly that will confirm that this is indeed an R for 84 points. This puts him up by 102. So this is, and he's going to have 7 chances in the bag to draw the second blank. So this is looking really bad for Seth. Go ahead.
I have to say, from Seth's perspective, a lost turn because of a misplayed tile or a misdesignation, you can play an awfully long time and not run into one, and it does have an inexplicable effect on your mentality in your game. I was in Albany a month ago and playing against former national champion. And I circled the wrong letter on what was to be a fantastic comeback bingo, and ended up eventually losing the game by a lesser margin than I think I was fined for the play. So it's not something not something I was planning on doing, obviously, but I was having a great tournament, and there I was. I made that circled the wrong letter, and I was made to pay for it. And Michael Fagan appreciated the free turn.
Yeah, those avoidable mistakes, kind of hurts more than the ones that are just like, oh, I screwed up my word knowledge. That hurts enough. But, absolutely avoidable mistakes like clerical errors or playing blatantly phony 2s and 3s kind of hit your psyche in a different way. So definitely would understand if Seth is still kind of reeling from that phony 3 that he played earlier. He has drawn the X. There maybe still that gives him a little bit of life because there's this new XI spot underneath gassers. He would need one of the 4 remaining eyes to hit it. But I would probably just go for XU here to the left of Troking rather than getting fixated on that 50-point hotspot. XU is 38 and keeps good enough letters. If you can draw something through the G, that would be great, like Malinger or something, keeping AELMR. That would potentially get you back in this game. So I think the comeback starts with not getting too obsessed with the X and just trying to play it for points now. He looked like he was going to play Max, but that would have made AF, which unfortunately has not made the dictionary yet, despite me saying AF, pronounced AF. In a misuse of internet slang.
You've hit upon the single greatest way to make something acceptable, again, that I've often advertised to newcomers, is if you want to make something an acceptable word, figure out how to pronounce it, not as an initialism or abbreviation, but as a word. So the more we say it was such and such AF, the more likely it is to be a word. And I can't guarantee that, but given the proclivities of humans for years and years, hundreds of mentions, if they get cited enough and spoken enough, if someone famous enough pronounces it that way, it can happen.
Yep, and it all starts at the grassroots level with like a group of nerdy friends just deciding to make it a thing. So I guess let's agree to make it a thing, and then in 20 years, Seth will be able to play MAX on top of Redefine the way he wanted to. There
you go. I still can't explain okay that is not pronounced awk, but that's an exception, I guess.
We see Seth going for Rex here, which might be a slight downgrade. This is 4 more points than XU. And I guess I'm looking at the pool. I'm trying to decide, does this open up new bingo space? It would if Rafi didn't have the last D on his rack, because there's a potential for ED bingos on top of Rex here. So I think there is some upside here, but Seth is playing off his E, doesn't already have a D. So it's kind of a faint hope, but I kind of see the idea here of trying to score points and sort of set up more bingo spots on the board. That's certainly a play worth considering, and he ends up going for it. So I think a good play from Seth here. And Rafi sitting on too many vowels, but also the E and the D, which is kind of crucial on this board for Seth's comeback chances. So if I'm Rafi here, I probably am trying to play closed. I've got the 60-point lead on a board that's not that conducive to bingos. I'm trying to score enough where, like, if Seth does bingo, I'm still in okay shape, but I'm certainly not trying to open up anything for him. And so I might be thinking about, I don't know, this is tough actually, like Duke through the K of troking. It takes a, oh wait, there was another D unseen. So Seth actually has a D himself. That changes the calculus a little bit, but yeah, maybe still Duke, duo to the right of troking. Jeffrey, are you seeing anything that stands out to you? I'm struggling a little bit on this turn.
No, I definitely love the play of Rex over XU, because of course XU closes off 3 lanes for 8s that Seth needs to come back. Granted, they're encumbered, they're not great, but they're what he needs, and he certainly has the ability to find those rarer things. In this case, through the G, the I, and the K, nothing can be off the table in terms of the playthroughs.
Yeah, there's you definitely want to think about, like, even the marginal bingo lanes. If you can leave them open, you leave them open in Seth's position. So that might have been his thinking there. I do see it suggested in chat, and I'm liking this play now, just playing Uri, O-U-R-I-E, through the R of redefine. That neutralizes the ED bingo chances, which are certainly Seth's, at this point, I think most likely bingos are going to be in that spot. So if I can, oh wait, are there E's from Rafi's POV? It's possible that there aren't any E's. So maybe Uri gets worse from that perspective if Seth really can't hit the ED bingos. Rafi might have the last 2 E's of the game. All right, back to the drawing board here.
He's got the KCs indeed, and so what it does is give Seth more letters to play with on the left side. So I don't think strategically worse by any means, but I mean, if Seth's going to play with or through that G of gassers, then that's the case where he's going to have to use that.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit of a tough turn here, because I just don't see a good option for Rafi that scores decently while also not putting back too much for Seth. And he, in fact, goes for Uri, however we're saying that. Not because of the ED bingos, but I think just getting rid of some vowels, scoring a decent amount of points, possibly disrupting bingos to the G in some scenarios. I think still a perfectly reasonable play.
Absolutely. Just cleans up an ugly rack of vowels. It restores a good balance to it, and blocks Seth from what is probably not able to, but essentially ID bingos for how few there are left in the bag. I suppose that could be a concern as well.
Yeah, and Rafi was also thinking the second blank was still unseen, so Seth possibly could still have ED bingos, although they'd have to be very specific ED bingos. Using the blank as an E, we do see Rafi has drawn that second blank, so looking even worse for Seth now, although he might not realize it. I'm sure he realizes he's in really rough shape, but with the blank unable to be drawn from his end, it's even rougher for him. I'm not sure what I would do here if I'm Seth. There is the possibility of just playing Marted through the E of redefine. That's 33 points, kind of just slotting the M in the triple and hoping that something good happens to you. Draw the perfect letters to, either threaten to hit that spot with the LU that you're keeping back, or just panic Rafi into blocking it for fewer points and then bingoing somewhere else. That might be a tactic here that he decides to go. Jeffrey, would you do Marted in this situation and get a little bit desperate, or would you be a little bit more controlled?
What's the position that you're, or what position were you referring to?
Oh, Marted through the E of redefine, putting the M in the fourth spot of a triple.
Oh, I see. Yes. I don't like that as much. I think that spends too many letters. I think probably something like drum is more likely for the balance. Oh, okay. And then there's this. He doesn't like the U. He's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this one, ooh, just immediately getting hit with bindweed. This was the same problem with, this would have happened if he played drum as well. Rafi spots it instantly, and great find by Rafi. Absolutely phenomenal play finding, you know, with no hesitation at all.
Yeah, it's Seth had to expect something like this with the blank end scene. You know, you always anticipate your opponent has the blank at this point, or I do anyway. And Rafi's, you know, just a great enough player, interrupting even the game for the handshake, which is great because it was a great play.
Yeah, and that is, it was not a big emptying play. Rafi still is drawing some tiles, so he might still get to 600 here, which would be fun to see on stream. And yeah, just a really rough break for Seth. I think there is some merit to playing dumb there and keeping your best leaf possible, which is ALRT, hoping you draw the blank, the last E, something to make a bingo happen on this board, and just unfortunately backfired in the worst way possible. So I think a valiant effort for Seth there, but it just wasn't the right time for that, although he couldn't have known that.
Yeah, he needed to make something happen, and that was the start of I want to say comeback, but essentially there were still options left, and it just didn't happen to be the right. He just happened to have gotten pounced on. One of the plays I saw that Uri blocked was plasted. So depending on at that point, Rafi did not have the blank, but Seth could have played that in response, I believe. Unless I'm mistaking the letters.
Yeah, I think that's correct. So yeah, still there is definitely a path forward for Seth after a play like dumb. It's just you need to hope that your opponent doesn't have the blank, and then if they don't have the blank, they're probably not tripling, and that you hope that they just sacrifice some points to block that spot, you bingo elsewhere, and do something creative to at least cut spread. But cutting spread is exactly the opposite of what happened to Seth here. He's sitting at 8 wins, 4 losses, but his spread is going to take a huge hit. Meanwhile, Rafi's spread is going to skyrocket after this game. It looks like it's going to be a 200 plus spread differential in this one. Seth does have a fun play here if he's still in a proper frame of mind to be looking for fun plays. That would be Hangul through the G of Troking for 36 points. That is in the WoW Lexicon, I think a standalone 6, or maybe they added the S at some point. Yeah, I think they added the S at some point. So it used to at least be a standalone 6, kind of a creative little word, something Korean, although I don't exactly remember what. So that would be fun.
Yeah, apparently it's the written script for the Korean language. So that is an interesting one. That's just a very unusual Hangul. Yeah, it's but I have to assume there are maybe 10 players in the room that could have come up with bindweed eventually, and maybe less than half of that could do that in that number of seconds. So it's a great find for Rafi to make that play.
Yeah, we can't stress it enough. Like that type of play finding is abnormal even among experts. I think among super experts it's not really expected, but it's understandable, and I guess I would put Rafi in that class of really, really strong experts. But no matter which player is doing it, when you've got a blank involved, finding something that quickly is just astounding. So, hats off to Rafi. He didn't need that to win the game. Like that was just icing on the cake, so to speak. He could have taken longer if he wanted to, but for the shock and awe factor, maybe scaring future opponents with his word knowledge, it was the perfect thing to do. And with the play of Paya, he actually gets exactly to 600 points. So nicely done, Rafi, getting a 600-point game on stream.
You'll pardon me, I can just make out what it says on his shirt, I think. Is it Bay 2 something?
Well, would that be Beta Breakers? I know that's a San Francisco thing, and I think that's where he's living now, San Francisco.
That sounds right.
All right, Seth does find one of his 12-point outplays of Knurls, the other one making Pile. There's no difference here. So final score will be 388 to an even 600. We'll cut over to overhead mic. Hopefully Seth's not beating himself up too hard.
Again. I had to open.
I didn't have the blank when I played Uri. So it's in the bag.
Yeah, I didn't have a specific plan, but I knew I had to do that. I thought about playing Lum here, keeping the A, put the P's out, and if you just go anything here, then my plans are, here, thing here, then my plans are not going to work.
For
You
sure.
just play P, O,
Or like anything with a B or whatever.
Oh, B, right? Oh, I was thinking P just for there, but the B right
Oh.
there. Yeah, it's anything here. This is not. I mean, I can hit here. I felt like I needed a big thing. Yeah, I almost messed up with the hook. Here also, I was gonna play Max, and I want to play Remax, except that doesn't even work. Yeah, I only had an A and an E, so there's no have to be A, E.
Yeah.
Oh no, I had a U, but the U blocked everything for all of my plays until I got rid of it.
It was
I couldn't remember the 6 and E.
oh, it does take it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have decided that is good, right? Yeah, better be good.
I felt like 90% sure.
Yeah,
But it's like if degasser is good, then weird gasser is good.
yeah, it's good. Read is good, so I'm not embarrassed by letting big plays go.
This play was tricky because I know that you're
Yeah.
wanting to play that,
Well, I
but
thought you were keeping me away from the E. Maybe. I was gonna play FOEHN on that turn. My original play was just hen, but
you wanted to.
I screwed up.
Yeah.
And yeah, hen. Just so you know, hen would have kept FOEHN RN. So phone would have kept ERN.
Yeah.
Why I should have done it in the first place. It's not as many points, but it's
a good lead.
Yeah, I get lead. And then you could argue. I mean, you could. I thought about playing Refine or Definer when this wasn't here. I'm not going to play Definer, but I might play Refine. But none of this is here, and then you just. I felt like this was just so much safer. And but did you have the T when you played that?
No, I had another I. Yeah, I could have played short, and I
thought
could
you
have
were
played
gonna do
medium, and I would have left. If I played Boggy, I would have INATE, which is a great lead, but I didn't play super well on this board, and there's 2 blanks and 3 S's I'm seeing. And
Yeah.
So it seemed like.
As I see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of funny because I didn't pick any of them up and I still bingoed. I was lucky. But yeah, I feel like in a lot of situations I would play short, but it just felt like those tiles didn't really do that well on the board. I guess I have the A hook, but I just didn't really want to get into a position where I'm fishing multiple turns in a row and losing the race to the blank.
I actually pegged you as probably having an A because you knew this was coming, and you'd be like, okay, gives me an A, gives me a spot, and I had Honer for a few more, but I didn't want to give you this cheap spot.
Yeah.
Where you just hit the 5 there for
40. I mean, you can still bingo. Well,
I didn't actually have an A though. I had an I, and it was again a spot where I thought for some reason, I don't know why, like I don't know if this is like correct or not. I didn't think that this had the blank very often, and so I really wanted to.
You didn't think what?
I didn't think Hun held the blank.
Oh, I see. Oh, I don't know. That seems like a good
it could
medium play.
It could, but my sense was that it did for some reason. Maybe because I don't know, if you played it kind of fast, and I feel like if you had the blank, you'd probably search longer because the tricky.
Yeah, I didn't write my time. Yeah, Queasy, I played a minute. I was looking like zonary, and then I was like, no. Like,
Yeah, that was a nice. That was a good one.
With the Q, doesn't matter how many points. I mean, but yeah, I don't know what I was supposed to do, and in the end, my spread would have been better, but I don't think anything was really going to win the game for me. If I do, did you have any?
If you did Lum, I would have played. I could have played the wings. That was what I was going to do.
That gives you the D, but
yeah, there's stuff that could have happened.
Yeah,
it would have been a little bit dangerous, but would have probably been okay.
Yeah.
And then also there's the P hook.
Thinking about that. I didn't have a P, so that's why I wasn't. It's one of those things where if I had the P, I might notice it. And then this X. I mean, I can't place X. I'm not going to bingo through it. If I am, it's not going to be profitable. I almost played Max here, and then I was like, that doesn't work. I don't know if it's
the upside down.
I mean, I don't know. I probably don't have a valid excuse, but multiple times this game, I started to get the hooks wrong. I don't think this mattered, in the end. A little bit for timing. If I play phone, the previous turn, you probably still.
I'm gonna play literal for sure.
You're gonna play literal, and then if I draw the same tiles, then I have. Well, I pulled refined then, so definer. Anyway, you hit the big ones when you needed to.
Oh, all right. I'll
Nice job.
put it in. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
All right, a nice post-mortem there between Seth and Rafi. Seth's relatively even-keeled given losing that turn on the phony 3, but maybe recognizing that if everything else plays out the same, you're not making up a 210-point deficit here. Nice job again, Rafi, on the 600-point game. That is very impressive. Always cool to see something like that happen on stream. And of course, Bindweed. Even when it doesn't matter, Rafi's just making the top tier play every time. That's why he's one of the best, certainly one of the best players on the West Coast. Now having gone to the East Coast to show all those East Coasters what's up. So Jeffrey, that I think was a great game. Happy to have watched it.
It was. We were treated to quite the post-mortem from two very pensive, deliberate players. They're not going to have that much to say to necessarily all of their opponents in that circumstances. And yeah, I do appreciate, I wonder if it's maybe sort of a player psychology calculation. I know when I've made a mistake in a game, I try not to let myself think that it was a false dichotomy, that was, unless it was really, on the line at the last. I have lost plays on the last. We have all lost games with the last play that we've made, and that clearly was cut and dried, the one single factor, but all the other thing is up for grabs. And there's something I know, again, when I'm playing my own game, I try not to, if it's somebody who's beat me, if they win, I'm not going to point out a mistake I've played for fear of sort of them thinking that I think it was only that mistake that I made that you happen to have won, or you couldn't have won otherwise. It's simply, that kind of navel gazing is probably just doesn't become, the moment doesn't become that probably. But anyway.
Yeah, I definitely feel that, and especially the point that middle game mistakes, you can't really point at those and say those were game losing, because every butterfly effect, all that stuff, the rearrangement of atoms in the universe has caused you to draw different letters after that mistake. So it's good not to get hung up on those middle game mistakes. Save getting hung up for those late game mistakes when you've got perfect knowledge and screw it up anyway, which was not what Seth did in this game. We've got one more game for you coming this afternoon. We still need to figure out what it is, although we have some pretty good ideas. But we need to take a break here, both for the commentators and the players. So I think we'll take a little break here, step away for a bit, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Let's Play Scrabble. We've got one more game of the Wild Lexicon this afternoon here at the 2026 Word Cup in Williamsburg, Virginia. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through that short break. We've got one more game of the WoW Lexicon coming at you from the 2026 Word Cup, presented by Word Game Players Organization and Collins Coalition. Once again, Charles Reinke joined by Jeffrey Nelson. We just saw a fantastic game between Rafi Stern and Seth Lipkin, where Rafi scored 600 points, including an outstanding find of Bindweed. That was such a good game that we felt like we had to put Rafi on again. So this next match is going to be Rafi Stern versus Ori Swift. I think players are ready, so we can just cut right to the board and we can talk a little bit more about this matchup as they get underway. We have Rafi going first. I would say both these players probably top 10 NWL players / WoW players in North America. Jeffrey, you agree with that sentiment? This is a very high-powered matchup.
Oh, absolutely. This is, I'm anticipating fireworks in as much as you can anticipate such things. So.
Looks like Ori's having a good time at the board here, making jokes rather than getting underway. Maybe that's a more healthy way to play Scrabble. Rather than actually playing Scrabble, we just make jokes at each other.
Ori's very animated. I don't know Rafi as well, and certainly not. I think Rafi, it seems like, responds to the players he does know well at the table, which is, you know, nothing wrong with that. But Ori is one of those that that's very expressive with his emotions, and so that's it's always nice to see.
Yeah, definitely these two, not only just great Scrabble players, but just, you know, very positive people, very great to be around. I think a very healthy relationship with the game of Scrabble, you know, insofar as you can have a healthy relationship with a board game where you've studied tens or hundreds of thousands of words just to play it. But I think both players very even-keeled, a very, you know, positive outlook on the game. So I think when you put two players like that against each other, it does kind of, it's a little bit of a feedback loop. And I think no matter what the outcome, hopefully both players will have had a lot of fun getting to that outcome.
Absolutely. It is very clear when you're playing with Ori that he is enjoying playing with you. And I think that's how he perceives is the way to play, to be good. At least, again, that's how I respond when I'm playing him anyway, is that the feelings about the game are mutual and they're very real.
Yeah, this should be a good one for sure. Rafi has drawn AEILPTU to start, and he immediately is setting up a creative 6-letter word of Plutii, which does appear to be one of his best plays. That would score 22 points, keeping an A. That's just like the fun kind of play you get to make when you've started studying 6-letter words. And it feels like a flex, but it also feels fun that, you know, studying sixes, which is not the most productive use of anybody's time, is actually paying off. So I'd be you know, tempted to play Plutii just for that reason alone, but we see him going for Pilau. Jeffrey, any opinion on the differences between those plays?
Well, assuming that any Scrabbler can see Pilau, it should be your preferred method, because Plutii does not keep the T, and it instead keeps the L, which is worlds worse, the L, in terms of bingoing. So it's clearly made the right decision, and ET leave is wonderful.
Yeah, the engine was also suggesting a kind of out there play of exchanging a U, which is especially weird given that AEILPT actually doesn't bingo with a lot of vowel draws. That's the kind of play a computer suggests when it thinks that your opponent is going to give you a ton of floaters. But an exchange one situation is like the perfect Scrabble 101 computer analysis situation where the computer doesn't know what to do in an exchange one situation. So never listen to the computer on an exchange one. Use your own human intuition to do it. And the human intuition will tell you you're probably not supposed to exchange the U there. And so Rafi, I think, making the correct play, making the play that maximizes his bingo chances. And we've got Ori now with AELOOPR. Again, a collection of 1-point tiles plus a P, which is what Rafi had last turn. But Ori doesn't have a straightforward option like Rafi did. He might just be looking at Poo on top of Pilau, making OP and OI. That seems pretty strong to me, given the lack of scoring options available to him. Jeffrey, you like Poo here? That sounds a little bit weird. Or you like something else here?
I do like poo in this very specific instance. I don't think polo is wrong through the L and P. However, it's simply not as easy to capitalize. Polo would just simply have two P's to work with. So, I don't know what he's going to do in this case. It looks like he's considering opal, which is also acceptable.
Yeah, opal is another decent idea here. You can also go a little bit longer with something like Apollo through the L of Pilau, just keeping ER, stringing out a few more floaters. I don't think that scores quite enough points for it to be worth it, especially putting that A in the double-double line. There's another thought for sure, but I think Ori going with the standard play of just poo here, keeping his best leave possible, hoping that something good happens here. And Rafi playing actually quite quickly here out of a rack of EEEMSTT. He's going for Metope, which keeps a very, very nice EST while opening up new lanes for 7. So I think given the leave and the score of this play and just all the factors, this really looks like the perfect play for Rafi.
Yeah, and it's really actually a tight position in which you really do have to know your sixes, because it's something that it's not on the tip of the brain in the way that other shorter plays are. The space between two triglyphs in Greek, so metopes. But yeah, it's something that it's a great circumstance to double or untriple the E's and get some points there and make new lanes.
Yeah, that does all the right things. The downside, which Rafi couldn't have expected, is it does make Ori's bingos with a W a lot more valuable than they were before. Something like Waltzer is going to come down for 85, and that's just a score that he wasn't going to get before Metope came down. He does have to think of whether he has double doubles through the E of Metope, however we're saying it. Also, you could look through the U of Pilau, but pretty quickly realize that with the W, that's not going to do a whole lot. So I think, Ori probably ends up playing a W bingo next to Metope. I think it's too many points to turn down. And it does actually turn out that Rafi drew exceptionally poorly after leaving EST, drawing IIUY, which is a complete gut punch. The IUY combination, it just makes me hate Scrabble. Like if I draw those letters together, I just want to give up on the game, and that's what Rafi has done here. So Ori going to be feeling a little bit hesitant about putting a bingo. Oh, he's actually not going for it. Maybe this is worth considering. This is a 6-point sacrifice, but maybe called for here to avoid putting letters in the triple line. I didn't realize this scored so many points.
Yeah, certainly the R in third is not great, or even in this case, I guess it would be technically an L could happen as well. I don't think trusting, I don't think trusting Rafi is probably a good idea in this case. So, and particularly since the last thing he played, a 4-tile draw, you have to assume he'd keep something akin to EST. He has an E because he's just spent 2 of them. But yeah, he just didn't, or he did not expect Rafi to draw so poorly.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected Rafi to draw so poorly. And you do make a good point, Jeffrey. With players of this caliber, they make plays and you just kind of trust them. Like, from an analysis perspective, they're right more often than I'm right in these situations. And so we fully expect Wastrel to be the correct play from Ori's POV. Now Rafi's in a tough situation. His fish, he wasn't really fishing. He was drawing into EST, drew extremely poorly. His opponent bingoed. He's now down by 50. I would be really tempted to exchange here just because I don't want to keep IU or II together. But Yup is maybe just enough points to make it worth continuing to play through. Hopefully draw 2 consonants and can still bingo with Pylaws. But it's a close call for me. I think I do like this, but I would not hesitate to exchange here either.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the difference, I think, between the intermediate and expert level is that, yeah, at some point, rolling with an IISET leave needs to happen, or else you don't get good enough, because you have to be able to take points. You have to be able to assess whether it's worth it to take the points for a subpar leave.
Yeah, and here I think it was just on the cusp, but a good idea to take the points, and the EIIST certainly could go right with the correct draws. So not worth, even though the draw looks horrible on the surface. And certainly I'm guilty of sort of just immediately rage exchanging after a bad draw like that. Rafi's a bit more composed and makes the correct play. It does give back Hillo for Ori. That's going to be 31 points. He didn't really have a ton else going on. I guess he could have played Hallu, Halloo, keeping 2 eyes. This is a considerable improvement over that. So Ori sort of benefiting from Rafi's decision to play through those clunky letters.
Yeah, I don't think there was any spot that opened in which he could have given Rafi an eye to play with, but boy, that would have been particularly winsome.
Yeah, definitely Rafi was hoping for fixities to hit somewhere. He's just going to have to play Fix It now instead, which is a fine consolation prize. It does take an S, so he's got some upside now with hitting something with Fix It's. It does also set up a monster Q spot on top, but I think you just have to hold your nose and take it, given the score.
Have you ever seen this in the wild, Charles? Fix It?
In the wild as in on a Scrabble board, or in the wild as in the wild in literature?
Oh, in the wild as in someone everyday, right, in literature and print using it, or in speech.
I may have, but I saw it on the side of a handyman's van. He was called Mr. Fix It, and I don't know if that's proper use of the term Fix It.
That actually, it is the definition, is apparently someone who fixes things. I suspect normally in terms of people's speech, it's spelled with a hyphen, but of course in our word list, it's not hyphenated.
Yeah, this is I actually had to double check if it took an S, because I know there's a lot of like Ixit words, especially in columns, that don't take an S because they're Latin. Again, we're back to the thing where Latin words randomly take an S or don't take an S. Fix It kind of looks like one of those words. So for me, a little bit of doubt on whether that takes an S. It in fact does. It also takes a Y, of which there's one unseen. So there's some action going on in that part of the board. Ori has drawn ACCEIOR. That I think bingos with maybe a few floaters, but nothing that's available here. He's set up what appears to be the strongest equity play of Wicca down from the W of Wastrel. That is a little bit scary, setting up the S hook, but then again with Fix-Its sitting there, you know, maybe the S is already damaging enough that I don't care that I'm setting up another S spot. There's maybe not a lot of other scoring opportunities for those letters. So just from a points perspective, looks pretty strong to me. Jeffrey, would you just be swayed by the 24 points of playing Wicca, or would you, make a point sacrifice, play a little bit shorter somewhere?
I like Wicca. I don't like the fact that I can't really get that many points for something like, I don't know, Oka underneath the T and Fix It. So OCA, it has the advantage of restoring better balance to the rack. A rice sleeve is not awful, but it just doesn't have enough points. It's not dynamic enough. So I think I would avoid it. If I could play the C in the top left with a vowel or two and get away with it, I would. The points would be there, the justification, but it's not. Yeah, the sad fact is for Ori, there is no C play in the top left of the board. It feels like there should be, but there isn't. And so, if you want to play Oka for 12, that's only 12 points. He is only up by 30 points. Wicca scores a little bit more. It was mentioned in chat, and I had forgotten this. Wicca also takes an N. We see there are 6 N's unseen. There's not one on the board yet. So even more dangerous than just the S hook is the multitude of N's that he could be hit with there. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the N hook by itself is enough to dissuade me from that play.
Maybe that dissuasion would only be temporary, though, as I find out that there's not really anything else worth doing on this board. I'd be looking down from the LI of Wastrel and seeing if I can hit like an LIC word. There's nothing there either. Just real lack of good options here for Ori, and I'm really excited to see what he plays here, because when he makes a play, we can be like, oh yeah, that was the right one for this, and this reason. I just don't see it yet.
Yeah, Ori, save us from our simple ideas, please. I do also, of course, immediately confronted and almost immediately rejected by Rice along the left border making route. Again, it's not enough for an I guess the opposite of an Oka play. I'd much rather go into a new rack with Rice on my leave rather than Oka. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is 22 points, so there's something to be said for that amount of points. But when you have good letters like this, it's really hard to blow it up for no points at all, or at least an amount of points you don't feel is worth it. So I would be a little bit surprised to see something like Rice come down, but I wouldn't be totally surprised. I mean, at some point, the points are what wins you the game of Scrabble, and so if you make a play that's worth more points, in some senses, it's better. So really tough turn for Ori here. He is already kind of down on his clock, down to 14 and a half minutes with these tough turns. He might need to pick up the pace here to make sure he has enough time for an end game that he wants to play correctly.
What do you think the odds he's going to play Licorice off the board?
He might put it down for fun. I put about a 2% chance.
And he puts down Rice. Okay, well.
Yeah, I think since Ori played it, it's the right play, or at least a right play. And after you suggested Jeffrey, it's like, oh yeah, there's some merit to that. It doesn't really open up too much for your opponent. It doesn't do the crazy things that Wicked does. So I kind of liked it. Rafi immediately hits with Audience. It was either that or Mondes from the M. I think you get considerably more points here with Audience. So a good spot by Rafi there. Again, we mentioned high probability bingos from time to time. Audience, very high up there in terms of probability. If you're just getting started on your Scrabble journey, learning words like that, definitely very useful. You can see it, the utility here, very high level expert player playing these high probability bingos for points. That's exactly why you learn them.
Yeah, with the X out of the way, then Audience was able to be allowed versus Sinuated, which Sinuated would have been the play if the X had still been out there. I feel like that would have been stronger.
Yeah, that X hotspot no longer a factor with the X already played, so definitely can just feel secure in going for Audience there. Ori hitting Woof pretty quickly, making EFF. That looked like a very strong play to get rid of the W and the F and the two O's and keep his three best bingo tiles of the ACI. He actually also takes a 15-point lead here, so still in relatively good shape in this game. Although Rafi holding the K probably is going to do some nice scoring here. In fact, he does have a 40-point play available in the top left if he wants it. He can play Inked or Oinked through the I of Audience. He can play Not, K-N-O-T, through the N of Audience. He's got a lot of options here, actually, in terms of what he wants to do for scoring. Jeffrey, you like any of those plays? Thinking about something different?
Absolutely. Not plays it closer to the vest. No reason why you couldn't cash in on the K and not open too much. Or opening for yourself is a thing. And so, particularly, I wouldn't necessarily think after a play of Woof that Ori necessarily has a T. No real way to know for sure, but certainly in this case, I guess it wouldn't matter for a T, but not in this case would be fine, I would think.
Yeah, that looks strong to me. Keeps good bingo letters. I'm also very tempted by Toke, though, just because it seems like that spot on the the top left of the board is a natural place for Ori to be able to dump some unwieldy consonants for points. Like, for example, in this particular case, he could just drop, CUB or GUB, something up there, or sorry, that's Collins. BUG, I guess, goes up there. And sort of get out from some unwieldy letters, whereas if Rafi just plays Toke now, that escape valve for Ori kind of goes away, and he'd have to figure out something else to do with unwieldy letters. So I'm liking Toke here. I think there's still enough vowels in the bag to make the 3 consonant leave justified, although that is the major downside. It's just your draw can go south if you don't draw enough vowels after something like Toke.
Yeah, I would be concerned. I think being the undercard or underdog in this slightly on this turn would mean that maybe a Toke up in the top left is not the right play. That if anyone has an incentive to open, that I think it's going to be Rafi in this circumstance.
Yeah, he is currently down in this game after he does Toke for 40 and Ori makes his average play of 28 or 30 or however much an average play is in WoW these days. Rafi is still, it's still close, but Rafi maybe still a slight underdog in situations like that. So that'd be a vote against Toke, for example. He is going for not here, which in the end does feel like a strong play. You still have got the A and the U to bingo through with your consonant heavy leave. And you've still got that T to bingo through as well that you just put out there if you draw the right vowels. So I think it's pretty close between those plays, but I'm totally okay with this one. And we see Ori. These two players have 2 similar of names. I feel like I've called them by the wrong name a few times already. We'll just call Rafi Raphael from this point forward or something. Either way, Ori has the fun 6-letter word of guayak on his rack plus a B. That doesn't go anywhere, and he's just going for cab here. This is actually trying to figure out why he didn't want to play the U on this turn. I feel like keeping AA is better than keeping UA, and he could do something else. But he does go for cab here for 30. And this is immediately outpacing our ability to do commentary because Rafi is immediately hitting back with a bingo.
Indeed, the old rending grinned.
And very fortunate that it's still played on this board because this wasn't a very friendly board for 7-letter words at all, unless you had an S for knots. And Rafi managing to materialize a bingo that makes 4 overlaps next to audience. And nicely spotted there to double check that your 7-letter word actually does fit there. And that gives him a bingo size lead. He's up by 73. And now with Ori's rack, we see the wisdom of keeping the U.
We've been forced to curtail our considerations on who will be the first to be able to nerd out. Will it be the Brits? Will they accept nerding in the coming year or two? Will we, with our next dictionary update, word list refresh, be nerding out to our new words?
That is a good point. It didn't even occur to me, but yeah, that totally should be a word. We're all nerding out constantly here on Let's Play Scrabble.
Yes.
Here's another quick plug here if you haven't liked the video. This is the last game of the day, but you should still be liking it, of course, and subscribing, become a Scrabble super friend, all those things. Because we are totally nerding out here, even if we can't play the word nerding in a game of Scrabble. Good play by Ori here of Quega. We hadn't talked about his letters too much, but this is great to set up his S. This is just a really convenient way to score with the Q, get rid of the G, get rid of the duplicate A's, get rid of the U, basically get rid of everything and keep the S, make Rafi, have to sacrifice some points this turn if he wants to block. So this is a good idea from Ori and a good idea to play it quickly given the time deficit that he's facing. We've got Rafi now with too many vowels here, A, D, E, I, V. Maybe the one of the natural places you look on this board is on top of Quagga. Can I make a 3-tile play there? The answer is actually no 3-tile play available for Rafi up there. That S hook is going to be bothering him. And I don't know if he just plays off AE here for 8. Is that justified here to sort of limit nightmare scenarios? Or does he, take a more or less paranoid approach and play something else on this board, possibly like AID in the top left, making Ahi? Jeffrey, you think he's going to sacrifice points to block this S hook or just move on from it?
Question. It is a very specific point in time, and sometimes what you think of as running scared is not running scared. In fact, you have to tell yourself, all right, I'm not making fun of myself. It's just that I don't want to deal with, and I wouldn't trust Ori not to have the S or to come down. And so, yeah, Quaggas would be, if he doesn't have a great spot for otherwise for AE somewhere or something that leaves comparable leave, it's got to be the play. I think he's considering aid to the top left, and I'm not sure that VAE. I mean, he'll do the math. He does have the V, so if that works out, he does have a V path to the triple from that. Avenue is, I guess there aren't any U's left, so something starting with an AV is possible, but AVAE in that with that tile pool, maybe not great.
Yeah, and it was suggested in chat that one possible path to blocking Quaggas is just to play Arid, ARID, through the R of Grind, and maybe that's what he actually had set up when we were thinking he might be thinking Aid. Because this is actually a really nice way to disrupt that S hook while scoring some points. Arid does not take anything at the end. That knot spot is now totally dead. It also has the nice property of disrupting knots a little bit more. It's just a little bit harder, actually considerably harder to get a 7 making knots now that you can't end your 7 with an S. So this does a lot of things right for Rafi. I almost said the wrong name again. Does a lot of things nice for Rafi. I think a really good idea there. A little bit more creativity on display than I was showing when trying to come up with those plays.
Yeah, indeed. I wasn't even considering the wraparound for that the letter R there, but yeah.
And it doesn't matter too much this turn because Ori drew quite poorly. To his leave of IS, he drew 5 consonants. And that's going to make it hard for him. I think he might just have to do something like tiding through the ID of audience. Now that the S hook on not is kind of less useful for him for bingos, it's still useful, but not as useful. I think it's okay just to sort of dismantle it a little bit and hope that something materializes through the G that you're putting in space. So that looks strong to me. Jeffrey, that you liking that play, or you think you might want to retain knots at all costs?
Yeah, I think retaining the lifeline. I think something like if he's if he really needs that S to come back and win, which I think he does, and he really thinks that Rafi doesn't have it, which obviously in this case we already know that he does. But I think I like something like Dunt, where it's not a perfect leave, but wrapping around the UN audience and the N for Grind, I think that creates it does sort of encumber the knot hook, but I think the net result is that he simply got something to come down where an S would have to be in the middle of the word.
Yeah, I think that's also a good thought. As you mentioned, it does sort of mess up the knot hook more than it already has been messed up. But it is more committed to the bingoing path. But I think Ori has to be committed to the bingoing path no matter what at this score. He is down by 56 points on a board that doesn't intuitively feel like there's a lot of opportunities for a non-bingo comeback. Like you really are looking to bingo if you want to win this game from Ori's POV. So trying to keep, if you draw 2 of the remaining E's maybe that's the calculation. If you have a 2-tile play that bingos with a 2E draw, because there's so many E's unseen, maybe you do it. But I think that there's also some merit here of just playing tiding, trying to score a little bit more, trying to avoid the situation where Rafi scores enough in response that even when Ori does bingo, it's not enough. I think Ori here is trying to stay in range a little bit more, which is a smart idea.
Yeah, I think it preserves a certain, workability and symmetry to it. It's probably enough. I mean, it's enough points. I think in this case, it's easy enough to snap back with, even if Rafi didn't have the S. I think Veins is going down in another, 10, 15 seconds, but that's just my guess.
Yeah, there's only one real dangerous bingo line on the board. There's still kind of that spot underneath Woof. If you get your consonants and vowels to line up exactly correctly, that's kind of a tall order. So something like Veins, as you said, Jeffrey, through the end of tiding, it doesn't make a ton of sense from an equity perspective, but from a board control perspective, it's really tempting to just eliminate the chance of Ori bingoing down from the G. Then again, something like moves, making lies and ME, that's 38 points. So you're kind of outrunning many bingos anyway with a play like that. So I could go either way, but I do like the really restrictive board control of a play like Veins.
Yeah, my first thought was that that moves would expose the M up near the triple, but honestly, the Z that Ori has and that the other tiles that Rafi has to expect, yeah, I guess he waited and came up with my first thought there.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. This makes Ori's life pretty difficult, and it is taking a 60-point lead. So we'll be able to withstand small bingos. I suppose on this board, there's no such thing as a small bingo, because if a bingo happens at all, it's underlapping Wolf, probably for a lot of points. But yeah, I think a good idea to eliminate some worst case scenarios there for Rafi. And I'm actually surprised Ori's making this play this quickly. He's going for bends for 39 points, keeping the Z. Trying to figure out if the Z is doing anything in particular on this board, or he's just taking the points and hoping that a good Z spot materializes. It doesn't look like there are any I's left, so I'm thinking BIZ in the top left. He can't really do like biz and biz together. Maybe if he draws the blank, he can do that. Maybe that's his path forward. How do you feel about this, Jeffrey?
Yeah, that was my first thought, was that, yeah, sure, the biz setup, or, simply I'm not sure it's a first preference, but in this point in the game, maybe just the Z, if he has to, then that may be part of the appeal.
Yeah, Ori is only down by 22 after that play, so a big Z play, depending on how big Rafi's play is, could actually catch him up in this game without a bingo, which was feeling a little bit unlikely. Sadly for Ori, happily for Rafi, he's got a huge J play coming down here. Jot and John and Ode to the left of audience. That's going to be 56 points. And even if Ori did have a big Z play, this would probably score just as much as that big Z play. And so I think we probably see that come down pretty soon here for Rafi, unless there's some wrinkle that I'm missing.
Yeah, definitely with 6 tiles in the bag, Joe taking 2 of them, leaving 4. I mean, it's a great knockout punch, more or less. Ori would have to play a Z, here's the thing, is Ori needs a Z play and an opener and a bingo. So he can only have 2 of those 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's run out of time to execute that 3-tile sequence of Z fishing play like WEE, for example, and then hit a bingo in that new spot. Unfortunately, not enough tiles left in the game for him to pull something like that off. And also, Ori has not drawn the tiles he needs for that flexibility. His best Z play is, in fact, to just play biz. and drawing into EEHRRS does occasionally yield bingos. They're just not going to bingo on this board, and Rafi certainly is not going to give him a spot to play those bingos. And so it might be, I don't want to say the end of the road, and I think Ori is thinking about getting a little bit crazy here with HER next to audience, making SH. I think seeing that Biz isn't ever going to do it, maybe you just try something like that.
Yeah, it's the time to get desperate and creative, and that is one way to do it. And you know, you need to. It's got to be it's a high risk, high reward equation. And if the blank is left, and if Ori or if Rafi's not familiar with his sea creatures, P.S. he is, then he's gonna come up with this one. Don't ask people to. It is a great tongue twister. If you ask people to pronounce it without them going slowly, I can almost guarantee you they're going to mess it up.
Are we talking about anemone here?
Oh, yes.
Anemone. Yep. Yeah, it looks like Rafi has spotted that. So if HER does come down, I think a really good idea from Ori's perspective to try to make something out of nothing, but it's going to get hit pretty hard. It was also suggested in chat that reses, R-E-Z-E-S, making lies, might be another option. That's 46 points. So that gets Ori within 30, but I think on this board, the H by itself doesn't have enough scoring punch for that to ever actually result in a win. Unless Rafi lost his mind and opened up a bingo line accidentally, I don't think that ever works. So it'd be nice to score that amount of points, but I think if I'm Ori, I might get a little bit crazily aggressive here and try to make something happen. Then again, spread is important here, and maybe Ori would come to the conclusion that his ploy would never work. And rather than gunning for a win that's unlikely against a very strong opponent, just try to minimize the spread damage. We can see from the records underneath each player, Rafi has a huge spread lead here, a 700 point spread versus Ori's just 200 because he's at 5-5. Ori probably doesn't want to do more damage to his spread than's already occurred. So it sort of becomes sort of a meta experiment in how you're experiencing the whole tournament rather than just this individual game.
Yeah, I like reses, and it does a number of things. Obviously, it's the high. I think it's probably the highest point score that he can have this one turn. If it weren't for the fact that, I mean, I could maybe justify, even if it were 2 or 3 tiles only that could hook HER. But good grief, like at this point, is it more than half of the remaining tile pool that can? So I mean, there is like there is zero chance that Rafi does not have a hook for that. So
yeah, the her is kind of fun if you think about, oh yeah, I hold the E, I hold the S, this is great. But then you look at all the other tiles that hook onto it and you're like, it's literally impossible for Rafi not to have a tile that hooks here. And by that token, it's almost literally impossible, maybe even literally impossible. It doesn't have a play worth making in that new spot I created. So it's a ploy that could conceivably work against a very unskilled opponent. Rafi is the exact opposite of a completely unskilled opponent. He is one of the most skilled opponents you could face anywhere in the world in Scrabble. And so a play like HER, which is like just a total gambit, probably I would say 0 chance of succeeding against a player of Rafi's caliber. But it's fun to think about.
Yeah, you're more likely, I think, by the numbers to just stick HE out there, and that's not going to happen either, right? So, that's an equally or just a not as equally silly play to make. And
HE kind of does a similar thing other than it keeps 2 R's, which makes it really hard for you to bingo. Whereas I think the reason Ori immediately sort of centered on, oh, what if I could play off HER is ERSZ actually does have bingo potential. Once you add another R to that mix, the bingo potential like totally evaporates. And so you need to keep in mind that your play does need to have a chance of working. It can't just be fun in theory. And Ori probably figured out that same with HER. you know, it's fun, but it needs to work in practice. And those plays maybe don't work in practice.
All right, you called for it. Here's the Hail Mary we're looking for. It is Ori makes a one-tile play making biz. So that's the points that is necessary. For some reason, even though Rafi knows that if he empties the bag and he's ahead, it's not going to matter. He only makes a two-tile play. So this is what happens. So Ori is able to stick the one tile out that only he can capitalize on, mind you. And again, in this fictional scenario that I've constructed on an impromptu basis, Rafi fails to block the spot that Ori needs. Ori bingoes out to win.
That is certainly a possibility. Kind of a remote one, but still, you know, maybe more likely to work than HE, which we do see Ori going for here. Maybe there's a draw here that works. Maybe he gets a Z play like zeros or something. But the RY draw is certainly not what he needed. That's unfortunate. I'm sure he had some idea there where that maybe one out of 38 games or something like that. If he makes the play again, I trust that it had some logic behind it. But all this does is give Rafi a spot to play anemone.
Yep.
Looks like Axoneme is also available if he wants to get a little bit more creative. Anemone will give back ZEES on the triple for 69 points. So I guess Rafi would have to do the math here. Is it worth bingoing? Or can you extract more points out of Rafi by not bingoing? And because you're only getting a net gain of, it looks like 9 points after the anemone Z's sequence. Maybe you can do better elsewhere by not bingoing. I guess in this situation, I just want to score more points and I would just play the bingo. But I guess Rafi, being an expert player that he is, concerned about his spread, might be double checking things, thinking twice about giving his opponent a 70-point Z spot. You think that's what is going through his head right now, Jeffrey?
I mean, I think Rafi has a potential of making a one-tile play. I don't think he'll do it, but he could make a one-tile play that only he can capitalize on. Maybe he's going through the alphabet and figuring out if he can craft a hook. Even the overthinker, think he'd be overthinking it. I think in this case, deciding between Axoneme and Anemone, and whatever, if there is another, going through the alphabet and figuring if there's another bingo out there, because it's taking too much. He does have the time to spend, that's for sure. But ultimately, I think he'll conclude that it's right to bingo.
Yeah, I think he does have the time to think about it. It's also the last game of the day. So even if he completely explodes his mind thinking about this endgame that he's clearly won to get more spread out of it, he's got all night to recover from the damage he's doing to himself here. And he's kind of playing with that E. He's kind of got it set off to the side a little bit. I wonder if he's thinking about a play like Ode, ODE, from the O of Wolf, or WEE. The problem with all these plays is that Ori has the S for sure to hook any of these. But it's, also if Ori does hook those, maybe that doesn't block Rafi's redrawn bingo hooking HE. So like if, for example, Rafi plays ODE, Ori responds with says SEZ, that possibly doesn't block Rafi's bingos hooking HE. So there is, I think you were kind of jokingly mentioning it, Jeffrey, that like a one tile, counterfish could be the play here. And, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, maybe if you're willing to think about it that hard, that could be the play.
Just because it's overthinking it doesn't mean that it hasn't happened already, and that's what being tight-lipped and playing close to the best yields, is that people don't know if that's what you're, is someone going to openly come out and confess that they've that's one of the possibilities they've nailed? No. In a Nigel world, where where it's viewed as the peak of sportsmanship or of gameplay to not reveal much. But anyway.
Yeah. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm liking this. Something like BE is actually pretty fun because it does take the Y. That doesn't help Ori, because if you look at the unseen tiles from Rafi's POV, it's what's on Ori's rack plus a V. The V doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anything. So it doesn't make the Z more playable. So BE sets up a situation where Ori can't block both spots at once. There's just no way he can address the BE hook and the HE hook at the same time. And Rafi would just have to hope that he draws a bingo in both spots. Given that we know he's going to draw the V, that would give him Overman as his only bingo. That plays with BEE and also plays with HER. So he's probably doing some math right now. It's like, what happens if I draw this letter? What happens if I draw this letter? Does it work if I draw this letter? And he's probably gone to the V at this point. It's like, well, it does work with the V. So this is actually, it seemed really straightforward to just go for the bingo and say the game's over. But if you have a chance to get more spread out of your opponent in a tournament like this, where spread is often the deciding factor, you should be doing your due diligence, using up the time on your clock, making the commentators wish you were playing faster. You should be doing all those things to try to maximize your point spread in a given game.
Yeah, did we see about that with the pug play earlier today? I think that was a similar situation where it's the coming down to the end and the dance, and it can be frustrating to someone who's immediate goal oriented. But like I said, if you have that chat with yourself as a player, you're like, listen, I know you're gonna want a bingo because it's right there, it's sitting right there. But if you just wait, then you'll get all this benefit.
Yep. Yeah, this is, I think, a good lesson, that we can all take a lesson from how Rafi is approaching this turn. And we do see him actually go for WEE, W-E-E, which I think achieves pretty much the same thing. Maybe just scores a few more points in this endgame. It's 6 instead of 4. And he is going to draw the V, and we know that Ori just does not have... well, he does have Seri, S-E-R-R-Y, but that actually doesn't block. So tough for Ori here. He's probably going to have to eat the Z, just because that draw of YR on the previous draw just didn't give him nearly enough flexibility. And also doesn't quite have enough time to maybe do all the complete math in the end game, trying to decide if playing YEZ and HEY actually works out better for him, yielding the higher scoring bingo spot, hooking WEE. I guess I could do the math too, but let's see. Looks like Seri might be a little bit better, but I don't trust Quackle either. So we'll just assume that no matter what Ori does, he's going to lose.
Yeah, I guess if you could say that fish worked. I mean, that fish was going to work, but yeah, it did. That fish did what Rafi needed it to do.
And I think I was looking at the pool incorrectly. There was also a T unseen, which also was more straightforward in working for Rafi, and that's actually what he drew. So my apologies that I was assuming he would draw the V. Actually, the T was, easier for him to deal with here, and we see him hitting the bingo immediately with Omental. Let's make sure he designates the blank correctly. It looks like he does. That's going to be an L. He actually has Momenta for 4 more. But that's fine. He's just taking this win where he's got it and getting the Z from Ori, giving us a final score of 504 to 361, and we can cut over to overhead mic.
504. He left the V in the bag, which I wasn't sure if you bingoed with it. I tried to have time, but I felt like after Seri, you might not bingo with the V.
Overman. Yeah, I think the only one that I don't bingo with, and sometimes, in which case I get 7 or 8 more.
Yeah, he's been sitting on my rack. So.
giving up zesty sometimes, but it's better. It's better for me to play
I could have
that.
played just YEZ there. Thought there was a chance I could stop the bingo.
Could have put the snake there. Not like not that much, but
Should have put the blank where?
momentum. That's such a spot though for you. One foul, you can't do anything about it.
RRESZ. So there were some chances, I guess. He needed to not have 50 hits.
There's not a situation where
He
you can play
played
it first.
drone, but then I couldn't even think of a bingo with SHERZ.
Quite like Shiraz's,
Right.
I mean, you can draw some like.
I could play HER, but you just play like any play there, and then
I mean, and then you can by playing this, you don't have to draw a bingo necessarily to get something. If you draw the blank, and I could be in a slightly tough spot. Like I'm gonna be able to block it, but there might be some stuff that I get back. If I'm
yeah. I
not
mean, I
careful.
drew RY, which was just silly. Triple hitting R's. There might be a small shot.
I had a bingo on this turn.
You don't need to.
So would have put the E right there, and I
Yeah,
didn't want to get back to
score
C's,
70.
and I'm willing to get back. That's see if it happens.
Yeah, I needed that to happen, and then I actually need the blank for like something here.
Yeah, I was on this turn. I didn't like. I hadn't looked at the boards yet. And I was just like, okay, I need to assess what's going on.
Yeah, there's the
here.
J there and the Z there. That's why I was like, that's why I played this. I'm like, I don't have to bingo.
Yeah, yeah.
Same idea with tiding. Tiding blocked my S spot, but I needed to get rid of one more tile. Played Jin. 3 constants instead of 4.
And you got another draw of the blanks and the C. But I guess you got rid of. I mean, the I is pretty useful for hitting the Z up there. And was that?
Rice killed me. That kept ACO. I just did not know what to do. That's where I ate all my time and I got in a hurry.
Oh yeah, that's.
I have, and my plays I was considering would have blocked everything.
No, I had Mondes. Unless you played all the way
well,
up.
acrotic, cirrhotic, or rectic. Is that?
You have to play it. So not quite.
Yeah, they don't make it, do they? They all start here. Rectic, cirrhotic, acrotic. Okay.
And then also like I have
Oh, Croci was the other, but yeah, you slept on.
an R through the R, through the R enough space. Yeah, that's an annoying rack because it looks like there should be something more useful.
Yeah, it was the Cecropia rack, but both P's are down. Oh, and then Grandin was just like, oh, okay, I'm probably dead.
That was a good draw. I had to decide between Knot and Hope.
I didn't see a play that blocked Grand. Like, Cab over here is just stupid.
I mean, it's also like I'm ahead. You don't need to block the board.
This was Guayak plus a B, so like the lead isn't that good. Just like
What about
hopefully
Gab? What about Gab instead?
He
just might.
Yeah,
have
I
more
was thinking
flexibility.
playing big next turn. Let's see Gab. Yeah, the thing about Gab is I don't leave myself a 3.
So
Yeah, ACIU is a little better than a lot better than AGIU.
So we got 504 to 365.
Yeah. You've been crushing up here, huh?
What's that on Sari? I think Sari's 35, not 39.
361. I kind of something that was 39. I guess that was yes. I have numbers all over the place.
504.
Yeah, he has was 39. That's...
All right, it looks like the players have proceeded to the let's correct our scorekeeping stage of the postmortem. So we'll stop it there. I think Ori had some really good thoughts about how he would be able to pull that one out, and I think some of them may have even had some merit. Unfortunately, it worked quite poor for him, and he lost by about 150 points. But that was the final game. of today's session of the WoW Lexicon here at the 2026 World Cup. You'll see on screen where I'm joined by one additional person that you might not have expected. Welcome in Heidi Robertson. Thank you for doing the annotations for the first 2 days of this tournament. Feeling sheepish, not going to say anything in response, but thank you, Heidi, for doing all that work behind the scenes. Also, it's great to have you for 2 games of commentary to fill in for the fact that David Eldar does not have the ability to stay up for 24 hours straight. That was very much appreciated. I guess this is the final. That was the final game of the day. So I'll give Jeffrey one more chance to say anything to the viewers. Oh, Heidi, you're back.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Heidi, would you like to say anything? Still possibly not working. Jeffrey, would you like to say something?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to bounce all my ideas off you. Oh, go ahead, Heidi. And it's something else observing our ideas and seeing them. It's almost as if we're puppet masters because we get to announce what plays might come about. And it's not at all like seeing someone play right next to them at all.
Yeah, definitely. This is a fun experience for all. Definitely, I love doing commentary and having all the fun of watching a game of Scrabble without all the stress of taking part in a game of Scrabble, which is definitely a stressful experience. So thank you, Heidi and Jeffrey, for coming along with me on this journey. Also, thank you to all the viewers who have tuned in at various points all day for the Collins games, for the WoW games, for all the games. For the games yesterday, for the games coming up. Appreciate every single viewer who's tuning into these games and making the Let's Play Scrabble streams the most exciting place to watch Scrabble online. I got a few more shout outs that I want to give before the stream wraps up. Thank you to WGPO at wordgameplayers.org for being the primary directing force behind this tournament. Also, Collins Coalition for taking control of the Collins side of this event. Thank you very much to Christian and Andrew Kay, who have been tirelessly working behind the scenes, that is, to make this stream possible, doing a lot of the technical work, wrangling cameras and microphones and video feeds, some of which work and some of which don't, but it all comes together in the end for a great viewing experience. And of course, thank you to Let's Play Scrabble for setting the groundwork for a lot of this online Scrabble streaming that is, I think paying huge dividends for the community. And it's just, awesome to take part in all this. We've got a few more people to thank. We'll do it very quickly. John Chu, making TSH the software program that is running this tournament. Art Moore for wordjudge.me. I don't think we saw the challenge computer at all in the WoW Lexicon. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeffrey. So we didn't actually get to see it in this session, but I'm sure we'll see it again, in future sessions. Seth Lipkin of Cross Tables, he was on stream. Sorry that you got 600 dropped on your head, but thank you for making Cross Tables. That's pretty awesome. Yes, we can hear you.
Interrupt you, but yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there. I just realized that I was listening to audio on the actual stream, and I thought the whole time I was listening to hear and wasted. So then it went to ad or something, and I'm like, oh, that's not right. And then tried to come back and couldn't hear anything. And so anyway, apologies for all of that. But thanks everybody for watching. I'm just going to say my piece and sorry for any annotation mishaps or whatever. But yeah, I had fun commentating, and thanks to Charles and thanks to all the great commentators who I was able to work with. And I'll be watching the rest. So.
Yep. I think we've got 2.5 days left. I hope I'm remembering the schedule correctly of World Cup 2026 from Williamsburg, Virginia. So even if you have work tomorrow, that's me. I have work tomorrow. See if you can get around your responsibilities at work and tune in to Let's Play Scrabble instead. That would be much appreciated. Tomorrow we've got Jason Nadolski and Elise Bickford doing the Collins games, and then we've got let's see, Emmett Brasowski and oh my god, I should have brought this up, and Jared Capel doing the WoW games. So a great cast of commentators that are sure to keep you entertained for the next 7 games that are happening tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And I think with that, I've probably already talked too much. So we're going to sign off here from the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel from Williamsburg, Virginia. Again, it's been Charles Reinke, Jeffrey Nelson, and Heidi Robertson, plus the whole organizing team that has brought you these games. We will see you again tomorrow.
Farewell.